Okay, awesome. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
What's up, Paper? Did you get everything started as well, or are you still getting things set up?
Yeah, I'm in my starting soon screen,
Oh yeah, dude.
and I can hear myself because I have my stream open.
Oh, that's always
Hey,
the
man.
worst. I always accidentally open my stream, and then I don't know about you. I have this really terrible thing with like double talk. Like if I'm ever on a call with someone and I'm hearing myself like through their
Yeah,
speakers, or
pause
if
immediately.
dude, I can't do it, man. I'm like, I don't, something with my brain, like more than like anyone else I've ever met. I've like literally like, I used to be in sales, and I would be on sale, like literally like big sales calls, and I would just like stop and be like, hey, I don't mean to be weird, but like whoever's doing it like that, this needs to stop. Otherwise, you can't continue. I'm sorry that you guys don't know how to do, you know, basic, the basic audio things. All right, awesome. Let's pop the deck open here. Yeah, I would love to just kind of like start and hear just like your overall like thoughts on the deck, like some of your deck choices that you made, and like kind of just in general like why most of these things are in the deck.
Yeah, so I originally got the idea for this deck on one of the discords that are floating around. The deck originally was the original idea for the deck was started by someone called the Human Spider. He's a multiple infinite high-ranking player, and then the deck kind of got like broken down, and people have made different versions of it. This is a version that I've come up with. So I guess I'll just start breaking down the deck a little bit.
Yeah.
First choice, I know you and I have talked about it. It's a bit controversial, but we're running Domino as our starting card in the deck. The reason why we started with Domino is, personally, I really like skipping turn one and just being able to draw Domino and be able to just hit, like big hit after big hit. So like you get to turn 4 or something and you draw an Iceman, it's like, what's the point? It's a dead draw at that point. So I like all of my draws being pretty impactful. Turn 1 doesn't really have a big consequence if you miss it. So having Domino, it's worked out pretty well for me.
Sure.
It seems pretty consistent. You never skip turn 2, which is a big deal because a lot of the times you see a deck that runs Thor or something, they skip turn 1 and 2 because they just don't hit. And then they have to play Thor on 3, and it feels pretty slow and weak. So Domino helps alleviate that a little bit. Lizard is in the deck because we're running Storm. It's very easy to have a lane that doesn't get filled up by your opponent when you're playing Storm. So that's pretty much the main reason he's in the deck.
I think Storm is just really powerful in any deck that's running Doctor Doom, White Tiger things, right? Like,
yeah, and that's just the main concept of the deck.
Do you feel you generally will play Storm and then not even contest the lane because you know, like, you want to get ahead on other lanes while your opponent's like kind of like faked out to that lane and then replace it with White Tiger or Doctor Doom things later?
Yeah, for sure.
And I guess you can target like 1-drops too. If your opponent has like a couple 1-drops down, you can storm that lane and then look to Killmonger it later.
I almost always play Storm onto Sunspot lanes.
Oh, I love that. And then they don't even think that they want to.
Yeah, because they're like, oh, I'll just skip turn 5 or something and just get a ton of power there. And it's like, no, turn 6 Killmonger or something. And that way I don't even need to play Doom in order to win that lane. I can play something like, I can even play just Thor on that lane or something, or Wolfsbane on the last turn as well.
Sure.
So then we get into kind of the cards that are some of the bread and butter of the deck, Ironheart and Wolfsbane. These are 2 pretty strong on-reveal cards, both of which I've found you can just play them straight up on the lane by themselves. Or like if you only have Domino on the board, you can play Ironheart on turn 3, and it's not really an issue if you have Thor or Odin, and you're able to reactivate the Ironheart later in the game.
And you can, because Wong's, like the interaction with Wong is different now, you can kind of like Ironheart or Wolfsbane, Wong on top of it, and then get 4 triggers if you Odin it, even if it's the first card that's played. That's really cool.
So it's a good way to kind of spread out your power a little bit more, or kind of juke people into thinking, oh, he played a Wolfsbane with nothing else. He's a 1 power 3 cost. It's kind of like, and then you just play an Odin and she suddenly gains 6 power, and it's like, okay. So yeah, those are 2 of the kind of jukey out cards. Then we have Storm to just kind of close off a location, and that's going to combo later on with White Tiger and Doctor Doom. Killmonger's in the deck because I hate one cost, and that's why I'm not running any one cost. It does suck. Sunspot was originally in this deck, and then I kind of thought about it a little bit more, and I do play Killmonger quite a bit. So
and this deck seems really tight on the curve. Like, it doesn't seem like there's very many turns where you're giving up 1-2 mana.
Yeah, and that's another thing. I was finding that if I drew the perfect hand, Sunspot ends the game with 1 power, and it's kind of useless. So there's a lot of really strong 1 costs in the game right now that people are spamming in destroy decks with Demon, Sunspot, I don't know. Just 1 costs are just all over the place. And a lot of people, especially like with the new Patriot variants that are coming out with Ultron, I've won plenty of games where I make sure I'm behind on the last turn and then play Killmonger on the last turn when I know they're only stacking 1 lane to play Ultron on the rest.
Oh, I love that. That's sneaky as hell.
A lot of people are playing that right now as well, so it's good.
It feels like Ultron is definitely the way that a lot of Patriot decks are kind of focusing right now. I think it's like interesting because like I feel like as people learn this counter, that's going to be really huge.
It creates a weird kind of dynamic where it's like, well, are you going to get ahead or do I have to get ahead? Like, I don't know. There's a lot of games where you kind of have to play like dumb in a way, make your opponent think that you're just not a very good player, and then you come back and you just counter what they play because they have priority, so you get to play your cards after them on the final turn.
Definitely agree with that.
And then we have Thor. I'm a huge Thor fan. I like running him in as many decks as I could. I think he's one of the best 3-drops in the game. I think he should be included at the very least in most decks that do not run America Chavez. He's a 3 cost that can become 10 power. It's the strongest 3-drop in the game, basically, in terms of raw output of power.
So what are your thoughts? What are your thoughts on the idea that even though it's a 3/10, it's also costing you an additional draw if you end up drawing that Mjolnir? Do you feel like the rest of the deck just kind of makes up for not actually needing that draw because you have so many different win conditions? Because that's always my thought process with Thor, is that you're kind of like, even if you get the 3/10, you're still costing yourself a draw of one of the other cards in your deck.
Yeah, I don't have too much of a problem with that. A lot of the decks that I've run Thor in kind of do sidestep that caveat of Thor. Like I run him in Thor Lockjaw. I run him in just any deck that has like a bunch of big hitters. But still in the same way that in the same way that it stops us from drawing something, it also does give us, like, that draw could have been like an America Chavez maybe. That's a 9 power drop. Thor is going to be a 10 power drop, so it's just replacing that big card that you would have drawn with the
plus
10
it costs
power
0 instead of 0 instead of 6, right? So you get to play another 6 drop alongside of it. I can definitely see it being a really cool play on turn 6, playing in a lane Mjolnir and Odin in the same lane on turn 6. I feel like that's a really, really cool play. And if the Wong's on there, then that Thor is going to get, I mean, it's enormous, right? It would be 1, 2, and then 4. It'd be 6, like 36 extra power. That's wild.
Yeah, and then a lot of the meta game thinking in Snap has to do with never knowing what your opponent has, and that's why Mysterio is such a question mark when he's played on the board. You don't know which one is going to have 5 power. My opponent doesn't know if I'm going to draw Mjolnir. I could have Mjolnir, and if I do, it costs me nothing. I can play it, but I also could not. So do they want to devote the resources to beat me if I have Mjolnir, or do they want to, divert resources elsewhere and try to contest something else instead of taking on the Thor for the chance that I have Mjolnir? So it's another part of the guessing game that Snap offers, which I find really, really entertaining, and it keeps the game super fresh.
No, I really like that. And I'm just right now, I'm just kind of like getting giddy that you're here and chat with me. This is one thing, like why I've been pushing for having collabs like this so much, is that I think that a lot of people kind of go into Snap on their own, and a lot of people are really active on like the Discord sharing ideas, and that's never been something, I don't know, I've never just been big on like Discord or like chatting and random stuff like that, but being able to hear your opinions on things, I still think that your Domino take is terrible. I'll never change your mind on that. But thinking that Thor take, like the way that you're explaining some of these cards is really like opening up my mind. I did have a question in chat. If you don't have Thor, what would you replace him with? And I think that you kind of answered this to me already, that you have a different version without Thor, right?
Yeah, so there's a couple of options. This deck can be run without Thor. You pretty much just put America Chavez in the deck, and the deck pretty much runs the same. You get a more you get the America at the end of the game. The reason why she's not in this version of the deck is because you want that extra turn just in case you want to draw Mjolnir. So if it hits turn 6 and you're drawing America Chavez every turn, that means if you played Thor on turn 3, there's only 2 turns in the game where you can draw Mjolnir, and that's kind of rough. It's a low chance to hit it. We're not playing Jane Foster in this deck, so we're not tutoring it out of our deck. So
would you run Chavez even with Dr. Duma and Odin?
Yeah. So
that's interesting to me. I never think about it like that.
So that seems bad at first, but the version of the deck that runs Chavez also ends up slotting in Jubilee. So you can get more things out of your deck that way. You're a bit more of a top-heavy deck, so when you play Jubilee, you can fish out some of those bigger cards.
Okay.
That version of the deck...
You can probably get rid of Domino, right, to slot in the Jubilee?
Yeah, so that version of the deck is a little bit different from mine. They take out Domino, Lizard, and Killmonger, and Gamora, actually. And they put in Sunspot, Iceman, Scorpion, Gambit, Chavez. So
interesting, the 1-drops in addition there. I almost wouldn't... Yeah. That's kind of unique. I can see why you would have wanted to pull away from that.
I really... A lot of the decks that I've been playing lately have just been decks that are really reactive. I really... Because I get hit with it all the time, right? So it's like, I'll get hit by an Enchantress when I'm running an ongoing deck, and I'll get hit by a Killmonger when I'm running like the Ultron Patriot deck, and I'm just like, God, I wish I was running a deck that could screw with people that much. So it's a little give or take, because I'm playing Killmonger. I'm not going to be running certain things, like I'm not running the 1-drops. Killmonger is kind of a splash card in here just for personal flair for me.
I think in a lot of decks where you have no 1-drops, Killmonger is a great option, right?
For sure. Even when you do have 1-drops, like if you're running the Hood, you get that demon, but you hold the demon until after you've played your Killmonger if you're going to play him.
Yeah.
So,
or if you're just playing him for the on reveal, which is kind of rare.
Yeah. But the Thor version of the deck is my personal favorite just because I love Thor. I think he's a great card. He's probably my favorite card in Marvel Snap, actually.
I think when he came out at 4/6, it really just limited how many turns you had to draw Mjolnir. So what the math came out to is even when you play it on turn 4, you end up with only a 33% chance to actually draw it unless you have some other way to influence that draw. So that's why I really felt that it was just so iffy. But being able to play it more proactively on turn 3, I think just like gives it so much more, because then you're looking at, you have a 3 in 7 chance, which is just so it feels so much better. It's about 41% chance or so. Yeah.
And my first deck for Thor is the deck I made my video about for Thor was a Lockjaw deck, and it kind of circumvented that as well. So that's like, I didn't really have the issue drawing Mjolnir because I was playing him on Lockjaw, or I was playing Lockjaw decks, so I can fish out the Mjolnir, and I was playing also Jane Foster. Jane Foster was a lot more important when Thor was a 4-cost.
Yeah, I think it was almost necessary.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, so we went through most of the only small drop we're missing is Lizard. What's the Lizard inclusion? That's one of the cards that definitely seems fishy to me. Or not fishy, but something I wouldn't think of. Yeah,
he's a card that I kind of ran into a phase when I was playing this deck the other day of I couldn't really figure out what to put in this slot. I think originally I had Shang-Chi in this slot just because I like having the reactive play, like I said. But then I was running into a situation where he was in my hand. They didn't have a big drop. He was just a 4-drop that I couldn't play. That was, even if I could play him, he was only 3 power. So it wasn't really a strong card for the mana. Then I messed around with Gambit, and I know how you like the the Exodia decks with Gambit and Wong. And it worked pretty well. You play Gambit on Wong or before Wong, you're killing at minimum 5 cards in the game if you play Odin that game. So
I feel you kind of need to do like an Invisible Woman version with Gambit because Gambit pulls your cards out early. So like there's versions of like this deck that have Invisible Woman to kind of hide your Wong, Doctor Doom, White Tiger, things like that. So I feel like if you're gonna add Gambit, it's really hard unless you have that Invisible Woman because you discard your key card when you're trying to play Gambit proactively. Yeah. It really hurts. That's why the only deck I run Gambit in is that that deck we're using it as that huge finisher.
Yeah, and that's what I kind of ran into. I kind of discovered that this slot that Lizard is in right now is just like an empty slot. It can be anything that you want because like it doesn't really have a huge impact on the game one way or another. I was thinking about maybe putting armor in just to counter destroy decks. I love playing armor when I see my opponent play like the Hood or like a Squirrel Girl or something. I love just dropping down armor, try to predict where they're going to play their Bucky. So that's another thought. But then that also kind of hurts your Killmonger. There's a little bit of give or take with it. I think Gambit, Shang-Chi, and Lizard are the only 3 cards that I've tested at this slot. But like I said, it could be anything that's a low drop because you end up running into the situation at the end of the game where you're either playing 1 drop per turn. After turn 4, you're playing like Wong, White Tiger, Doom, or you play like Wong, White Tiger, and then you realize you need more power in a different way or something, and you have to play like a Lizard and a Killmonger or something, or Lizard and Wolfsbane. So having Lizard does give you a little bit more flexibility in terms of what you can play towards the end of the game.
Interesting. Yeah, Chad, I'm hearing Morph is my favorite card. So if Juggernaut is good in this deck, Juggernaut would be interesting in this deck. Would that be to pair with the Storm, or what would your reason behind Juggernaut be?
Yeah, I forgot about him. He was also in the deck. He was in the original version. It wasn't Shang-Chi, it was Juggernaut. That just reminded me. But it ended up being, at least in this deck, it ended up being a little bit too much. Like I was really heavy on 3s. Sometimes on 5 I don't have White Tiger or Gamora and I want to play 2 cards, so having the Lizard plus a 3 is really good. And I found that you don't really need the Juggernaut if you're going to win the Storm to lane anyways with Doom or White Tiger, so it kind of felt
that
like
would be my thought.
I would say instead of Juggernaut, Polaris might be a good add for this slot as well, because Polaris, I've fallen in love with Polaris in the past couple of days.
Oh, dude, same. It's such a good card. So good.
I've been screwed over by her too many times for her to not be able to, or for me to not be able to respect her.
Like, she's overstatted, which is crazy. Like a 3/5 that gives you control.
Crazy.
I tried a Kingpin deck like a week and a half ago or so, and Kingpin just felt like the worst card, and I just like started playing these move cards I really play, like Polaris. I was like, why aren't people playing this in like so many decks? It seems like Storm and Polaris, Killmonger, and I guess Thor. I don't think a Thor is that good of a card, but you're definitely convincing me. I'm sure that through our play. Have you ever worked Invisible Woman into this deck? Because that's what I've seen with this deck, and it seems like really good cover for Enchantress. Like, you know, if you get a Wong down early, having it behind that Invisible Woman, you're going to confuse them and make it so they don't know exactly what's coming. A lot of people are just going to expect Hello when they see Invisible Woman because this is a bit newer. But I would just love to hear your thoughts on Invisible Woman and if you've tried it all.
Yeah, Invisible Woman is another one of the cards, one of the many cards that can fit into the Lizard spot. If I was running Invisible Woman, I would probably take Domino out just so I had more of a chance to get to Invisible Woman.
Yeah, I was thinking maybe Domino, Lizard for like Gambit and Invisible Woman would be a pretty spicy way to adjust the deck.
Yeah, you'll run into skipping turn 2 quite often if you do that, which I personally don't like. I would maybe do...
You just really like having that 3 power play, like to be able to start contesting or start kind of seeing where your opponent is.
Yeah, I like, because you're running into the situation where Doctor Doom is going to be adding 10 power to the 2 side lanes, and 10 power isn't usually enough to win something by itself. 13 is maybe enough. So
okay.
It's just adding a little bit more guaranteed power. It's better than skipping the first 2 turns of the game by far. But If you are running Invisible Woman, I'm probably taking out Lizard Domino, maybe even Killmonger to put in Invisible Woman, maybe another 2-drop, and
like a Scorpion or something, or
yeah, like Scorpion, and then putting in a 1-drop like Iceman or Sunspot.
Interesting. Okay.
Maybe not Sunspot. You're not skipping often, so.
I did have a question in chat for Gamora over Spider-Woman, and I am not a Spider-Woman believer. I feel like Gamora, like being able to gain 5 power as opposed to Spider-Woman that maxes out at losing 4 power. And usually you're only going to be playing Gamora where if they don't play in that lane, you're going to win it with the Gamora. And if they do, then the Gamora is going to get enough power to beat it. So is that your thought process behind it? Or have you tried Spider-Woman in that spot other than Gamora? You haven't really, if you want to just like talk about generally your thought about Gamora, because we haven't really gotten there yet either.
Yeah, I think Gamora, she was a card that somebody recommended to me kind of later. I was playing this deck in a version without Gamora initially. I don't remember what I was playing instead. Maybe it was like an Arrow or something, because she's just also, anything that moves things has just sprung on me. But Spider-Woman, I like Spider-Woman. It's a good thought. But Gamora with Wong, because very often they're going to play, like you'll play Wong, they'll play Enchantress right away, right after. You play Gamora on that lane, so you lose the double effect from Wong. Or if you're going first then
get
you're,
it and
you're getting double, and you're just going to win that lane. So Gamora being played on Wong is really good. Gamora also, if you look at what our lanes look like, once we start playing, you'll see our Wong lane is generally started by Wong. Sometimes we'll do Ironheart or Wolfsbane, but it's usually started by Wong, and then it's White Tiger, and then that lane just sucks. That's a 3-power lane. There's nothing going on in that lane. So Gamora, if the situation calls for it, you can win that lane pretty easily, even if they don't play something on the other side of Gamora. Playing Odin on that lane on turn 6 after playing the Gamora, if they are going to try to contest that lane because you failed your Gamora proc,
then the Odin's, especially if there's a Wong in there, then the Gamora just goes to the freaking moon, right? 20 plus power. Yeah, it's crazy.
It's really good. So yeah, I think Spider-Woman's good. She definitely serves a purpose. You do find often though that people, if they don't have something to negate the Wong, they get afraid of the lane for some reason, and they'll try to avoid it for whatever reason. So Spider-Woman more often than not isn't going to proc as much, and Gamora is just kind of an unexpected card. If there's Avengers Compound, you get a guaranteed Gamora proc.
True.
So this deck really loves Avengers Compound. Wong plus Gamora on Avengers Compound is like, either they're not playing something and you don't get the effect, or they are playing something and you win the lane. So
do you ever Gamora your Stormed lane? I feel like that if you're like missing White Tiger and Doctor Doom, maybe that would be a good way if you're sneaking Snorm in on, let's say, turn 4, then, and you're like off key, then like Gamoring that Storm lane on 5, like no other 5-drop is really going to be able to compete in that lane.
Yeah, it's a really strong play path as well. So you'll Thor on 3 because you want to get him out as early as possible in most cases, and then Storm on 4, Gamora 5, and then Doctor Doom, Mjolnir, whatever you need. This deck kind of has it.
And there's also, I guess, a chance like maybe even like Daredevil somehow finds a spot in that lizard spot with Gamora that they just pair up. It seems so well. You know, you're spending 2 for 2, but then eventually you're going to pretty much guarantee that 5 for 12 if you want it.
Yeah, and it could also fake out if you play Daredevil, Storm, whatever, and then Daredevil goes off on 5, they're going to think you're playing like a Destroyer deck, or they're going to expect like a Professor X to come down. So they might make a suboptimal play to beat whatever power Professor X can give in each one of those lanes. So they might expect that, or they might expect a Goblin. But then you come out with a Gamora and you have 12 power. So yeah, it's still pretty strong.
Yeah, I love it. I'm excited to jump in. I like, I don't think, like, I definitely think there's some things I want to adjust with this deck, but I think what will be best is just we play like a good amount of games just with the deck exactly how it is, see how it plays out against a bunch of different things, and then maybe we can discuss if I want to throw a little bit of spice on it or not a little bit later. But yeah, let's jump into it. Start rocking here. Okay, make sure we get the right deck selected. Actually, people yell at me because I never I never change my what do you call it? I never change my card backs. So having an actual card back. Okay, we lose White Tiger on turn 1. Obviously passing here.
Yep.
Turn 2, we're gonna have Domino and Lizard. Do you generally? Oh, well, never mind. Turn 2, we're gonna have Domino.
Yeah, I would generally favor. I would favor Domino here, even if the only thing that would change it is if you had Storm.
Mm-hmm.
Storm does change it. Usually, I will play Lizard and then I'll play Storm right after on the Lizard lane.
So, are your thoughts to get up ahead on this Iceman and take a bit of a lead here, or do you think that going? Obviously, we're not playing on Lechigia.
Yeah, we'll play on Iceman. Just get a bit of a lead there. There's a chance that we kill that anyways later with Killmonger. So
true. Ah, wait, does that count for Lechigia? I didn't know that. Did you know that?
I think it.
It didn't put rocks. It didn't put rocks in their deck.
Oh,
did you know that it did that?
No, I did not know that it did that.
So I guess it waits until it resolves. So that could he could have been doing that, but I mean it's nice he put the Gamora Island lane where we already have some stuff going.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts here? Obviously, we have 4 3-drops in our hand. I think Killmonger we probably want to wait on is my read on that. Wolfsbane and Ironheart. Maybe we want to start developing our Wong lane. Do we want to do our Wong lane on Gamora Island? We don't have Wong, so obviously it's a little bit different.
No, we want to. We'll probably play Ironheart in the middle here. We don't want to put stuff for Wong on Moore Island because we already have something there. We want to try to get all 4 of our units there, and try to get as much benefit from it as possible. So Ironheart here is good. We don't have White Tiger anymore in this game, but
unfortunate.
Yeah, Ironheart's going to make them only -1, so that's fine.
Plus, if we end up Odining that lane,
yeah, exactly.
But it might end up giving him extra power if the Ironheart goes off. Kind of funny how that will work out. So we only have 2 turns left. Obviously, we didn't get our Wong on 4. We have 3 3-drops again that we're working with. Is your read to just play Wolfsbane now middle, or are we worried that maybe a Hobgoblin would ruin things pretty bad? I feel like if we get Wolfsbane middle and we end up getting Odin, that's going to be a pretty solid lane there. Might have some other things that we can do.
Yeah, but we probably we'll want to play Gamora. Yeah, Wolfsbane middle is probably fine. We can play Gamora on the left next turn.
On the left next turn. Cool.
Yeah.
And we can... Okay, now especially with the rescue, it gives us a really good read that our Gamora is essentially going to be guaranteed. Now looking at this on your end, we have the Wong now, which doesn't feel great. We don't have anything to really trigger it. Opponent's snapping on us.
I think Gamora left is still the play. They're going to play on the left. You know, a lot of the time you try to think like, oh, what can they have? Like, oh, let me see like what they've played and like, can I imagine what that deck looks like? But this person played Quake, so I have no idea what their deck looks like.
It's a good point.
At all.
Wild psycho play. I'm thinking maybe a Hobgoblin or something like that. We know that they're going to play over there. I think that Gamora is just definitely our best play. Do you think we continue after they snapped? I don't think that we're looking to retreat here, right? Getting a 12-power Gamora is going to be close to whatever they're doing as well.
Yeah, I think whatever they play is going to be... I think we're going to be able to contest it no matter what. We can still kill their Iceman as well.
Yeah, definitely that has extra power, so.
Yeah.
I'm guessing Hobgoblin. Captain Marvel,
we can play 8 power. Okay, yeah, that's great for us. We can play 8 power on the right this turn, which is kind of unexpected. Or we can Odin the middle and kind of secure that. But then we don't win the left lane.
We could get it with Ironheart potentially. It's going to be really rare that we end up getting it with Ironheart. We'd have to hit both hits for Ironheart, which is pretty unlikely. But there is a chance if they don't play anything else there. So are we thinking? I think that Killmonger Captain Marvel is probably going to be our best bet. It's going to lower them by 5 on the left if they try and compete. The only thing that this worries me about is that I almost want to play like Lizard right and Killmonger middle.
Well,
I'm considering either this. or both of them right. Which one do you think would be the better play there? Because I'm just scared, only being up one, that they're just gonna throw some like tiny drop there. Maybe if it's a one drop though, the Killmonger just kills it anyway.
I think they're gonna play. Maybe they'll play something big there.
So
I would, in this situation, it's kind of a 50-50 here. I think I would play Killmonger Lizard right. You have 8 power, so Captain Marvel can't move there. She can only move to the middle, but then you're
no, it'll have 8. It'll have 8. The Captain Marvel can.
Yeah, it'll have 8. So you're above Captain Marvel. Yeah, this is probably what I would do here.
Yep, hoping for extra 1-drops here. 1 drop, 2 drop. Rogue steals nothing, so we get the steal here. We're going to be ahead. We're going to win the tiebreaker. Very nice, very well done. Yeah, they could have jumped over, but we would have absolutely won the tiebreaker there.
Yeah,
love that a lot.
Yeah, I don't know if Captain Marvel is Captain Marvel.
I think my play would have lost us the game. I think that your play was definitely correct.
Well, we would have won. We would have won middle.
No, because Mojo. Oh yeah, no, you're right. Because Mojo wouldn't have.
Yeah, because Sunspot would have been gone. So you would have won either way, I guess, with that play.
Yeah, love it. That sneaky Killmonger towards the end is good, and the lizard paid off. We got the domino payoff, so lots of good things. I'm even gonna upgrade Domino. Look at that, Domino. You're no longer. You're gonna become 3D.
All right.
That's a great first game.
I'll take that as a win. I'll take that as a win.
Yeah, I never noticed that in the background. The background of Domino is sick.
Yeah,
it's really cool. This is one of the cards. One of the things that I don't like about splitting cards is that I feel like a lot of cards have like really unique and cool backgrounds. And like when it becomes like a rainbow foil, it's just like, okay, cool.
The flat rainbow is a little bit better because that kind of comes through a little bit, but the prism triangle rainbow completely like annihilates the background, which sucks.
Okay, so we have a free storm on the left already.
What are the odds?
So I'm thinking that with a pre-stormed location, I'm throwing lizard left. Is that your read on it too?
Yeah, you can throw lizard left, and we'll throw a storm in one of the other lanes.
And then we're just gonna hope that we get our white tiger. If this is the 5 that he chose, then we're even with him, which feels good.
Yeah.
Obviously can't do nowhere. Nowhere's bad for us.
Yeah, so a storm isn't going to be a play then.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that.
Because we can't play her in the middle. There's no reason to. Unless we hold her until next turn and then play her in the middle and Gamora that lane. Kind of as a...
And then go for an alternate win condition. We don't have Wong, we don't have Odin, we don't really have any of our really good drops that we're looking for, so we probably are going to have to look for alternate win conditions as a way that we're taking this.
Yeah, I think Wolfsbane left is probably the best play here.
It doesn't feel great, but I think that you might be right. Is there a world where, because Wolfsbane left only is 3 power and Domino left is this? No, because we want Domino in case we need to squeeze it in later, right?
Yeah, we can play Domino on the right later.
Yeah, that's fair. Because we're looking to storm middle. Okay, I like that.
Yeah.
Ooh, interesting. Lost our draw.
Yeah, who knows who's that or who that is good for. We can turn Storm. We can turn that left lane off with Storm again. I mean, they played a 3-power Scarlet Witch, and if they had the forethought that they were going to Scarlet Witch kill him, they probably didn't play their 5-cost or their 5-drop Mysterio there, or there's a chance that they didn't.
That's interesting.
It seemed like that was a 5-drop because it's killing, but now that it's not killing anymore, and maybe they were thinking of that, maybe that is the 0, so that's a way to take us out. You never know with Mysterio. It's so hard to tell.
So we have our 3-drop play of Storm. We could play that on Triskelion. I think that might be our best play. Because we can look to do some funky things towards later. We also can think about Domino Psylocke to get us to a 6-drop, but no real 6-drops that we want to play unless we want to do Killmonger Green Goblin things. I think that just storming left is probably going to be our best play here. Really want to fight.
We don't have to play Gamora Oh, well, he's already filled up the middle. I was gonna say we don't have to play Gamora.
Is one of these
on
a
the left
goblin,
side.
maybe? Yeah, goblin. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
So if we get Odin here, Dr. Doom's quite good for us. So this means that we don't necessarily have to play on that left lane. Dude, we have a big dumb stats play with just slamming Abomination middle. Or maybe even slamming Abomination right?
Right is probably the better call. We might be able to sneak a win in the middle just by playing Killmonger next turn. Because they have Ant-Man and Korg there, so they can only play one more card there.
Mm-hmm. Are we thinking ever to try and Dr. Doom on the last turn? Because that could be an option if they fight for the left pretty hard, right?
Yeah. I think Abomination right is just the right call here.
It's big fat chunk of stats. It's buffed. Yeah. It's a buffed Abomination. And then they're snapping. Are we thinking about snapping back? I think that we don't need to snap back. I think that we're okay.
Yeah.
Maybe we can scare them next turn with the snap.
Yeah, we can scare them next turn. I don't think I'm snapping here. They're gonna fill up that lane.
I think here, we kind of lost our ability to get our Dr. Doom to win over on the left.
Mm-hmm. So now what's gonna happen is they're gonna realize that they're just winning left, and we have Dr. Doom, and we don't win that left lane with Dr. Doom. So they're like, all right, left lane is locked. Let's just win middle. So they can only play one card in the middle now.
And we Killmonger, Green Goblin, maybe.
I think that's probably a really strong call. I don't think they're going to contest the right lane here.
Yeah, and I mean, they could have the big Mysterio there, so they could have a chance to contest. But I think that this might be our best call. Yeah, we're going to clear things off here, so we'll get up to 1 power. I guess we'll be up to +4, so we'll be at 2 power here. We're going to get rid of their Ant-Man and Korg. We're going to give them a -3. The only thing that I'm worried about is that we're just straight up losing here to that Mysterio being in the middle if we make this play.
Yeah. If I was super hard trying to climb here, I would potentially leave this game.
I think we have to retreat. I feel like that's our best play. If they hadn't pushed so hard over here on the left, I think the Dr. Doom could take it. I think that a Dr. Doom middle gives us a huge win. But I think because they fought for that so hard, I'm gonna go ahead and retreat.
I mean, they got Colleen Wing and Captain America. Looks like from Triskelion. So.
Oh, very very good point, Lucas. That's a really good point. Domino was more than the Green Goblin there, so I was just kind of like, there's really no reason to be playing Domino over it. But I still don't think that would have been enough to put us over the top. But good call out, Lucas. Yeah, I think that's a runaway. They beat us out there. I think that we made a pretty good line of play, but.
Yeah, you just have to wonder like what they're gonna play there. And in a deck that has Mysterio, Scarlet Witch, Ant-Man, Korg, you're probably looking at something big like an America that they can just slam there, and they would beat all of our plays with America.
Okay, so in turn 2,
we haven't seen Wong once for turn 4. I really hope we draw him at some point.
Oh, no, yeah, law of large numbers, right? So last Sunday I did that crazy stream, right, where I was doing all the Exodia combos. My patience in Marvel Snap has never been higher than sitting there and just bashing my head against that really hard, especially there were some where I needed Adam Warlock to draw me cards because I needed to play like 10 of my cards to actually get the combo off. So yeah. So we're looking at Washington DC is great for us with White Tiger. It's great for us with Dr. Doom. Are you thinking Domino here first as well? And then I would maybe just put it middle if it were me.
I'm thinking Lizard on the left, because then we just play Storm and we shut off the randomness from Strange Academy.
Oh, I love that play. I absolutely love that play. I'm thinking about snapping. What do you think about snapping here?
We don't have any of our pieces.
Okay.
It's iffy.
Opponent's playing Sentinel.
Interesting. I love that card.
Yeah, but Sentinel was so cool early on, okay. Well, we didn't.
Right.
We're not going to draw any of those decks.
Yeah,
I think we still 100% take our Storm play.
Yeah.
We've got another Abomination.
He's back.
Hopefully next turn we get a 1 or a 2 drop that can pair and give us a good turn 4. Opponent completely filled up the right side.
Is it a beast or? Okay. Well, we don't have Killmonger anymore, but that right lane is pretty weak.
Unless we believe.
Oh, and we get Sarah. Interesting.
We can have a pretty nutty, I guess not super crazy, but we can Sarah and then do like Abomination Ironheart, something like that.
I think Domino left just to secure Flooded is probably the best call here.
I think with Ironheart, I don't want to do that personally. I really don't. I actually really don't want to do that play. I think I want to go pretty hard against. Maybe we're gonna get District X no matter what, right? Because they filled it up. Yeah. I mean, if it was me, I really want to slam this Domino over here, because I know that we're gonna want to try and play an Ironheart on turn 6. That's gonna give us maybe +2 power here. On turn 4, especially with a bunch of his deck shut off, I just don't see how he gets enough power to give us a good contention. So I'm gonna yeah. I think we got rewarded there.
Yeah, for sure.
Could also be doing White Tiger things, which kind of like gets out ahead of us, but it stops them from getting those on Washington D.C. And of course, with District X.
Now we have 2 choices here. We have the Sarah that we can play. We also have the guaranteed Gamora middle for 12.
And then we could look to do Scarlet Witch, Ironheart type stuff.
Yeah. But they also could just skip this turn anyways for Sunsweat. They might have Infinite for some reason. Sarah is probably the best flexible play.
Next turn we're going to get the guaranteed Gamora no matter what, right? Because you can only play middle, so we can get that and squeeze out an Ironheart, which I think is going to give us a little extra oomph. These other locations.
Abomination is also the same power as Gamora on DC in the middle there.
Really good point, and it's guaranteed.
Let's see. So we want to combat. It might just be Ironheart, Abomination. Just play them both on the right and just win the right lane. Because I don't think we beat the middle lane at all ever.
Yeah, I don't think we even want to try. So what I would be scared of is maybe opponent trying to do. Maybe they have White Tiger, and that's a way that they can be really sneaky and come over here. So I definitely think that we'd probably want to then Ironheart first to hopefully get 2 hits here. At the very least get 1, and then I think we're just slamming dumb stats over here on the right. Get out ahead. Gamora is Nevermore. Red Skull.
So we only lose if it is White Tiger. We only lose if we only proc once on the left. We have to proc twice because we lose a tiebreaker.
We will lose the tiebreaker. Okay, and that's that's a really solid chance, and that's just playing around 1 card in a District X game. Are we snapping here? Or do we just take it for 4? Did opponent snap? Opponent snapped, right?
Yeah, the opponent snapped. I don't think we snapped. I would take it for 4. I would take it for 4, but if you want to snap, I'm not going to stop you.
I think we do snap here because I find it really hard that our opponent beats us. I guess. Wait, do we lose to pass? No, because we're gonna get a hit on the right, so we'll beat Sunspot on the right if they just pass. Yeah, they did pass. Okay. Always get scared about pass, but yeah, we did make sure we get enough power over on the right to beat pass.
Nice.
Very well done. Yo, what up, B-Water? Howdy. B-Water, by the way, no to what we said about the trade they sent me. Sorry, I'll mute when I talk to chat. Okay, unless it's something that we'll chat about. Okay, very nice. So I think that three games in, we're doing really well. Still have not drawn Wong a single time.
Yeah,
I guess we drew Wong on 5.
That happens in Snap. I will playtest a deck for 2 hours, not draw the combo once, and just be like, okay, it wasn't that deck's day. I'll play it another day.
Sure. So if we get an Odin draw here, we're gonna have our crazy White Tiger game.
Yes.
We can even sneak out a Wolfsbane in there early. So I feel like we have hyper super lane with potential for 6 White Tigers to come down, which is really good.
And we have Killmonger in case his Deadpool gets out of hand.
Gotcha.
Usually just play Domino on the left here. We always want to avoid the randomness of Strange Academy as much as we can. He'll probably play a Bucky Carnage on the left here, and so Domino's really going to need the white tiger, or she's going to need the tigers to come over for her lane. But they might think that that's just a one lane.
Okay, now we know opponent has leader in here. Okay, so I'm snapping here. We have 3, 4, 5, 6, an absolute, and they may have leader with Odin can give them a bunch of Odins, but I still don't think that beats a Wolfsbane.
Yeah. I would just Wolfsbane right.
I'm snapping.
Long white tiger Odin.
I'm snapping here for sure. A
wonder
reclusive
what
mind
they
says,
have.
awesome to see my two favorite streamers teaming up. Love to see it. Thank you for the nice words. Super flow doesn't really matter. And just let me know if we are thinking about doing anything else. I think that right now it's kind of brain dead. It's very hard to want to do anything else than just this beautiful play line that the whole deck's built around.
This deck plays itself this game.
Wave is still fine.
And every time that he plays a card in that right lane, that's one less Odin that he's going to get there, which is great for us.
And we could definitely, totally expect a leader here, but that's fine. They can take a white tiger. White tiger is actually probably going to be bad. Ooh, wait, I haven't thought about this. This is really bad. White tiger in a Strange Academy puts the white tiger back and covers the Odin lane.
That is a point.
I didn't think about that at all. That's really important.
Yeah. Damn.
We could psycho mode play leader.
Yes. Leader, yeah. Because if he doesn't play in the right lane, it's really good for us. And he'll fill up whatever lane he plays leader on. So I think that's good.
Yeah, this is tough. I definitely completely was blind to the Strange Academy and how that interacts with White Tiger. No,
as soon as I say the deck plays
okay,
itself.
this is maybe good. Oh, dude, 2 deaths and heaps of leaders. Oh my gosh. I think we win.
That's crazy.
I think we win.
Yeah, I think we just Gamora and that's it. That's crazy. Oh my god.
Oh man, that's why you play Marvel
God.
Snap Baby. That is why you play Marvel Snap Baby.
The leader shenanigans that card brings to the game are just insane.
Oh man. Honestly, like, it's literally games like this that I just like. This is my absolute favorite thing about Marvels. Like, what the hell just happened? They're just the whole board just lit up like a Christmas tree.
You played one card and you have now 5 leaders and 3 deaths. Like,
Generated me 4 leaders and 3 deaths. Oh man, that was really good. Oh
yeah,
man.
Knowing that they played Bucky, Carnage, Wave, we should have seen a death coming after that wave. Interesting.
It's interesting that they chose to do that on turn 4. I feel like that's really rare. Like, usually the whole point of like the death wave list and why you want to do that combo is because your opponent's very often trying to do something pretty crazy on turn 6, or like that's like the big deciding round, and being able to have that option of having 2 cards as opposed to our opponent's 1. But it doesn't matter when you Wong leader and just get infinite leaders.
Right. Yeah.
God, that was so good. So we leadered their leader, which then gave us 4 triggers of their death to oh man, that was so good. That's why we play Snap Baby.
And that's the first game that we drew Wong.
Always lucky.
We also haven't been drawing Thor at all, especially not by turn 3.
And this might be the first time we saw him too.
Domino on Moir Island seems kind of like a gimme. And then if I'm following this right, we could go the Thor line because we do have Wong, but I'm thinking if they don't play something on Moir Island, we're almost always storming it, because we're going to have 6 power there and be just like a really good spot. We could do Wong Ironheart things, end up winning it. If they do contest it, maybe then we start thinking about Thor things.
Yeah. And you storm that left lane, you'll have the victory over that lane if they don't play anything there. Now you have to think which one's the real one. You still win it with like Doctor Doom, White Tiger stuff in there. Oh, okay. Elysium changes things.
I think we still want to do Storm stuff.
Yeah, you still want to do Storm, but it's going to give us more. Like next turn, we can play more. Like next turn, we can play a Wolfsbane on that lane. We could play Thor if we wanted to, or we can just set up the Wong. But the Wong's only 3 costs, so
maybe do we want to just set up the Wong this turn? With everything else costing 2.
Next turn we can spend that mana more efficiently. Yeah, the energy.
I think we have to, right? Because it just feels so bad to play a 2-drop and then a 3-drop next turn.
Yeah. You're right.
Do you think Elysium? Because I don't want to deal with Westview if it's a bricked location. Okay. Cool.
Yeah, for sure.
Looking really, our play is looking really smart here. Oh boy, spoopy. The problem seeing a Typhoid Mary is 0. We must have an Enchantress coming down, right?
Yeah, pretty solid chance. We don't have priorities.
Has 5 cards in deck. Yeah, they don't have priorities, so maybe we want to try and get. So do we want to get the Thor going now?
Yeah, if they don't have Enchantress though. If they don't have Enchantress, I don't like playing Thor onto Wong. I don't like getting 2 Mjolnirs in my deck.
Interesting.
Because then that kind of funnels you if you draw both of them. So play Thor somewhere else.
Thor Ironheart. What do you think about that? Or do you like the Wolfsbane just feels bad as only getting 2 triggers? I kind of like the Ironheart.
I play Thor on the left so he doesn't move.
And more island things for sure.
Yeah.
It's definitely the right play. Good call. Yeah, I like this play. I like this play a lot. And we don't get the Enchantress to come out yet. Love to see that.
It's coming soon, but we're gonna have priority, so we get at least 1 proc of double on reveals, which is good. Well, we get at least 2 since we just had Ironheart.
One of these weird things going on with Bucky. I feel like we're definitely ahead.
And we also have the Killmonger to kill off 0.
Is there a world where we're just slamming the Odin here? It gets us 24 power out of the Ironheart. I feel like that's... How do we lose? I feel like that's a 30... And we can expect an Enchantress potentially this turn, but I think this Odin slam...
Get the effect off, yeah.
So much power.
Yeah,
what is our opponent necessarily like Shang-Chi? We lose to Shang-Chi. I don't think that the 0 list can fit Shang-Chi into it.
Yeah, Enchantress, Typhoid Mary. I don't think there's a way
I'm snapping too. I'm 100% snapping. Playing a 34 power play on turn 5. That just seems. And if they don't destroy it, then I don't know. We could get Mjolnir off the rip. Yeah.
You can get a Doom.
Maybe we don't snap there to drag them along, but I think after that Odin play, they were retreating next turn anyway, so I think that getting out ahead of it is better.
Oh, yeah.
Plus now we know they didn't have the Enchantress. I think it would have been better for them to have the Enchantress because we would have had the play and then they would have played the Wong. But love that. I think it was really well piloted.
Yeah, it's just like another path that the deck can go through. It feels really like it doesn't have all of the answers. I was running a deck last season that had Enchantress, Killmonger, and Shang-Chi in it, and it just felt crazy to just have the answer for literally everything that your opponent can play. But we do include some answers here with the Killmonger, with the Storm, so we're able to shut some stuff off.
Yeah, I was casting Q-Rush with Kanye. Oh, thanks for the Quicksilver, lol. You gave me my 2 least favorite cards in my hand at the same time. Kanye was saying that he thinks
I like Domino. I like Domino. I don't like Quicksilver.
But it's just like, wow, it's just 1 more power. What's so good about that? I guess that doesn't die to Killmonger.
I don't care about playing something on turn 1. I will skip turn 1 all day. If I skip turn 2, I'm depressed. I hate it.
Are we
Like,
are we pushing Domino Storm left, do you think? Does that seem like the call? Or do we even just Storm blank because we have White Tiger and Doom?
I would still probably do Storm Domino left. I'd probably do both of them left still. Because there's a chance that we don't get Wong, we don't get Odin. I mean, if we get Odin, we're not playing Doom, so...
It's almost certainly Destroyer, right? I can't think of... Okay. Starlight Citadel, very interesting with the Storm. Very interesting with the Storm.
Yeah. So I'm probably playing Storm in the middle in this case.
Giving us more outs. Because we're not going to know, like, it's going to flood and then it's going to land left or right. Right? Yeah. So I guess by storming middle, we're giving ourselves the best chance to have more power on there. And we can be expecting a carnage type things to drop down here, which is going to be really hard for us to beat if that ends up being the storm location.
It puts more pressure on the opponent than it does us because we have answers to fill other lanes. Wolverine can go wherever flooded is as well. So
we could have also thought about flooding the Starlight Citadel itself to get rid of that question mark.
Mm-hmm. I think this play was probably better. Because we're okay, like we're fine with the randomness. If we drew Wong, we'd be way okay with it, but we didn't, so it is what it is. I'm probably just playing. You play.
I'm thinking we do. Yeah, I'm thinking we do Killmonger like Quicksilver things.
Yeah.
Here,
because this middle lane is not going to be very strong for them, especially if they play Destroyer. That Wolverine's dipping, so we want to fill up the middle as much as possible, so the least amount of things go into there.
And we don't have priority, which is a little bit unfortunate because we're having a bad hit on the Nova. They're going to get their cards buffed by it, but I still think that we want to get this Killmonger down. We can get the extra 2 power from the Quicksilver, or maybe they even play extra 1 cost cards. Like maybe a 1 cost card comes down here that we're going to feel good about. Yeah, Angel, we can sneak that out of there. Playing Wolverine and you're just never mind. Angel gets defended.
Yeah, it is what it is. So we win this with the White Tiger in that lane, which is good.
We even just win it with a Doom.
We tie it with a Doom, right?
Oh, we're talking middle lane.
Talking middle, yeah.
Well, they can still play whatever they want here because the flooded moved.
Yeah, the flooded move. Which that's a good spot for us. I mean, they're probably aiming to only play in these 2 lanes anyways, because it's probably a Destroyer deck. That Wolverine could go to flooded, though.
Wolverine could go to flooded. Where do you think they're going to be playing their Destroyer if they do it? I don't know where they would play it. That's kind of tough. Where are we expecting them to play this turn? Because I think that Gamora is our best play, right? No?
Gamora's a strong play. I think they're not going to fill up the board. So I think Lizard, like they're not going to fill up the left lane if they're playing Destroyer. So I think Lizard left, Wolfsbane middle.
Wolfsbane middle.
Well, yeah, Wolfsbane. It's either or.
So Wolfsbane middle kind of forces them. The problem, it gives us 7, but the problem is then the Wolverine could jump there.
Yeah, well, White Tiger guarantees to go to flooded then. So we win that right lane for sure in that case.
Interesting. So we can, if we get Odin off the rip here, we have some interesting plays. Don't get Odin off the rip.
You never draw Odin on the last turn. It never happens, I'm telling you. Yeah, they probably just, this is probably a forfeit.
Probably, right? Yeah, I can't really think of a play line that feels really good here. Gamora it doesn't have enough power to get us over the Hobgoblin that landed into our lane. I guess Gamora it puts us up by 4. It doesn't lose to Destroyer left. It doesn't lose. Wait.
If they play Destroyer middle, then Gamora loses the left lane. If Wolverine moves to the right, we just lose that lane instead. I don't see Wolverine too much in the Destroyer list, and it's actually what's giving us the most pain right now.
Yeah, I just don't think... I think if opponent has Destroyer, we just never win this. Only has 2 cards in deck. because the Angel pulled out. He got patches. So I definitely think that if we're always losing to a card that they have, what would that be, like 5/6 of the time? Even more than 75%, which is what you usually deal with. I think we just cut our losses and leave. Yeah.
Yeah.
But I think that if we drew Odin there, I think we're winning that. I think we're winning that because the Destroyer goes off first, and then the Hobgoblin's going to jump over, and that would be opponent would play 16 power, and we would be playing extra power because the Odin sneaks over. I think we win there if we draw Odin, which is pretty crazy. And because they had priority.
13.
So the Destroyer wouldn't kill it.
Yeah, we do win that if that's the case.
Which would have been really cool, but of course Odin never comes last turn.
Yeah.
Raptors are great for us with Ironheart. Always happy to see things like that when we have Ironheart and Domino. Are we? I don't think we're stacking this lane, right? Because there's just too many goblins out there that make that really scary.
Yeah, you're playing Domino in the middle.
The only thing I'm thinking right is that when we're doing our lane, we sometimes do want to have like one thing get really big, like our Gamora hitting multiple times. So I'm almost thinking that the right is better because we're going to make our middle our combo lane, and the Monsters Metropolis would be in our favor most of the time. But do you strongly think middle is better?
No, I just usually when I'm playing into a blank lane, it's because I'm afraid of like Sanctum Sanctorum or something that's going to restrict my play there. But this is probably the right call because we know that it's not going to restrict playing Wong or anything in the middle either. We know that Monster Metropolis doesn't restrict Wong or anything. So.
Well, I really wanted to play that card.
Yeah. Well, they lost Odin. They might be playing a similar list. Domino and Odin.
You just slammed on Wolfsbane middle.
Yeah, that's fine.
We could do it left, but I feel like being able to Odin on that lane later is going to feel pretty good with the Wolfsbane.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts? I'm second guessing myself now.
Wolfsbane left is good. You get immediate power on it. There's a chance that we want to play Doctor Doom on the last turn instead of Odin, so playing Wolfsbane left gives us a little bit more flexibility. It's the most power that we're guaranteed to get on the left lane is by playing Wolfsbane there.
I think I like that.
I do like having Savage Land. Yeah, they're playing. It looks like they're playing.
I think there's a mirror match.
Yeah.
This feels very mirror matchy to me.
I really like having Savage Land in this deck because we have Killmonger, and it's going to limit them to only playing 2 things in that lane.
Disaster.
And we have pretty strong things, so
Absolute
yeah, it does
disaster. Absolute disaster.
We do have White Tiger. We have White Tiger Odin, so we can put 7 over there. Now they're playing Jessica Jones version. Okay. So White Tiger ties that lane then, right? Yeah. But Wong Doctor Doom beats that right lane. But if they're playing a similar list, we might need to worry about playing Gamora instead.
I kind of like just ripping Gamora middle.
Yeah.
I don't think that setting up a Wong here, but
it's too late to set up a Wong, yeah.
This is sub on YouTube top snack. With a snap, I'm kind of considering getting out of here.
Yeah, I probably would. They had a better hand than us. They got a setup a little bit better than our setup was.
They lost their Odin, but it doesn't look like they're gonna need it.
Yeah.
And we're expecting them to be doing Doctor Doom things, so we can't just say like, oh, if we get Doctor Doom stuff to happen here. You know what? Actually, I'm gonna stick through it. I think that we're gonna call their Gamora middle, and then we're gonna play more intelligently than them to not have to worry about this right side. I think that now we're in such a commanding position on the left 2 lanes.
We just win middle now. So
yeah,
now
almost
we're just
impossible for them
the
to beat us there, right?
There's nothing in the deck that's going to beat that. So I think you just Odin left and you win.
You don't think there's anything in this deck that can beat us? They don't have the Odin. Odin won't get 9 anyway. They don't have... There's no 2-card combinations I can imagine that would do it. I think Odin wins. Yeah, it gives us 10 extra power here on the left.
Yeah, they could be playing like something weird like Magneto, but I don't think so in this deck.
I think unless there's some crazy thing that happens with these two cards.
That's crazy.
We still win! Oh
Not
my
crazy
gosh!
enough.
Holy!
Oh my god.
Oh, dude,
Wave Juggernaut, that's interesting. So it's a similar deck, but it's not. It's more control-y than spammy.
Oh, that was cool. That was cool. I'm happy we stuck through that one. I did feel like we did have so like the thought process behind like things doubling, right, is usually that as long as you have a 25% chance, it's usually better to keep going.
Mm-hmm.
And if it's going to quadruple, then it becomes like a 32 or 33% chance. I believe if that math, or 37% chance, I think. So I think that with that Gamora middle lane, I think that we did just have the chance to get that Monster Metropolis buff, get out far enough ahead, and feel really confident that, man, that's Psycho. If they had priority there, they were winning, right?
Yeah, depending on where Odin lands. If Odin did land to the right, then we did win that, but.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, because they had 8 with Jessica Jones and we had the... Oh, yeah, no, you're right. That's actually a good point, too. So if they had priority, it was a 50-50. Because we wouldn't have gotten the Wolfsbane buff and we would have lost that left lane.
Yeah.
It's really cool. These are really, really good play patterns. I'm excited. What I love when doing like collabs and stuff like this, or like testing out a deck, is that we're facing a lot of different decks and we're not just doing the bread. We haven't had just like a bread and butter, we're murdering you with this game yet. We've had to be creative every time, which I think gives you the best look at a deck.
Yeah, and it also, I mean, it shows that the deck has a lot of reactive play, things that you're able to do that maybe you weren't thinking of doing initially, but you end up having the option to do them to get a different outcome in the game, which is something that I personally really like. I love reactive decks.
Okay, so we have Project Pegasus turn 1, huge. I'm thinking Psycho, Storm, Lizard on the right. I think this is the least likely chance our opponent's going to play. I think that they're not going to get any power over here, and I think that on turn 2, there's no world where they beat 7 power. And we're put in a great position. Also, with White Tiger in hand, we can sometimes think about lizarding somewhere else, but I mean, I just loved getting a potential, I would say there's a really high probability of like a guaranteed right lane just win for us right here on turn 1.
I agree. This is probably the strongest play that we can do with the turn 1 Pegasus.
Love it. Love it. It could be playing a 6-drop. It could be a leader. A leader could be coming down from the opponent, which is still kind of fine. Gets him up by 4.
Could be like Sarah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I feel like it's almost always Sarah on turn 1. It's like, it feels like it's like guaranteed.
So we're putting our opponent in a lot of trouble because they're going to be stuck with only, even though they have this Sarah, for turns 3, 4, and 5, they only have 1 lane just like us to play on. So I think that we're actually in a great spot. I think that essentially guaranteeing this, because is there any 3-drop that beats us over there in flooding? Like Maximus ties it. It's the only like 3-drop. Maybe they could have a Mysterio and a 1-drop or a couple
it's like
of 2
Thor, maybe. Thor has the chance to, but I think that's really unlikely.
So do you think that my call for sure is to Domino middle here as opposed to
Domino there's the best. Turn 5, we can play White Tiger and guarantee it into flooding.
In the flooding if we need to, 100%. Love it. It's really rude, but kind of helps our Wolfsbane, I guess.
Yeah, I think maybe you just play Widow's Bite and Wolfsbane.
Do we get the Wolfsbane out here? I'm hesitant. I'm hesitant to play that Widow's Bite, to be honest with you. I'm hesitant to play the Wolfsbane with it.
Could be a long play, so yeah, maybe just hold off and just play the Widow's Bite.
Yeah,
and
I'm really hesitant to do that. I think that when it's like the same thing as like the world chip kind of like conundrum that you get, right? Like now I am playing it.
Yeah.
Because
you didn't lose anything. You just it was just another option.
Yeah. I think the Gamora on Miniaturized Lab is going to essentially seal the end of the game. I think it's going to be really hard for our opponent to beat that. Maybe with the Angela it's not, though. Maybe with an Angela and a Sarah down, they can. They should be more worried about it. Do I ever Gamora left now? Or am I White Tigering this turn, do you think? I just don't think they're going to fight us on Flooded.
Yeah, they probably don't have anything to fight us. Gamora left's probably best. If we draw Odin, which history shows we probably won't, but if we do draw Odin, then we get guaranteed Gamora here. There's no way they don't play anything here now.
Are you? And we're not running. I'm never running here.
No,
I feel pretty confident.
Yeah, I don't think their deck is going to have something to fill flooded.
Love this.
So.
Love this. This is fine for us.
Yep.
They get 2 cards.
Yeah, but like, what 2 cards are they going to play that's going to guarantee them the win?
Now, is it a Doom or a White Tiger play?
You can't
White Tiger gives us 50-50 to land here. With Doom, they need 12 here.
Yeah, I think this is our best play because they have to add power to middle now, and they need to add what? Yeah, 12 to the left while adding 4 to the middle. I think.
I'm snapping. I think too.
Yeah, I think this is pretty good for us. I don't see how they're going to beat us, but you never know. You can play like. I don't know.
I think it's really hard for opponent to beat us here, and I think that we're okay with snapping and trying to sneak him away.
Yeah.
All depends on how big this is. Shang-Chi. Is this big enough? So big enough.
Shang-Chi and America. God, Sarah Wave's crazy. I wasn't even thinking.
I never think of Shang-Chi. I never think of Shang-Chi. Thanks so much for your YouTube sub, by the way. I never think of Shang-Chi. F.
Yeah.
That's okay. That's okay.
No Wave Sarah deck. I guess that makes sense. Because Sarah... Okay, get the rematch against them.
And now we know.
Yeah, now we can't get caught by that again.
Central Park is terrible for us. But it's probably annoying for our opponent too.
Yeah, it's pretty bad for them, so...
We have Domino. I really like our play. Actually, I love our play pattern here. We're going to play Domino, Thor, Wong, Doctor Doom, White Tiger, and have a 3 out of 7 to get the Thor, Mjolnir onto the Wong, or on at least the side as well. I'm snapping turn 1.
Go for it.
I'm snapping turn 1. I don't think they have too much counterplay for us, right? Because when we're making this play style, we're not going into Shang-Chi territory because we're not going to go the Gamora route. So everything's going to be 7-5 power. Maybe Thor at the end, but I think we'll be behind if they play a similar play pattern.
Yeah.
Love it. Get wrecked. Give me that Q back. No.
Oh my god.
Give me one back. Give me one back. You can have 8 of mine, but I'm taking my 1. I'm taking my 1 cube all day. Ooh, actually, let's I gotta check out the shop. Got a Pixel Storm. Ah! Lost you.
So can you hear me?
I can, yeah. Oh no, what happened? Wait, I need to pop you out.
The call got weird. It dropped the screen share on my end. Oh, I'm jealous of that Storm variant.
Yeah, I might snag it. It looks pretty nice. This is a cool one. Okay, wait. I think I got you back. Okay, we're looking good. Yeah, the storm variant's pretty. Oh no. The storm variant's pretty clean. I have so many pixel variants. I have like every pixel variant in the whole game.
Yeah, I have White Tiger in my shop. I'm debating on getting this White Tiger, even though it's a pixel. I don't really like the pixel variants.
I don't like the White Tiger specific pixel variant. I don't even have it in my. I actually have the White Tiger one. I don't even have it in my deck right now.
Oh, yeah.
Man, maybe I don't love this storm. Maybe I don't love this storm. I'm also not a bit. I'm a big chibi dude. Is there a chibi storm? I think there's a chibi storm, right?
Yes. Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna hold up for the chibi storm. Maybe we'll put the pixel. We'll get the pixel White Tiger in there. So you don't have to buy it, and you can still get the advantage of getting to play with it right now. Or you can like test. It's like a test drive, you know. Look at that. Is everything good? I can't hear you actually. I don't know if you're muted on Discord. Oh, okay.
Oh, no, I was talking to my stream.
Oh, no worries at all. For sure. Thank
you got to fix our Discord call.
What's
your screen's
wrong?
not being shared and your camera's not being shared.
Okay, awesome. Not bad.
All good. We're not in something.
Camera on, screen share on.
There we go. Perfect.
Okay. Mr. Brightside. Okay, looking at our cards, we have all of our 3 drops. We've gathered all of our 3 drops, which is nice if you want to play on 3 and 6. We're not going to do Odin or Doctor Doom things.
Everything that you can think of besides Wolfsbane, we have every option. So we can decide which way to take this game. It's usually just going to be Storm, just to shut
Yondu,
something
we're going to pay attention. Yondu got rid of our Domino thing. Lizard off the rip. Ooh, that's totally fine. Look at that.
Does not matter.
Thank you for thinning our deck. I'm going to give him a thumbs up for thinning our deck. Wait, so is it true that Yondu doesn't work with Deathwave anymore?
No, it definitely does. I played Death this morning.
Okay. Someone told me that it got changed because whenever I've been doing like a lot of reviews for cards and like tier lists and stuff, and anytime I talk about Yondu, it's like the only reason you play Yondu is because of a bug. Like it's kind of weird.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if it's a bug. I don't know that they've said that it's a known bug, so it might be intended.
No, I'm almost certain. I could be wrong, but I'm like 99% sure that they said it somewhere in the Discord because it doesn't work with Deadpool. It doesn't work with Wolverine. Okay, what are we doing? Sorry. Are we storming? Are we Thoring? We're Thoring, right?
Storm left.
Storm left. Oh,
yeah.
Okay, got it off.
Yeah.
Thinking Thor is potential there because we get it off a little bit earlier, but I think you're right because we can just drop the Thor in there now. We also have we also know that a demon's coming down, so Killmonger last turn is going to be really spicy, and then we're just throwing in the flooding, right?
Yeah. We want to just shut off a lane as soon as possible. In this like combo deck, we want to make sure that they cannot get pieces down in as many places as possible. So. Now they have to make the decision if they do play Killmonger to get rid of Yondu, they're also losing power in a lane that's closed off, so.
Sure. Ooh, they went hard on it.
Like,
Still avoid Tiger things.
It could be Bucky Carnage. Angel Carnage.
Okay.
It's fine, we're in a good spot here. Yeah.
And we had the Mjolnir. I think drawing the Mjolnir warrants a snap.
Yeah, and I think we played Gamora middle here.
Yeah, Soul Read Gamora middle. I think that was the exact play I was thinking as well. Potentially waiting to see if next time we draw either Wong or Odin to get more juice out of this White Tiger.
Yep. So we just hold the Mjolnir. They might be playing Wave in this version, but I don't know that it's important that we play Mjolnir yet.
Yeah, we'd have to think about that turn 5 because if they're playing it now, then we just wait till turn 6.
Yeah.
They could be doing, I guess, Wave Odin things, but I think if they're doing Wave Odin things, we're winning. Wait! The reveal order.
Almost.
Rip reveal order. I feel like we have an easy W here.
Yeah. It's gonna be hard for us to lose this game, I think. I
should have snapped. I said I was gonna snap, and then I didn't snap.
You can snap now. It's still fine. We're not leaving. Possibility of a wave coming here. They've only destroyed 2 things.
With Elysium, we're still going to play 2 cards.
Oh yeah, they've destroyed 3 things plus Elysium, so Death got -4. So Death will be free with a wave.
Are you thinking White Tiger is our play with Gamora, or are we thinking because we can only use 1 spot, right? So we can either our play is either to Killmonger or Ironheart, but I don't think we need extra. I think we want extra Tigers to land middle just in case, because I think that this Odin on the Gamora, it's gonna be a 15-point power swing. I think it's gonna be so hard to lose to. Also,
we can play Mjolnir as well. I think we play Mjolnir because of Wave's possibility.
But Wave, so I'm gonna counterpoint that. So because then if it's Wave, then we can play Ironheart Odin as opposed to just. Oh god, doesn't matter.
Yeah, it's fine. If it's not it's whatever. We can still play 2 cards. We're not super worried about it. We get another proc on White Tiger. I say,
Dr. Doom Odin fills the board.
So they can play 3 things here, right? They can play wave into 2 more drops. So we have to think about this.
No. They can't. Because their death only has two procs on it. Death only has 2 procs. The death will cost 1. All their other cards will cost 3. Right?
It's got 2 procs from Carnage plus 1 from Yondu and then Elysium. So that's
Yondu,
-4.
that's right. Okay, no, so, you're totally correct.
Doom Odin is probably the play.
I think Doom Odin's the play too. It's going to make it really hard for us to lose this right lane. Plus 15 power, even if they play a death here, we're going to tie. And then the just Gamora, overwhelming amount of 27 extra power in our left 2 lanes while we're even. And they can only play an Elysium and Hellfire. So if they try and beat us here, then play 2 cards, then maybe they death here. It will get them to 16, which always loses. Always loses the Dr. Doom.
And actually,
I'm really confident here.
Not playing Mjolnir last turn is actually good for us here now.
We hope White Tiger lands middle. Give us max power.
Yep.
Nice.
There we go.
Perfect. They still only played 2. Very interesting. Trifecta, baby.
Yeah.
Is this online? I'm not sure what that means. Are you saying, like, are we playing real people? We are playing real people this time.
Yeah, and see, we got a full board without even having to play Wong. But that's just Elysium at work. I actually had a thought to include Sarah in this deck for the chance, like Wave and Sarah for like some try kind of shenanigans. The Lizard spot could also be waived, so you can play Dr. Doom early, so you're able to Odin him later. It's another kind of flavor thing that you can do.
Interesting.
That spot can be anything, honestly.
Yeah, it's nice. I love this list does feel really flexible, and I always love more flexible decks. Okay, Vecto. Yeah, so there's a rank system. It's only ranked. There's actually no unranked. And yeah, perfect board. You love to see all those dooms. What are your thoughts on Patriot in this deck? So I've done a similar deck that tries to do a lot of White Tiger Odin or White Tiger Dr. Doom things, and Patriot just seems like, you know, if you get, depending on how many tokens you get out, it's becoming like a 3-5, 3-9. Is it 2 win more maybe?
It's an interesting addition to this deck. It definitely still works. If you play Patriot, let's say you play Patriot on the left lane and then you play Wong on the right lane, they're not going to know which lane to get rid of with.
Yeah. Enchantress bait.
It does bait out the Enchantresses and the Goblins and stuff, so. I mean.
Do you think it's Domino middle? I think Domino middle, right? Because we can't Wong lane here. We usually don't want to Wong lane on DC. Okay, cool.
Yep. Yeah, that's fine. You'd have to rework the early game to add Patriot. You would probably get rid of like Killmonger, Blizzard, and Domino for some other options there. You might even have to get rid of Gamora just to kind of supplement and get some more use out of it, perhaps, but it's hard to tell.
Dream Dimensions is a bit scary. I kind of want to storm it.
Yeah,
storm
I would
it into
probably
Thor. Maybe not. Because we can Wong on turn 5 if we need to.
Yeah.
They're spamming because they don't like how long we're taking. That's okay. This game goes fast. You'll be fine, bud.
I would play Storm for sure. Yeah, I'd play Storm for sure.
Because on 4 we're always playing Thor. We're not playing Wong, right? So then on 5 we're gonna have the Dream Dimension turn. It's gonna affect our opponent more than us because we usually want to play Wong there. And then on 6 we do like something like Wolfsbane Ironheart. I think we play it left. I think it's tough, but I think we do play it left because we want this to hurt our opponent. Like the Dream Dimension is gonna be annoying for our opponent.
Yeah. There's also the chance that we play Wong this turn, and then just when our cards cost more, we can play Ironheart onto Wong. There's that option. But
do we not? Are we not thinking about throwing flooding here, or trying to?
Yeah, we don't have Doom and we don't have White Tiger, so it's less of a chance of us being able to fill that lane. So Thor is probably the better option here.
I think so too. And then where are we stuck at? We're at 5 cards in decks. We have 40% chance and 2 draws to get Thor out.
Yeah, we're just looking for Doom here. Or yeah, we're looking for Doom here. Wong next turn and then Doom on the Wong lane.
And then we're Wonging on the right, and then we have two great choices for this either way, and the possibility of Mjolnir. The Killmongers could potentially be a fantastic play at the end of the turn, especially if we're behind, which almost certainly I think we're guaranteed to be behind. I'm snapping here.
Yeah,
I think I'm snapping here. I think the Killmonger.
And he's playing
Ironheart is
Khazar. He's playing Khazar, which is going to prompt that he's going to be playing more 1-drops here. Yeah, this should be good. It should be.
So I'm a collection level almost 4,000. I'm not a collection level 34.
You don't have to stop. You can keep doing it. Because he seems super confident.
Oh yeah.
Unless he plays Cosmo on the right next turn, there's no way that we're losing this.
So my play is okay. So there's always an interesting thought to think: do we play Killmonger first or do we play Killmonger second?
So I think we're going to play Killmonger into Wolfsbane, I think, here.
Interesting. Okay, so Killmonger into Wolfsbane. Reason being on that is going to be we're going to get +8 here. So this will be a 12 power play that we're going to play.
Yeah, the only thing that beats us is if he somehow adds another power to Khazar with like a Blue Marvel or something, but he wants to kill the Nova. So... Ironheart might be the play, actually. Because if he Carnages this right lane, then Wolverine dies and can go to Khazar.
Yeah, I kind of like the Ironheart play, but do we play it before or after the Killmonger? I think we want to go... I think we want extra chances for it to hit Domino twice. I think hitting Domino twice can be really good for us, so I think we play it first.
I think we lose middle no matter what.
Really?
Because I think they're playing 3 cards this turn. I think they're filling up the middle and they're carnaging the right lane. So I think maybe Killmonger first, so we can try to beat the Killmonger.
Okay.
Or we can try to beat the Carnage. I mean, they can just blow this out of the water and only play 1 card here.
Ultron! Love it. Goodbye. I wouldn't even have thought for a hot minute that Ultron was coming down.
Not in a deck that has Wolverine in it. Okay, so now we have to hope that we beat. We need both 2 procs to hit Domino. Or no, we went left lane. Oh no, actually.
Yeah, that's why I wanted to play it first.
Yeah.
2 procs and Domino was our win con there.
Yeah, I wasn't thinking that Wolverine. I wasn't thinking that he just wasn't going to kill the Nova. You see a Nova and you expect that they're going to kill the Nova every single time.
Your play would have won. I believe.
Wolfsbane?
Yeah, I think
Wolfsbane. Yeah, Killmonger Wolfsbane.
Would have given us 5 extra power, right? Yeah, your play would have won. It's okay. I think it was a tough one.
Yeah, well,
that was a tough one to work out.
It's tough to know. Like he has Nova and Wolverine in the lane, and he didn't destroy them. Like you expect that he's going to destroy the Nova, which is also going to destroy the Wolverine in most cases.
What's up, Jaster? Welcome in.
Right? But,
yeah, 100%. Okay, another Elysium. Dude, we've gotten a lot of Elysium games. Elysium games feel really good. Elysium is one of my favorite locations just because both sides always are just so happy when they see it. Like, oh, I gotta do all my things extra hard this game. B-Water, you can put any card into any deck.
Thor for sure.
Yeah, Thor in turn 2 seems pretty busted, right? And then we can just play sneak this Domino in whenever we need.
Domino.
And I think that pretty. I meant to put that in Elysium. That would have been really bad.
You just
might have had to pray for a storm off the rip there. Sanctum
we
Sanctorum
love-
is great for us.
Yeah, we
With the
love
Doctor
this.
Doom already, I think this is Snap City.
I agree. Yeah, 100%.
Now, how hard are we going to go on pushing these cards down?
That's always the problem with Elysium, because you can play everything in your hand. So it's like, how many of these do I want to play right off the bat?
My initial thought is to domino Wolfsbane left, just to give us space if we get, maybe like Wong off the rip. I don't even know, but maybe we want a Wolfsbane here and then have this be our Doctor Doom Odin lane.
Yeah, we probably don't want to play Domino yet, because she's a 1 cost. We're going to play her on the last turn with one of these 6s.
It's really smart. Really smart. Love that.
Probably, depending on what happens.
Yeah, really smart. Love that.
This is one of the rare cases that we get to Odin our Doctor Doom, which feels great. 10 power and Sanctum. We just have to power one lane super hard. So I think your play of Doom and Odin on the left is probably going to be what we do.
So this turn we want to just try and focus on getting as much power off of that lane. Playing the Killmonger early hurts.
Yeah.
But
I think we just play Domino. We might just play Domino Ironheart mid. Pump more power into that left lane as much as we can. Because we're gonna win.
Thanks so much
we're
for
gonna
the
win the
YouTube
right
sub.
lane.
Appreciate it.
Almost.
We're gonna win the right lane almost certainly. Okay, I like that. Do we ever Killmonger Ironheart? This gives us Killmonger dominoes the other play, but we can play because Ironheart's 0.
Yeah, I want to keep the Killmonger in case he does play something that we want to kill on the left lane, just to make it easier.
So just dominoing here?
Ironheart. Well, you can Ironheart too.
It's just taking up a space hurts a little bit. When are we ever fitting in this Killmonger?
Well, because our next turn is Doom, and then turn after that is Odin.
That's what I'm saying.
So
How are we ever fitting in this Killmonger?
Are we? It doesn't really matter. I think we're good.
Plus
either
playing
way.
the Ironheart, now we don't really have space to play out this Mjolnir, which feels a little bit bad.
You can also Doom Odin middle as well and spread out the power if you wanted to, but
Oh, and it gives us an extra Ironheart triggers, which is kind of nice. I do like the Odin hitting the Wolfsbane because I feel like that sounds really solid.
yeah, it's really strong.
Okay, so we got to think about this. So the Wolfsbane will give us 6 on a specific lane. The Ironheart will give us spread out, but they could also hit the Doctor Doom bots that we don't necessarily want them to hit.
Yeah, I think maybe Doctor Doom left is probably still the play. Because we just want to win that left lane. He's not playing anything this turn in that lane, which means he's going to reserve playing a card there until the last turn because of Jessica Jones.
And we're going to add so much power. Yeah, I think that we can guarantee essentially getting this Wolfsbane lane. Especially if we get Mjolnir, we can even Psycho just play a Mjolnir in the middle, just saying we're going to lose this middle lane, or you can beat us in this middle lane if you want. We don't need this extra Doombot. It's just pretty easy. Lizard is just bad.
Anyway. Yeah.
Yep, they have to beat us. We're going to win all 3 lanes. We're going to go up by 14 power on the left. We're going to be up to 30. Can't imagine any card that they can play over there to get even close.
And we don't get screwed over by any sort of... Well, Arrow does hurt us if they play Arrow in the middle, but we win the left lane in that case, so... Doesn't matter too much. I'm always worried about Magnetos and Arrows because they always surprise me every time they come up. But our lanes are so full at this point, it doesn't matter.
Surprised what's taking the opponents so long. Maybe they're waiting and hoping that we retreat or trying to do things like that. Maybe they're trying to calculate out things. They gotta be expecting an Odin, right? They see an Ironheart, a Wolfsbane, a Doctor Doom. Dude, you know what we freaking lose to again, potentially, is this Shang-Chi. No, do we though? Is the Wolfsbane getting too big? Gives them +3. No, we'd still beat a Shang-Chi. It's fine.
Yeah. I will say that I do the play of like getting to the end of the turn counter quite often.
Yeah,
maybe they'll outthink themselves and they'll just leave.
Plus, a lot of people will hit retreat now as opposed to retreat later, so you kind of can sneak that out for sure. Ooh, new variant, Hog, new variant. Swarm Pixel, meh. I don't have any Swarm variants, that's fine. Aru, welcome into the stream. Okay, the Nexus is not super friendly to us. I suppose we can get it really good with Gamora, Thor things.
Yes, yeah. I tend to win these Nexus games more often than not. He's going to play Sunspot, so that's just going to be a power that we can rip away from him.
White Tiger's not huge in this matchup. It's all about getting the Nexus.
Yeah, so Domino middle is fine. We'll play Thor, hopefully Wong, Gamora left lane. Yeah, I love when they skip turn on a card that we're probably going to end up destroying. So.
Dude, this is one of the reasons why it does suck to not run any one-drops in your deck, though, because Hell's Kitchen is a common location.
Yeah, it's all right. I mean, you saw his deck; he didn't draw anything from that, so it didn't benefit him either in this situation.
We're just throwing, right? Storm doesn't really help because the games like this are all about just controlling the Nexus.
Yep. So we're hoping that we draw Mjolnir this game.
This is absolutely beautiful. Now, okay, I'm thinking we're playing this on... We might have to play this on turn 4 to avoid Taskmaster things.
Play which one on 4?
Just rip this Killmonger out on 4 to get rid of this. Because otherwise they can, like, wait one more turn, and then that goes up to 10, and then they can Taskmaster it. Whereas if we kill it off now, we're kind of getting outside of that. That's kind of a fringe case, but I think that pretty much no matter what, right? Once we kill... Okay, so think about this. Once we Killmonger... Like, Killmonger get this turn, it's going to encourage them to play in the Nexus next turn when we're playing Gamora. Right?
Sounds good. It's mind games, yep.
Then play it on the middle location. Why? We have run into 2 people playing Quake in the deck.
That is weird. And
what is this nightmare that we're in? I'm also snapping here.
Yeah, there's 2 turns left.
Probably should have snapped before the Killmonger. That's a misplay. If I was going to snap, I should have snapped before the Killmonger.
Yeah, I honestly probably would have snapped when I drew Killmonger.
Yeah.
Now that I think about it.
Yeah, that's a misplay. That's okay, though. We take our cube.
Yeah.
The best thing you can do is make the right play. The second best thing is realizing it and changing it in the future, right?
Correct.
I do really like this deck, though. I'm really like Cerebro 5 would have also been fun to play, but I feel like there's like this is a very high skill cap deck. I feel with all the different options. Whereas Cerebro, it's like draw Cerebro, get all of your 5 drops out as much as you can. Yeah.
The hardest part about Cerebro 5 is making sure your Wolfsbane and Angela get to 5. That's it. But then you're fighting against the game. Sewer system, like, can't play anything in that zone.
Yeah, plus with Cerebro 5 you don't have any disruption, right? There's no like every location disruption is 3 costs, which is kind of psycho.
Yeah. So
I think we should make Rhino at 3/4 for that reason.
When I sent you that list, I was like, there's maybe some changes. There's the thought that you take out a card and put magic in just to have it, just to have something, even though she's not going to get buffed. But yeah.
Are we thinking about dominoing here? Well, obviously, I think we're dominoing, but where do we want to do this? I think that putting it in the middle, because we know they have the Ant-Man there, we have a Killmonger we can play later.
Yeah.
I think it's
fine. Going to make them think, oh, I need to fill this lane up right now because I have Ant-Man. So
Mojo in the sewer system.
Interesting.
Wow. I think with Decimate we're snapping, right? We don't necessarily have our cards that do it, but the chance of getting either a Doctor Doom or a White Tiger by the end of the game is 75% chance. And this is unless they have like Colossus and this is Wong going, that's the only thing I can think that they can beat us in Death Domain, but either of those beat it. We can also storm it at the end of the game if as like a crazy last resort.
I think we still storm now.
Yeah.
In middle. I think
storm
it's still
middle.
Still good. Yeah. So it's going to force him to play the rest of his cards to try to get 4 there for Ant-Man's buff. We're never going to put 4 in there for Mojo unless we're playing like double Doom.
And then we're winning usually anyway, right? I'm snapping on Destamine. I think I'm snapping on Destamine.
That's fine. Yeah, Destamine.
Plus, this gives us a pretty much guaranteed Gamora on 5 if we want to on Hell's Kitchen.
One of the things that I like the most about this deck is that locations like Death's Domain, Danger Room, Luke's Bar are just free like snap games. Because in most cases they harm the opponent. The opponent can only play in 2 lanes, and we just get stuff for free over there, like all day. So,
Cheeky
so like
little
each
quick
deck has
one-cubers.
its own thing that like has strong locations. Like every deck that I build has a series of locations that I would prefer to see, you know? Like some decks I would love to see Sinister London cloning Vats. Some decks I would love to see the location denial decks. Or for
Thor's
sure
really
Thor
good in
that.
Sinister London now.
Yeah. 100% playing Thor there.
Storm becomes a lot worse with Sinister
Always
London.
lucky.
Is there a world
Yeah,
with Lizard on a Sinister London?
No. Because at the end of a Sinister London game, it's very common that all 3 lanes have 4 units in each, so
Sure.
he's gonna be a wasted card. Just play Domino on the right. Is that right?
I think middle is
You can play it in your
fine because
dimension.
Sinister London is fine if it changes into it when Domino's there. We're
Yeah.
probably not going to be getting much juice out of 2 Sinister Londons,
Yeah,
and this
yeah.
could be something bad. And if it's something that's like Death Domain type stuff, it doesn't really matter with Sinister London. Like both of us have access to it, and Storm just feels a lot worse now unless we're trying to get away from Mojo World. Interesting. I think that Mojo World isn't going to be matter because it's going to get filled up most of the time. Having 2 Mojo Worlds is a little bit sneaky, but I think that Thor and Sinister London is just too good to pass up, right?
Yeah, we have a lot of cards in our hand as well. Like we have a lot of cards that we can spam out. So if that does turn into another Mojo World, then everything's going to be filled, at least on our end. They haven't played anything for the first 2 turns, so who knows how much they're going to be able to fill for the first 3 turns.
Yeah, Drew Berry in chat, awesome YouTuber. I don't know if you've checked out any of his stuff. Love the co-op streams. Curious, why is Domino run here? It's a good question. Good question.
Dominoes run because we don't run any 1-drops, and we want to consistently at least get something on the board. Personally, I don't like skipping turn 2. So this guarantees that I'm at least not skipping one of the first 2 turns of the game.
What are your thoughts here? I'm thinking we need to start pumping into Sinister London pretty much every single turn. So I think that Ironheart there is fine. 12 power. The 0-cost cards kind of suck, but we just need bodies for these Mojo Worlds.
Yeah, we'll see what they come out with.
I rarely run Jubilee into Sinister London. It seems really scary to me.
Yeah.
They're like completely thinning out their deck, right?
Oh yeah. So we know they're running an Electro, which means they're running just like a big unit deck. Gamora here is almost guaranteed, right?
Yeah, and it's gonna be so juicy.
We might have to play White Tiger next turn just so that we can guarantee. Yeah.
I think it depends. If we get the Mjolnir, maybe we find a way to sneak Odin in. Like maybe we Mjolnir somewhere. Ah! Odin? That's probably the one we're least happy with. Okay, we got Storm, which actually probably helps us, but the Odin hits the Gamora, the Ironheart, the Storm. Jesus Christ, okay.
I don't think the Gamora proc. We didn't play a card there, it just got moved there, right?
Oh, that's a good point.
Yeah. That's fine, we have 24 power there, that's strong.
Oh, and we actually had the one that works.
Yeah.
I don't think we ever lose. I don't think we snap. I think we see if they'll...
Yeah, I think we ride it out.
Playing the Doctor... Yeah, and they can only play 1 card, so there's no way they beat us in Mojo World because of Electro.
I see Drew replied. He doesn't use Domino much, so cool to see it with good reason. Yeah, I was a Domino hater for the first, I don't know, 4 months of the beta. But in the past month, I've realized that she is just pretty good if you want to just like backload your deck with just a bunch of 3-drops and stuff.
I'm still a domino hater for what it's worth. That's not gonna be big enough, right? No, just a bit too small. That's a trifecta right there. Yeah, I personally, I still wouldn't run domino in this deck. I don't think. I think that I would just run a different 2-drop, and then just know that we're drawing 5 cards by turn 2. So with 2 2-drops in either lizard or domino, we have a you know, probably about 60% chance. I'd have to do the math, but yeah, we're that is just my opinion, is that I'm a hyper domino hater. It's given me a little. I definitely can see the reason to run it a bit more here, and I guess I'll try and notice in games how much having that guaranteed drop is. It's just like I said, having the 2%, when you play domino in your deck, you have a 2%, like about 2.4% less chance of drawing any specific card in your deck. So Wong, 2.4% chance less. I think it's actually 2.7, and then if you do like Chavez too, then it's additional 2.3. If I remember the exact.
Definitely would not run both Chavez and domino in one
100%.
deck.
We got a random Namor. But we have like Wong, Dr. Doom, Gamora things. Having Odin here would be really, really helpful.
Getting a Elysium would be nice.
I think with the Ironheart too, having this Ironheart in the deck gives especially because there is Ironheart and Wolfsbane, I definitely see much more of a reason to want to run a domino type card.
Yeah, at least have a guaranteed card that they can affect.
Middle, right? It's hard to say no to that.
Yeah.
Are we ever using this Namor? I can't imagine there's a world where we're using this Namor, right?
No.
Maybe we could do like sneaky things with it towards the end.
I love. Dark Dimension is another flavor of location that I love for this deck. Wong, putting all your Wong stuff into Dark Dimension is just insane, right? Like, what can they do? They don't know it's coming. End of the game happens, you fill up your entire board.
It works really well with the Ironheart too, because we don't necessarily want to play it this turn, but being able to have it there. It will suck if they can make a call on us and they get an Enchantress down there, but just gotta hope that doesn't happen. We are also missing out on these Stark Tower buffs. I think that do you think our play pattern is going to be White Tiger or Dr. Doom?
No, I think we're going to play Gamora middle next turn. Capitalize on those buffs. We're going to have 2 Doom bots enter that lane as well.
Sure.
Most likely.
All of our cards are defended against... Oh no, wait, this is a bit scary.
Yeah, that's scary.
Because it can pull our Dr. Doom out there and kill it before it even reveals.
Yeah, we might just have to play Dr. Doom in the middle.
Yeah, it's Sag, but I think that you might be right. And then we end up like kind of giving Dark Dimension.
I mean, depending on what they play.
Do you think we're still running this Gamora, or do you think now because... Do you think that getting this 14 power from White Tiger kind of guaranteed, because we probably can't play Dr. Doom there, is going to be a little bit better?
Yeah.
Maybe
we don't really care about the power going to Stark Tower that they're getting. We had 12 with Gamora and then whatever with White Tiger and Ironheart. So I think this is probably better if we play Gamora next turn.
All systems go.
So with Sarah, I'm thinking like Arrow Polaris is probably what they were going to try to play, but I think they're just going to settle with Polaris and another 3-drop. So Polaris adds 8. So they're already at 19.
Is there any world we do like this? Is this crazy? No, Namor never goes off because we have the double White Tiger coming out.
No, I think for sure they play Arrow mid here. So both of those cards would get killed.
Okay, that's a good point. That's a really good point. So I guess our play is, so if they play Arrow mid, the Gamora middle is going to give us 12 additional power. The Arrow mid is going to give them 10 with the Angela buff, so we'll go up to 21. We'll be at, so if one of those White Tigers lands there, we win it. The problem is that if they play anything right, we have, and we do have this Ironheart that's coming out.
Yeah, I think Gamora is just going to be it. If you don't want to risk 4 cubes for it, I wouldn't blame you. It's pretty scary seeing a Sarah and then they have Kingpin. So
I kind of like this. I kind of like this play. I'm okay with risking 4 cubes for it.
We can get 2 white tigers on the left.
I think with Ironheart things, yeah. Oh no, we pretty much have a guarantee here, right?
Depending.
We get a tie. No, we just need, it's a 50, it's more than a 50-50. We just need any of these to land middle. Or no, we win no matter what. Yeah, I think we had a really good, I think we had a really good win there.
Yeah.
Yeah, both left, yeah, all those permutations would have won us the game.
You start getting in your head and you're like, this isn't gonna work, this isn't gonna work. And then you start slowly realizing like, oh wait, if they both go left, that works. If just one goes middle, that works. Like, there's no way you can lose.
Yeah, they had to do a lot of things. They had to do a lot of things to beat us there. I think they had to give up on the aeroplane and say, hey, this aeroplane is way too...
obvious.
This aeroplane is way too... Oh, good order, lol. That's just a random 50... That's just a random coin flip, right?
Yeah.
I think we're pretty happy doing... I was just gonna say storm on 3. Obviously, we can't do that now.
Right on time.
We're in a really rough spot. We might have to skip our turn 3.
Yeah.
Vault is really good for us.
We'll draw Thor. It's fine.
We'll draw Thor. Love it. Love it.
It's fine.
I think I continue competing on the Sakaar lane. Well, no. Oh man, the only thing I'm scared about is that this is something we can't do stuff on.
Yeah, I'll probably play Domino in middle.
Domino middle. Yeah. I think that's smart. Opponent has to
We
pass.
have-
It's really
we
good
have-
for us.
Doom. We have White Tiger and Odin. Like,
We have 4 3-drops. I guess only 3 now. Because Killmonger's out there.
okay.
Hate to see it.
It does suck when you have 5 3-drops in the game and you don't draw. Well, you lost 1 and then 1 got Iceman, so.
I mean, we could get really lucky. Like Wong off the rip here is huge. Gamora off the rip here can kind of guarantee us a lane going Storm into Gamora, and then we could figure out a way to do Odin things. We can Odin the Killmonger. Okay, I actually hadn't thought about that until right now. Owning the Killmonger is a really, really, really nice play for us.
I think Storm right is the right play. I think.
Because the middle's already stormed, right?
Yeah, Vault's stormed already. We don't want to storm left because we want to play Odin there potentially. So yeah. Thor is just, it's too late for Thor right now.
I think Odin and this Killmonger is going to be detrimental to our opponent. Oh!
He's not going to be able to move anything.
Baby! Storm in the Kingpin lane. I'm pretty happy. I'm pretty happy snapping right now. I think we're in a good spot.
White Tiger left. Odin it.
And then White Tiger Odin, yeah. It gives us so let's see, how much do they need? So White Tiger would get us to 12 power total left. They would need a non-1 drop to get played over in the Angela lane. But I just think that this will give us enough power in one of these 2 locations, yeah. The only thing that could maybe happen is like they do magic things next turn, like they magic this flooding lane would kind of, but then we just like do Dr. Doom Odin stuff, or like we just Dr. Doom over there and don't worry too much. I think White Tiger has to be our best play, right?
Yeah, I do think he might play Arrow here or something since flooding is active, so there's a chance. It's still for 1 cube, so I'm still staying in this game until they snap. I don't think I'm confident enough to snap here, though. Okay, so he played Arrow there, which makes no sense. He can't play anything in the other 2 lanes.
Yeah, that was a terrible play. Yeah. Literally can't do anything this turn.
He can't move anything. He can't play anything in the other 2 lanes. Yeah, that's super questionable.
We don't even have to do anything.
Yeah.
Literally can just pass. But I do want to blow up all their 1-drops. Yeah, that was a really, really bad play by our opponent.
Yeah,
it's a never winning play.
Arrow in either of the other 2 lanes puts a question mark on the game for us.
Makes it really tough, yeah.
Yeah. It makes it a coin toss, really.
We're cruising though. We're cruising for sure.
There's a lot to think about in this deck.
Yeah, it's fun. I feel like we're having really good conversation. We're bouncing ideas off of each other. This is a deck that I think is really, like I said. I mean, I think that decks like this and the deck I was playing with Talkwin was like the Mega Red combo deck that also had a lot of alternate win conditions than just like the Omega Nuts, and being able to work through those is really nice.
I think when I watched that video, I was like, oh man, I don't want to play Cerebro 5 where every game is just play every card. Like.
I think that we're still okay. So we have Gamora on Avengers Compound. That's really
Perfect.
nice
That's
for us. It does mess with if we want to do some things later on, but to me, especially because they already committed a Yondu there, I'm snapping here. I think we have enough juice. Yeah, maybe because we don't have a 3 or a 4 drop. Maybe we wait to see if we can gather a 3 drop. Because yeah, we could necessarily skip the next 2 turns.
Yeah, Domino's gonna go. Yeah, wherever you really want.
It's gotta be Wakanda. I don't think there's any reason to risk that.
Yeah.
And I think we can still win this lane with Gamora, especially if we get like Gamora Odin things.
Man, I really want Polaris here right now.
We think it's Storm left. Storm left feels really good.
Storm left is good.
They're almost certainly going to be doing things here. Next turn we can sneak a Lizard onto there and get just enough, and then we have White Tiger, Doctor Doom to finish out the lane. I'm snapping now.
Yeah.
Now I'm at the point where I feel comfortable snapping. I can't imagine, like, they could Hood over on Oscorp, which is annoying. Like, they could play Hood Carnage this turn, which is, like, mean, but it's kind of whatever. Yeah, but I think just Carnage or Deathlock is kind of what we were expecting there on the left, right? Or in the middle.
Yeah, okay. It's fine. So that's 3 destroyed cards now. Death is a 6.
No Angel.
I hate running Angel in this deck. I think I always end up drawing it. Basically Quicksilver.
I mean, we're Gamora,
Wong,
Doctor Doom, right? Easy game.
Yeah.
Easy game. I was really happy we got that early snap out.
So this can be a Cosmo play on their end. They can definitely screw us over here. But I think the chances are
Play into it.
slim, but it could happen. But you gotta ride it.
I think we play into it. It sucks.
Okay. So that's a lot of power, and then we just Dr. Doom. You might just wait. Oh, okay, so what's he gonna play? Death, right? I don't know if you Doom, because it just ties the middle. You would probably just play Wolfsbane, just walk middle, and you've already
Because they can't get over to Flooded anyway.
Yeah, unless they're playing Doom, which they would tie it, but then we would win tiebreaker.
Thanks so much for the YouTube tab. Appreciate it.
Wolfsbane, I think.
Yeah, I think Wolfsbane something else. Wolfsbane Killmonger, I think is what we could have played. That would have gotten us 8 power and guaranteed the win middle.
Yeah.
The other thing that we would be scared of would be them playing Nova Deathlock, right? Because Nova Deathlock would beat us on one side, so that would be a reason that we would think about sneaking the Doctor Doom in instead.
Yeah, for sure.
Man, dude, that Wong Gamora does feel really good. That is a nice feeling play.
Good, especially when you know that it's Avengers Compound. Like,
that's why I wanted to snap on turn 1, right? Just like, oh shit, dude, we're getting a lot of Washington DCs too.
Which we haven't utilized once.
We haven't had to, yeah.
We didn't even use it in the Abomination game.
Right on time.
Sometimes I feel like Domino has no effect. And I think, oh yeah, she's going to be a 6 in there, and then I realize no. I think since we don't have Storm, you're definitely just playing Domino somewhere.
I don't think we fight for Hala. I don't think it's worth it to fight for Hala, right?
Yeah, that's fine.
Doesn't seem worth it. Boost there is actually really good for us because we don't necessarily want to be comboing on that lane. We have Avengers Compound.
You might just want to play like.
Man, maybe this is why we did want to fight for Hala, to give us another place that we could do stuff on.
I was thinking about that too, because if we drew Wong, we would not want to play it in Hala ever. and we wouldn't want to play it in DC.
just
Ironheart
doing
here is
this.
fine.
Seems
Yeah,
fine,
yeah,
right?
that's okay. Yeah.
Oh, they're gonna rock us, dude. They're giving us lots of rocks.
Yeah. Interesting. I think they don't play Hala. So I think
I kind of want to
maybe.
storm right, and then set up White Tiger Odin middle.
Well, okay, so if they don't play anything in Hala and we play Storm in the middle, Flooded goes off without being able. They can't play anything on it next turn because they have to play in Compound.
But if they do, then we're automatically lose. But we can do White Tiger Odin things.
Yeah,
Oh
we
yeah,
have
no,
White
that's a
Tiger.
good point. If we stormed right,
Yeah, we get to play there. They don't.
love it, love it.
This is
Very
not a-
smart,
this is not a-
very
It's
smart.
not a fair deck. I wouldn't call this a fair deck for them.
That was super intelligent. That play pattern.
My hand.
Clear for takeoff.
It's gotta be Gamora, right? I guess they can replay the Nightcrawler. Is something that we're worried about. Thing is too, it's like if one White Tiger goes left, we win that. But are you expecting Falcon? No, because if they Falcon and then next turn they won't be able to do it. So what's your thoughts on this play pattern? Do you think that we go White Tiger or do you think that we go Gamora? It's kind of tough.
Yeah, I think White Tiger's better. We're honestly not too worried about winning the right lane at this point since we have their left lane full. They can play Cerebro stuff, but like they have to play it on the right lane. So it's kind
The
of
problem
weird
is
for
that's
them.
if this okay. Well, that's great.
Okay. I would really hope for Doom there. We have Killmonger.
Yeah, Killmonger Wolfsbane always wins, right? Killmonger Wolfsbane always wins.
Yeah.
No shot.
It kills all of that lane on the left besides Goose. So
Yeah, no shot. Unless they have their own thing that jumps, which I can't imagine this deck is running, right? There's no way this
Yeah.
deck has room for. Maybe they're playing
No.
Squirrel Girl. The only thing I could think that they could do would be a Squirrel Girl, and we'd kill the Squirrel Girl with this play.
yeah. Mystique Squirrel Girl, whatever.
Yeah, we still just kill him. Yeah, that Killmonger off the rip was so clutch.
Yeah,
you
I
could have
guess.
just Odin and had the 50-50 to still win Washington DC, but give me that trifecta, baby. Oh.
We had a lot of outs there actually.
Okay. Up to 54. I think we'll get over the top. Forgot to snap. So snapping is hard, right? Like you don't snap every time you're gonna win.
Yeah.
It's an important thing to think about because snapping is a mind game. So if I'm snapping on turn 5 there, opponent could leave and then we don't get to finish out the game. Because opponent, if we're snapping, then they're like, oh, maybe they have Killmonger, oh, maybe they have something that guarantees them a win. So they run. So then I'm losing half the ability. I'm losing half the cubes that we won there if I snap and they retreat. So it's always a mind game. I don't think that snapping there was correct. We didn't know until the last turn that we were going to win. And snapping on the last turn, unless you have something that's like really unexpected, usually isn't what you want to do unless you're trying to scare your opponent away. But we wanted the opponent to finish out that game. That could be fine. Right?
Yeah, I'm not too mad at that. We don't get to play anything this turn because of Wave, which actually almost benefits us more.
Yeah.
If we think that this is a Death Wave deck, we might not want to play the Killmonger either.
Oh, dude, it did the thing. Dude, this is a bug. The
Oh,
wave
did it
interaction
return?
with
Yeah.
Sakaar.
I hate when that happens.
I hate this bug.
Yeah. All right, so I guess we start setting up Wong. Wong on Wolfsbane's lane? Maybe?
We'd be really needing an Odin to make that happen, but I think that Wong's... We don't have anything that we want to play with Wong yet. But, I mean, that means that all of it's in the deck, right? So we have Doctor Doom. We have all the cards that we want to play with Wong in the deck.
Yeah.
We have
so
3...
We're going to be drawing into them.
Did we get an extra draw somehow? No, we only have 2 draws left. 40% chance. Yeah, I think we just set up Wong middle. Feel pretty happy about it. I think opponents are more upset about wasting those 3 turns than we are.
Yeah. They're upset about wasting the wave as well. So
I also think I'm snapping here as like a bluff.
Yeah.
If that makes sense. Because like they're okay, they have Wong things that's very scary.
Yeah.
I think that we're getting this Thor down for the 1 in 5 to get the... Or do we not even want to get Thor down?
I would play Thor on the right.
We're definitely not putting in the Sakaar lane yet for sure, because then we can get maybe... We have Odin that we're always going to want to play on Wolfsbane.
I mean, you can play Thor and Domino. Or you play Wizard as well on the left.
Thor and... Do we play Domino left?
You can play Domino or Lizard. I think both of them are fine. I don't think they're going to fill up the board.
Yeah, I like Lizard better.
Yeah.
We can actually... no, because we're expecting potential wave next turn.
No, they've already played Wave, so...
Oh, no, you're totally right. Good call.
So, yeah, we're fine. I think we're chilling in this game.
Yeah, opponent's in a tough spot.
Yeah.
I think that's a really smart snap, because I think that we have a good chance, and getting them out of that game would have felt good too. But we don't necessarily need to get them out of that game. Okay, so opponent has two destructions, if I count that right. They have the Deathlock one there and the Yondu, so they have a...
Yeah.
They can't play their death. They can't play death.
Yeah.
Odin's just better, right? Because Odin gives plus 16 to the Wolfsbane. The problem is we just lose them playing left here.
Yeah, we lose the left and the right lane right here. I think they for sure play left lane.
I think we're really pulling for that Odin, which maybe wasn't the best call. Because you can't really play 2 cards here. Like... We kind of... Oh,
I got
yes.
you, I got you.
Oh, man, I'm so sorry. I have no idea what happened. Like, literally everything turned on and, like, not even, like, in my room, but, like, everything got all psycho. Okay, we're back.
Did you win that game? Or did you get disconnected?
It DC'd me. Wait, reconnect the game? Wait, no shot. I can still play. Oh yeah, I was.
No, there's no way they finished.
Let's see.
Sure.
Let's see. Any of our plays have won? Nah. Rip. Oh, Kitty! What a good kitty.
She hates being held, but she'll just like sit here like paralyzed while I hold her.
Okay, looks like... Okay, we're back live on Twitch. Looks like we're back. YouTube is not Oh no. Wait, is it gonna happen again? Wait, why is my internet's like... No, okay. Internet's back.
I thought it was me
because
of my
No, it was most certainly me.
Yeah. Just missing your stream on Discord, that's it.
Yes. Okay, I can get that right now.
Are you a basketball fan at all?
Decent bit. I'm a Bulls fan, and I also really like Luka Doncic.
Good taste. Good taste. I'm sad that the Bulls got what's his face? Caruso. The Caruso.
Yeah,
I don't know why
who
the
do you
Lakers
support?
don't play him. I'm a Lakers fan. I live in LA. I'm a LeBron fan first and foremost. We used to live in Ohio, and I moved to LA like a year after he moved to LA, and I'm just a LeBron fan.
That's
But
a pretty
I'm, like, looking at
good
the score.
person to support
Yeah.
for sure.
I'm just like looking at the box score of the game today. Russell Westbrook has 2 points.
Oh,
It's just
gross.
How in the world, man? He's played 24 minutes. He has 2 points. Ugh.
Oh, do you play like? Are you just saying like how many? Are you talking about fantasy or just like how many points he actually?
How many points he scored?
Oh, woof. Yeah, Westbrook's always been iffy, dude. I've always been kind of sus of him. Like, he's someone who you like look at his stats and they're like really impressive, but then like when you watch him like play, it's just like it just feels like he doesn't know how to play like winning basketball. I guess is like the best way I would describe it.
I mean, all the times that he had like all those stats, he was the only person on the team, pretty much. So it's like, okay, well now you have to deal with having 2 other superstars with you, and now you just disappear.
Okay, I'm gonna take a quick break. I just need to fill up and I need to go to the bathroom. If you
Yeah, I gotta refill water and stuff.
Okay, awesome. I will be back in just a second.
All right, me too.
Hi chat, how's it going? Thanks so much for dealing with me even with those crazy things. Russ slander is insane. Yeah, dude, Russ Westbrook is just mid. Russ is pretty mid. I'm sorry if you don't think Russ is mid. That's all right. I mean, that's on you, you know, at the end of the day. I can't make you see the truth. Hope you guys are enjoying this collaboration. I'm going to try and do these a lot, very frequently. I'm in talks with Cozy Gamer. I'm in talks with TLSG. Drewberry, if you're still in chat, I have to add you on Discord, but I would also love to meet up with you at some point. I hope you're enjoying these. I feel like these conversations are really good. All right, you think maybe like another hour?
Yeah, I'm down.
Is that cool with you? All right, awesome. I'm having a lot of fun with this deck, dude. This is really good.
Yeah, I used this deck to climb from about 78 to 92.
Okay.
I'm kind of on a new kick right now, just running a location denial deck with Professor X and Spider-Man and Storm. But this deck definitely carried me a lot early on in this season, which is kind of why I wanted to talk about it, because I know like a lot of the ins and outs of it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, I mean, you definitely, you can tell. I think that we're lizarding Miniature Lab. All right, never mind. Dude, that's the second time that's happened. Where it's like, literally, I'm talking about, I think we're going to play Lizard as opposed to this, and then immediately just get hit there. Dude, I'm seeing Miniaturized Lab. I'm seeing Sanctum Sanctorum. I'm thinking that we have a really good chance of winning this game. Mm-hmm. Even though we're a little bit limited, and I see a 1-drop for my opponent. I'm snapping here on turn 2.
Yeah, that's fine. If we draw Gamora, it's like we win the right lane. If we draw Gamora, like we get to have a turn 3 Thor, so we're able to
have a really good chance of drawing it. We've played Mjolnir once this entire time.
Yeah, it's not crazy. It's not like a key feature of this deck, so it's understandable that we haven't gotten to play it very much. But
Paper, I have a question. On Twitch, you have a Battle Right logo?
Yes.
Do you like Battle Right?
I liked Battle Right.
I know, rip, it's gone
I liked
now.
it a lot. I liked it enough to buy the weird Twitch chest loot things that they dropped to get this icon, among other things. But
dude, I loved Battle Right, dude.
I was so excited
Battle Right.
And then like people stopped playing it, and then they're like, "Oh, we need to pivot to a battle royale," and I just stopped turning it on.
So sad, dude. Like now, I don't know if have you played Omega Strikers?
I have not. I've installed it, but I haven't played it.
It feels to me that Omega Strikers is like, I describe Omega Strikers as Rocket League meets Battle Right. Mm-hmm. And I've really liked Omega Strikers. It's kind of giving me that itch. My thought process here is to this turn we're playing Ironheart. Give Domino a little bit more juice. Next turn we're probably playing Killmonger unless we get a Wong. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And then hopefully we get the Mjolnir and we play it on the left.
Yeah. We really also hope for a White Tiger here, because White Tiger will guarantee go to Sanctum Sanctorum, which is really good. Yeah, okay. So we have to hope that they don't have Hobgoblin.
There's no way opponent plays Hobgoblin here, though, right? No shot.
There is a shot, but
dude, this is terrible.
I think it's for 2. Oh, we've already gone forward with the snap, so there's no harm in trying and going into the next turn. I think we wait. We can play Odin next turn, proc Ironheart again, potentially get Mjolnir. The problem is the left lane. We don't necessarily win the left lane with that play, so hopefully we draw Mjolnir and we can just play something else with Killmonger Lizard.
So we're passing. I think we have to pass. It feels really bad though.
There's too much location denial in this particular.
There's no shot that's a Hobgoblin. Oh, it could be a Jubilee Hobgoblin. It could be a nightmare. It's kind of okay as long as we get a Mjolnir.
It gives him less power there. If we draw Mjolnir here, okay. I think he for sure plays something in this right lane.
Yeah, so the Odin won't necessarily work.
Okay, so we have 2 options here. We can kill this Iceman and do whatever with that. We can add 8 power to the board somewhere and then add Mjolnir, or we can play... so yeah, if we play Doom, we win the middle. At the very least, we win the middle. And then we can potentially win the right with this.
We're adding... Okay, so we're adding 10 to the left, so they have to play something big to beat it. All right, we're going to be at 10. We're going to win Sanctum Sanctorum for sure. We're adding 11 to the right, so they have to play at least... I think that there's no way they're adding 10 plus power left and 3 plus power right. I don't think there's any way. So I'm still confident in my snap. I think that Dr. Doom is the play.
we lose to a Doom play here, but I think we're still okay. Or do we? I don't know if we even lose to a Doom.
We tie middle. We win left by 3, and we lose right by 2. No, we actually beat a Doom play. Crazily enough, we beat Doom.
Interesting.
We played Doom and something? What? You on here? Wasp? No, we're still fine. No, now it's a perfect tie? Now it's an exact tie. The Wasp literally gave them the tie. What a world, dude.
That's crazy. Hey.
We accounted for Doom, and we would have won by 1. We did not account for Doom Wasp.
Yeah.
Dude, who's playing Wasp and
That's
Jubilee in the same deck?
It's just a Jubilee deck.
Jubilee Lockjaw, yeah.
Deck. Yeah.
I don't think that I played Wasp in that, or I don't think I played Jubilee in that version of Lockjaw personally.
No, I don't.
Jubilee just feels so bad when you hit the Wasp, right?
Yeah. I normally don't play Jubilee in a Lockjaw deck. I mean, it's essentially the same thing as playing 2 cards on Lockjaw, but I feel like it's rough because Jubilee can come out of Lockjaw, which is super
feels
low
really
value.
bad, yeah. Titan's really good for us, right?
Very good. It's one of the locations I want to see very often.
Seeing the hood is good if we can do a cheeky later Killmonger.
Always lucky.
Domino left seems fine, right?
Yeah,
I do want a Domino right because, man. So with Strange Academy, actually, like we can't do the Doom Odin stuff. We realized that last game, right? So we can't just think that we can just do White Tiger for free and then have a Odin lane open.
We kind of had to split our plays up a little bit more. We might just Storm. We have Storm for Strange Academy, so you can even play Domino middle.
Oh, love that. Yeah, Domino. Actually, if I'm doing that, I'm playing Lizard though, right? If I'm storming.
Yeah.
Okay. Because they're never playing anything on Strange Academy. They're probably never playing anything on Strange Academy this turn either. So pretty much have that guaranteed.
Yep, that's good. We kind of want to draw Killmonger since they have Demon, but I think the other things, we have Washington D.C., which is also good. So yeah, we really want to see.
I missed my snap. I should have snapped early.
It's fine. I don't think they leave from seeing a storm, and they played the Demon on the right. Really good for us. They're not going to be able to fill up the middle. Okay. So we just play Wong left.
Could play Wong left. I'm trying to think of like other outs, right? So if we go Wong, White Tiger, we can get wins with like Killmonger, Wolfsbane, right? And we can win the left lane. We're very often going to win the right lane too because we're slamming 2 White Tigers. Hopefully at least 1 hits there. And we're hoping to get a Killmonger. If we don't, we can still make it work. He plays Bishop in the flooding lane, but I think we're still really happy because we're White Tigering here. Now there isn't a thought about Gamora. Maybe we're thinking about Gamora next turn. I think it has to be White Tiger on the Wong, right?
If this Mysterio, yeah, I think it's White Tiger for sure. If this
I think there's no world the real Mysterio's middle, right? Because if they chose to put the real Mysterio middle, they're just literally saying it's a 50-50 roll of which side the Mysterio lands on, because they had no reason to think that we were storming, right, when they played that Mysterio. So I think it has to be left or right. And I think that it would be left because they wouldn't play it on Washington D.C. because it doesn't get the 3 power buff. So I think I'm going to make a really strong call that it's almost certainly left, unless they're doing something psycho.
Yeah, I think we're still. I think no matter where the Mysterio is, we're still playing White Tiger. I think that's probably just our strongest play. Okay, so now, yeah, White Tiger's better play. Okay. We want. Okay. Okay, just fill up the board with White Tigers.
Yeah, there's no way we lose, right? We get 40 on the right. We lose to Shang-Chi, unfortunately. We will... No, because they reveal first, so we actually won't even lose to Shang-Chi, right? Yeah. I think there's no way we lose. I'm happy with our early snap. Opponent probably is going to stick through it, too. Opponent probably feels really, really confident.
Yeah.
They should be expecting an Odin, but...
But on my end,
Let's go, dude. The fucking huge brain. Oh, man, that feels good. We even thought about Shang-Chi this time.
the one time that we ever remember Shang-Chi, like, never remember that card.
Oh, baby. And it's even good. It even gives us an extra... Oh... Dude, imagine not playing around Shang-Chi. Love to see it. That might be the first time I've ever remembered to play around Shang-Chi at the end of the game. If we had initiative there, that would have been a really satisfying Shang-Chi for them, though. They would have killed 4 10-power tigers.
Sure. And I think we would have still stayed in the game regardless.
Yeah, I think we're kind of close. Ooh, super flow. And before opponents running Green Goblin. We get a turn 2 Thor. It's Fuego. What are the odds opponents... Oh.
Right on time.
It doesn't matter.
Does not matter indeed. Hey, thanks so much for the follow. Lock the best follow notification. All twitch.tv. Everyone in chat says thank you.
We still play Thor. We still get the super flow power.
Yeah, we have to play Thor. We have to play Thor.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter where we play. Do you want to play Thor in here?
No, because no, I don't think we want to play in there.
Why else would they have done that? Unless they're bot. I think that they're going to storm here. I think they're going to storm left. They're not going to do anything. The only reason I would imagine that you're playing a Daredevil there is, but no, he only had 2 power that turn. I'm so confused. I'm so confused. It was such a weird play. I kind of want to just.
Let's see.
Storm where I have the Thor?
Well,
no, wait. We have to think about Starlight. We have to think about Starlight if that happens.
Turn that off. If we don't want to think, we can just turn it off.
True. Ironheart's a fine play. We could save Ironheart for Wong.
Yeah. And also, we might end up playing Killmonger, potentially.
I think we have to storm here so we have the chance to play Wong middle.
Yeah.
Because otherwise the Starlight Citadel can flood the location that has less than 2. I think that's probably our best play.
Wind, aid my hand.
And then I feel like if we... Oh, and they give us cards. Thank you for the cards, sir.
Yeah, puts us closer to Mjolnir. Let's go.
We landed it.
I can't...
We're drawing all of our cards this game now, no, right?
Yeah. We still draw Doom. That's all we're really looking for, I think. Now.
Doom or White Tiger, both of them are great. Or Odin and Ironheart will give us enough. We're always.
I'm snapping here. Did you snap already?
No, they snapped.
Okay, cool. Yeah, this is just a snap.
Unless they have some kind of cool disruption with wave things next turn, but even that doesn't stop us. Like what? I was so excited to do that Juggernaut play. I was so stoked about it. We need a way to win right. I think it has to be Ironheart, right? I think if we just Ironheart and then like Mjolnir or Odin next turn.
Yeah, that should be fine. We don't have anything.
We can even sneak a cheeky domino in.
Yeah, we do that too.
And I don't think we need extra power here, so I think we play it after the Ironheart. Like, what does our opponent do to stop us? I mean, I have no read on what our opponent's playing, right? They have Maximus, a Juggernaut, and a Daredevil in their deck. What the fuck? Is it an Odin?
I mean, just put Odin in, please.
Okay.
I mean, that kills it.
That actually, yeah, that gives us the space open late. That's actually it's really good for us. It's really great. This is super nice of our opponent. And then yeah, we just Odin here, get heaps and heaps. The triggers here, it always beats him on the storm. Mjolnir pretty much guarantees on the left. Yeah, no shot we lose here. Plus, if they play, oh no, the one drops won't matter. Yeah, the only thing, like, yeah, no shot. Get the Exodia feels going.
Yeah, just a little bit. We don't have to start a video about it or anything. Like we're.
Yeah, we'll be chill. We just need vibe. We actually didn't get any triggers on Storm. We got one trigger on Storm. That's wild. We actually lose right to. Oh, you piece of work. That's fine.
It almost wasn't fine.
Stop
glad that we.
Dude, 2 times they play Shang-Chi against us and we still win. Love to see it.
I mean, we weren't thinking about it either.
We also forgot to think about it. That's our new rule. Think about Shang-Chi.
Put a flasher. Get one of those neon lights that you have for your name behind you. Put it behind your screen. Just remember Shang-Chi.
I had a question about how long would it take to complete a collection. It takes several months. It's hard to like break it down exactly. Usually you're gonna get it a little bit before credit level or collection level 3000, so like 2900.
What are the odds?
Sunspot snap.
I mean, we have a strong Storm and Wong now. Domino contest for sure. Probably just storm that lane as well. We've seen this game before.
I wanna snap.
I'm fine with that.
I wanna snap. We have our Wong, we have our Odin. We're gonna draw into something that can be used with them.
Yep.
Either all we need is you know either our White Tiger or Gamora or Ironheart or Wolf. All those are going to work really well if we can sneak it in between. I guess it's going to be hard to find a time to. Ooh, shit.
Yeah. Well,
punished.
Some people do that, but
we drew all our cards though, which is pretty good. Pretty good for a deck like this.
I think you're still playing Storm. If this is a Destroyer deck, there's a chance that it's a Destroyer deck. If so, we lock them into playing Destroyer in just one lane. Like, we know the lane that they're going to play it in, so we can prepare for it.
So we're going to play Storm middle, probably?
Yeah, either lane, it doesn't matter.
And then, so we're expecting to do our White Tiger thing, right? I feel like the play pattern is pretty much going to be after this Wong, White Tiger, Odin, right? To get 6 Tigers. It's very often what we're going to do.
Yeah, that's often a play. It might end up being Wong, White Tiger, Gamora, depending. Just seeing like what they play and kind of getting a read on it. Okay.
Very good for them to play this out now.
Yeah. So I think we just set up Wong on the left lane then.
I was yeah, I mean we don't really have a choice, right? I think that's definitely our play, and then our White Tiger is going to send 6 over, so we could have 4 or 3 here. If we get 3, it's going to be enough to beat a Destroyer by itself, so 3 is the minimum that we can get. As long as they don't put too much else over here, then that's probably going to be our play pattern.
Yeah.
They are just playing all of the cards that we don't want them to play in the right spot.
Yep. Yeah, I feel super confident about this now. We've already snapped, right? That was the first turn.
Yeah, for a second turn snap, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is how I feel like it's. Does it let them go out? Okay, at least it still lets them go out. That actually could have. I think we lose here.
We win.
Wait, we lose, right?
Yeah, we don't have any ongoing, or we can't do any on reveals. Ah, man.
Wait, +9 power isn't enough. Yeah, we're only up by 4 here.
Yeah.
To beat the... I guess we really should have thought about that Professor X, huh?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess
Most
he's
we
not
can get
too
is
bad
9.
about interest.
Most we can get is... We can get 10 power. I guess... No, with... Yeah, I mean, there's one card left in deck, right? That you always has Destroyer here.
Yeah.
Always has Destroyer here, and no way that we can get the 12 power needed to beat it.
Yeah.
We're really
That's
close,
rough.
really close. They could also have... It could also be an 18 power Destroyer. That's tough.
Yeah, what can you do? And yeah, we probably...
Dodge 2 disruption tools. Couldn't dodge the third one, unfortunately.
Yeah. I mean, they're playing a deck, yeah. They're playing a deck that's just full of stuff that's going to hurt us, so... Yeah, someone in my chat pointed out it's good to Wong in the armor lane as well, because even if they did play Enchantress, they'd be turning off their armor. So
Smart, really, really good point. Thank you, Chad.
yeah.
Okay, Zamdar doesn't do too much for us. Got our Wong, always nice to see. I played Glenn several times today, I think.
A location we haven't seen very much of today, but this is another great location for us.
Yeah, it gives us a free, free Wong in a spot. It does open up as a really likely way for them to disrupt, though.
Yeah, it almost makes you not want to play anything. Because you can fill your board up with, yeah, you can put that there. But I was just gonna say, it makes you not want to play anything, because with Wong White Tiger on that location, you can just fill up both sides with White Tigers.
we need Odin though, right? Because Wong White Tiger is only 4.
Well, on Kamartaj.
Yeah, it's still only 4. Wong Kamartaj, still 4.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We like that too.
I think we Storm left, right? Storm left, and then we're just vibing. Yeah, I think we snap too, right? With the White Tiger in hand.
Yeah, and I think that we do not play... I almost want to say don't play Wong if we draw Doctor Doom.
Interesting.
So that they don't shut off on reveal effects, maybe?
I feel like they're going to shut off on reveal effects if they have the ability to, because it's the only place they can play.
Yeah.
That's fine. We have Ironheart things. I'm going to guess this is that Destroyer deck, though, so they almost certainly are running Cosmo. I'm almost thinking about Ironhearting here.
Yeah, Ironheart here is fine. We can play White Tiger next turn, probably.
White Tiger will win over here no matter what. The problem is going to be if we... Let's see here. So the problem is going to be if they have Cosmo, right? If they have Cosmo, we're in a bit of trouble. So if they have Cosmo and we play Wong here, it's going to feel like there's no reason why we should have played that Wong. Because we have initiative, I think we have to take the advantage of getting this plus 12 power on the left and pretty much guaranteeing this. Then finding an alternate win condition if we need to.
Yeah.
And we get a guaranteed next turn if we'll be ahead no matter what. So if they don't Cosmo here, then we get a guaranteed White Tiger over on the second. Huge.
Yep. Perfect.
Whew. Yeah, no shot. We're gonna be at 21 power here. Even the Infinite. We even fight the Infinite here. We somehow still fight the Infinite.
Yeah, so yeah. This is perfect. There's just
No way
nothing
we
else
lose.
to say.
Was not expecting this to be a
Tiger,
lockjaw type deck though, but I guess I don't know what I was expecting because they haven't played anything.
Yeah, I play Green Goblin in my Giants.
Oh, they play the Green Goblin. That's right.
Yeah.
Whenever I see Green Goblin, I just expect Destroyer or like Disruption style decks.
Yeah,
But we have initiative. There's no way they're beating us here.
Yeah, because we're getting at least one in a Sanctum, so.
They drew all their 0-cost cards twice. Very spooky.
Oh my god. So they drew a wasp.
I guess there's an argument that Gamora there might be better, but I mean, I think with the quadruple Ironheart, quadruple White Tiger, it's just it's too hard to say no
There's
to.
nothing that they can play to win the left and the right lane. If we put any more tigers in the right.
Victory.
That was a good one. That was a nice game. It is really nice. Yeah, this is our first Camartage game.
And we haven't seen Onslaught Citadel either.
We also haven't seen Onslaught Citadel. That's a good point. We just had to trust our Wong that was not showing up for the first
The first 30 minutes.
first like 30 minutes. Dark Dimension, love it. Thor in hand, love it.
Always lucky.
Always lucky.
Yeah, I was about to ask if you had that in your
Dude,
chat.
that's so clutch. I hope that someone, I feel like someone, now that there's a Steam client, is going to get a an overlay type thing built out, which will be really nice. Where you can get like deck trackers and stuff like they have in Hearthstone.
Yeah.
Domino, middle or right doesn't really matter. I guess right, just because we know Lumeria is a
it
good
doesn't
lane.
matter.
Nidvalier.
Domino's a great card there because she does not hit 9 power.
Very smart. And then we're going to Thor middle.
Yep. Hope to draw Wong here.
Iceman, White Tiger sucks. We can find ways around that. Mr. Fantastic isn't really good next to Nidvalier. Nidvalier is also good for things like Mjolnir because it's we get more advantages out of it. I'm still storming middle, I think.
For sure.
With the Thor on top of it, I think that's just got to be the play.
Wind. A
I wonder what they're okay, so we can, it's either under 4-drop and then this is a 2 or a 1-drop. So I'm not too scared about what they have going on in Dark Dimension. I don't love this turn. I'm almost thinking like this. Is this the play? Then we just give up over here?
Yeah. We'll probably, we'll play Doctor Doom on the right next turn or something.
Yeah, it does suck. Like, White Tiger into Odin would probably have been a really nice play to kind of guarantee us flooding there.
Yeah.
Maybe we don't want to fill that up so we can have, like, potential Mjolnir Odin things on the right.
Well, we can play Mjolnir anywhere. It's not going to matter. He can't.
Sure.
I don't think we need 12 power to win middle. I think we're fine adding 5 with Doom, and then if we do draw Mjolnir, it's 11 power. So.
Yeah.
Trying to think of what they can be loading up there. Mr. Fantastic can hint at an ongoing deck. Could be playing like Omega Red stuff, maybe. I don't remember.
Yeah,
what
so
you
I guess
said.
it could be Ant-Man. So there could be in here Ant-Man, but no, they'd have no way to get an early onslaught, so I'm not super scared about that.
I think it's just Doctor Doom.
Can they beat us, right?
I don't
But
think
also,
they
we reveal first, so I was gonna think maybe we can Killmonger to scrape away some of these.
can.
Is
Yeah, that would
Killmonger
be
even
nice.
like almost just better? I don't think so with unrevealing first. We can Odin right, which gives us an even bigger Wolfsbane, but it doesn't seem like it's something that we need to do.
I think just dooming the right is fine because it gives us a little bit more in the middle. I would have liked to have drawn Mjolnir, but yeah.
I mean,
think this
opponent
is
could
a-
also have just some crazy combo that's about to reveal. What the fuck?
Okay. Cool.
Sick. Is it onslaught?
Yeah. that
Sick.
beats us.
F.
Yeah, I mean, we could have figured by them not playing anything anywhere else, but if we draw Mjolnir there, we win. If we play Killmonger, I guess we win that. Iceman
well, yeah, I guess,
Iceman dies, maybe.
yeah, unfortunately, Killmonger would have won us that lane. Yeah, that's why I was
Yeah.
thinking Killmonger might be nice. I guess the Squirrel Girl wasn't something that I was thinking about.
No, Killmonger.
Also,
would've been fun.
Mjolnir off the rip, we won that too. So I mean, we played Thor on turn 3. We had a 40% chance to draw Mjolnir. We didn't get it. We just kind of have to take those.
Yeah, Killmonger would not have won because we didn't have the extra 5 power from Doombot.
That's a good point. It's a really good point.
It's hard to predict. I mean, it would have been a similar game if we drew Wong and we didn't get Iceman on the one card.
Awesome. Hey, thanks everyone in chat for talking. Sorry again if I'm not super active talking in
Marvel
chat.
Snap.
But yeah, great game. I'm glad that y'all are enjoying it. I hope you guys are enjoying this co-op. We're gonna go for about another half hour, and then we'll be doing some review type stuff. So I'll be much more active in chat. But thanks for coming and hanging out.
Storm come in? Is that pool 2?
Pool 2.
Or is
Pool
that...
2. Yeah.
Yeah, she's insanely strong.
Mm-hmm.
Especially
Kanye said he thinks she's the best three power card in the game, or 3 energy card.
Yeah, she's very
It's
strong.
Carbon, dude. I haven't seen Carbon around the community in so long.
Yeah, what? I haven't seen him forever.
I love Carbon. I remember like the first month I was watching his stream a lot.
Yeah. And he was doing Cube Rush.
What are the odds?
That's when people started at Cube Rush. We don't have Killmonger in hand. Finding the Sunspot would be nice. Thinking I Domino to contest the Sunspot. I feel like that's usually been our play, and it seems like it's been going pretty well.
Until they armor the Sunspot, but now they can't. So, but we also can't storm it. So.
I think that personally, I think that's totally fine. I think that we're storming middle, right? Because I just doubt they have a chance to go middle. The problem is we don't have a great follow-up, which feels a little bit bad.
We don't have to worry too much about the follow-up because we have White Tiger and Doom in the deck. So.
Yeah. So what we can do is we can storm here, and then we could try and do like a Ironheart, White Tiger, Odin lane left.
Mm-hmm. In other decks where you don't have the cards that we have in the deck, it's hard to...
Psycho Thor and Jotunheim?
Wind, aid my
Okay,
hand.
that's nuts.
Maniac.
I guess he's probably running like Jane as well then.
Yeah, but still, I mean, though he was gonna get -3 power on it. Seems kind of crazy. Opponent snaps. I'm not worried.
No,
I
I
should
think
maybe be a little bit more worried.
if we just draw Wong, then we're good.
I think we're Ironhearting left, right?
Yeah. We're just looking for Wong next. Oh, it's turn 5 next turn.
Yeah, we're in a bit of trouble, but I think we're okay with taking this at. Plus, I'm facing Carbon. I'm gonna probably try and see this through if it's at all possible.
We
you know we can do is that we can Gamora next turn. I already got the Mjolnir off the rip.
Yeah, that's rough. So now we just oh my god, what in the world?
Well, you can't snap again.
True.
Wong into Odin will give us 4 triggers.
Yeah.
There's no way that's enough, right? I'm almost thinking like I don't know how we get out of this game. I don't think we have a shot. So okay, here's my thought. Okay, here's our out. Gamora left, we get Killmonger off the rip, and then we play Killmonger Wolfsbane to tie on the right and get enough to win in our other locations. I guess we can also look to do 2 White Tiger triggers, but because the Mjolnir's in the deck, they can get a second Mjolnir. And then 2 White Tigers doesn't beat that.
I think the likelihood that he gets another Mjolnir is just too high. I think mid is lost. So Gamora is the only shot we have.
Oh,
Again,
shit.
he can't count again. So. Rock slide.
Psycho deck.
What?
Don't even hit the sewer system trigger.
Wow.
And he actually put the rock in her hand.
Yeah, that's a good one.
GG's, Carvin. Cheater.
Yeah. I think Rockslide is actually an underrated card. He's got like pretty decent power. It's only 2 power less than Jessica Jones, and he does screw with the deck. I think if they made him a 4/7, he would be like
Solid.
borderline staple. Like,
yeah, I definitely think he's a bit of a sleeper.
Yeah.
Plus, you got to think if you're playing it on turn 4, right? Your opponent has 5 cards left in their deck. You're adding 2 rocks into it, so the first draw is, I don't know, 2 out of 7. I don't know what 2 out of 7 is. 28% chance to draw a rock. And then if you miss a rock the first draw, the second draw is a 33% chance to draw it. It's a pretty damn good chance that you're going to get it. Kind of just like a chunky Korg. He's the reason I think that Korg is seen as good and he's seen as bad is because he's very inflexible. I think that's the general problem with 4-drops in this game is that they're so inflexible. It's really hard. Like the only thing on turn 6 you can pair it with is 2 1s or 2. Sometimes you can find way with like Sarah things or if you're pushing the game to turn 7, but it's just the inflexibility of 4-drops makes them so tough.
Yeah. Sarah opens up a lot for 4-drops, but it's usually not enough to warrant playing a 4-drop, 2 4-drops over playing 3 2-drops. So
yeah, it's tough. What's up, Cozy? Welcome in, man. Snap's going really well. It's a nice little co-op, playing a really cool deck. I think I mean, obviously we're skipping turn 1 here. Lizard's never going on the raft. Do we fight for raft with Domino?
I usually put stuff in it to make them panic and put the stuff in it, but I usually shut it off at Storm anyways.
Interesting.
Because at best we fill it up on turn 5 in this deck. Like, unless you play Thor and you luckily get Mjolnir.
Off the rip,
It's the only way.
I guess there's literally no other way. You're totally right.
Yeah.
So what are your thoughts here? Do you think that we keep pushing towards the raft with a Thor and hope that maybe if we get Mjolnir, then we're getting a random 6-drop, which is pretty nice.
Yeah, and we can win this game without the use of White Tiger and Doom if we get Mjolnir and like Thor and Domino are strong and Gamora, Odin, seizing.
Sure. Yeah. And his Daredevil. I don't know how much I want to push. I mean, obviously we can get kind of a free raft here. Whenever I see Daredevil, I kind of expect a Destroyer deck, right?
Yeah. They're gonna... Okay. So in this situation, I would probably play Lizard right. Screw the raft. We have to prepare for them playing a Professor X. So Lizard right, Gamora mid.
Yo, okay, that's really smart. I usually don't think about that, but preparing for Professor X by not giving them a free lane, I think is really, really smart.
He may just play it.
Yeah,
he may play it on the left, but we can get Mjolnir, so.
Wait, you think we should play Gamora left?
No, I think I said he may play Professor X on the left, but
yeah, we can get Mjolnir, we can get Ironheart. That we're totally fine with that. We're actually pretty happy if we see that, right?
Yeah. It's just he has a scaling with Sunspot, but I think we're still fine.
Yeah, then he can only play 4 mana worth of cards next turn, and that's really bad for him.
Well, Raft doesn't matter now. Though we can win Raft and kind of steal it from him.
Seems pretty good.
He has to win these other 2 lanes. He's to add 3 or 7 or 8.
Yeah, we can get extra hits with that Ironheart. Ironheart's guaranteed to hit at least one of them.
Mm-hmm. And there's a solid chance that he thinks that we're going to give up on the left lane potentially.
This also beats pass, I think. So get 9. 9, and then guaranteed 2 be 11 extra power. We get to 20. Actually, it'll lose to pass. Not super often, but wait, no, if they pass, then we win. They can't pass. They can't pass. I think this is our best play. I think this has to be our best play. Plus, we get to see what 6-drop card we would have gotten on the raft, which is very exciting. Very exciting.
It's gonna be Infinite or Hella. It's either the biggest card or the smallest card. Our leader. I guess our Angola is technically smaller.
Yeah, what were they doing playing on the left?
Oh, they're playing Vision, so who knows?
Yeah, the bot maybe. That must have been a bot. I was gonna say that never wins. I feel.
Well, I mean, he's losing the middle and the right already.
Yeah.
So
It's a weird play.
God, zero cost leader is so strong.
0 cost leader? Yeah, 0 cost leader is cracked. Okay. Green dimension's a little annoying, but we can get to our storm if we need to. I want to discard a black cat. Almost certainly expecting Hella deck, right?
Yes.
Right on time.
I feel like
Which
this
we
deck
don't.
can beat Hella getting the nuts.
Yeah.
we
This
can
deck
win the
also,
Hella
if we
lane.
do draw, if we draw a storm, it's really good on Invisible Woman.
I think we're trying to set up a... Okay, Dream Dimension actually really sucks for us. But we don't have Storm, so we can't really do anything about it. I think that we're trying to set up a big lane with like Gamora things, but having Dream Dimension makes playing Gamora or playing White Tiger really, really finicky. Are we dominoing there? Or are we dominoing somewhere else, you think? Dominoing here, maybe?
I think, yeah, Domino left is fine.
Yeah.
I think if we end up somehow top decking into just really strong stuff, which we might since we got the Wong.
I think with Dust Domain, we're snapping.
I don't know. It's difficult because they can win Baxter building, get some more power. If they're playing Hella, those cards can go in there for free.
That's a good point. But they skipped turns 1 and 2. It's kind of we're gonna be on a really rough time to make Hella things work.
Yeah.
We can get 2
So
Doctor Dooms there, guaranteed.
Yeah, my worry is
We Wolfsbaning left, I think, is our play, right?
yeah. I think we just have to ignore trying to win Baxter building.
Mm-hmm.
I think maybe Wong's stuff goes into Baxter building potentially. I think we just play Wong mid.
Wong, Ironheart, Doctor Doom, I feel like is going to be really hard to lose.
Yeah.
I'm snapping even, I think. So if they get
wanna
all
see
their
if they
Hella
can
stuff
play
off, they have a Magneto. The Magneto can be really actually annoying because it can pull or Wong off in our Doctor Doom turn.
Yeah.
So I don't think I'm snapping. I think that there's too many question marks with what our opponent can do. Opponent's Psycho Hellcow.
Okay, I think we have to play Gamora here in the middle to try to get priority.
Yeah, I like that idea.
I don't know we can't.
Oh yeah, we can't. That's the thing. I think this still often gives us priority, right? We're adding 12 power.
Yeah. And there's a
No,
chance
I think it never does because you never win Baxter building. Just pass Infinite?
I mean, we win with Doctor Doom here, unless he passed because he has Hella and nothing else to play.
What?
Yeah, I guess it's just Doctor Doom.
Okay, bye.
Yeah.
they accidentally hit Mrs. Skip turn. Yeah, that was weird.
I mean, they could have expected us to not have anything to get into the right lane. So maybe it was a pass Infinite, and then they kind of realized that we have Wong and we're gonna play Doctor
White
Doom.
Tiger or Doctor Doom, almost certainly.
Yeah.
Heathcliff, welcome to the stream. I like that. I was using this mini Thor one for a while.
Yeah, I was using the Destroyer one.
So we know that left lane could be our combo lane, so I think that we're dominoing right. Just because we don't want to jam up one. And we get around the Star-Lord. Have you ever played like a full Guardians deck? That feels really good. I think I'm actually going to snap and try and sneak him out of this game. Just early and get another one in. Yeah. I think no matter what, we're probably taking 1 cube there, so might as well take our 1 cube now instead of playing through the whole game.
In that situation, I think Storm middle on the Raptors lane is really strong because they can only play 2 cards in the Storm there, and we can kill those Raptors later and put whatever.
You can Killmonger and then replace it with Tigers or replace it with Doombots. Yeah, that's interesting. Storming here seems really good too because if they're putting anything onto there.
What are the odds?
Domino middle, I would say.
Yeah, it's hard not to want to do that, right? The other thing that
So it loses the Shang-Chi.
We can even if they play like 1-drops.
Yeah.
I think we still Storm left.
Yeah.
Because if they didn't play a card here, there's no way they're playing 2 cards this turn, right?
Yeah.
And then we Storm left. We don't really have a good follow-up, but Lizard's just good enough of a follow-up, I would say.
Yes.
They have 1 card. 1 card's great.
Wind, aid my hand.
Oh, it might also be playing Storm. And plays Juggernaut. Interesting choice. We're still out ahead, and they can't Juggernaut the flooding lane now. Thor is... Ooh, interesting. We kind of have all the cards that we want. So maybe Thor is better because the chance of losing a draw isn't that bad.
Yeah. So we don't really have a great 5 play. It's just Lizard and Killmonger, but I don't hate it too much.
I think that's just totally enough.
Yeah. And I mean, we can still draw something too.
Plus, yeah, I think playing a 3 here is better than playing the Lizard because we can play the Lizard next turn.
Yeah.
Pretty much no matter what.
Jessica Jones and Juggernaut. This is when I start trying to think, okay, what's he playing? What's a list that I've seen with this? But
no clue. I think I'm Killmongering. Lizard might come right. I don't think they'll pack the Hulk lane too much. We have to think which lane is safer for Lizard, right? I think that they're going to push out into Hollow this turn would be my guess, as opposed to pushing to Gamma Labs.
Yeah, it's really 50-50 because they're just tied lanes no matter what.
And we're just using Killmonger for 3 power here. We can, if there's any crazy 1-drop shenanigans, we can Odin it.
Yeah.
Or like we can play a Mjolnir Odin type play if we need to. Wow,
Look at that.
I was hyper rewarded for that.
Yep. And then I think you just Mjolnir Odin. Gives you the most power on the right, and you win the left lane. I don't think there's anything that... I mean, and you have 11 power on the right now, too.
I don't think we can lose. Opponent's probably backing out, right? Opponent went for it. I mean, we're getting plus 12 on the left. I'm really surprised that opponent went for it there. I guess maybe they have white tiger things, and then we're gonna feel really good if they have white tiger things.
They have a Groot. Oh my god.
They just did that like as a joke. Oh, I guess. I mean, I don't know. If I'm the opponent, you have to think that some Mjolnir stuff is coming, right?
Yeah.
Maybe they just thought that they had left for sure, and that this like 11 power would be enough to contest.
Yeah.
I think that was probably a bad play by our opponent, but we take those.
Pretty strong. Like I said, this deck helped me climb quite a bit. It's got a lot of counterplay and a lot of power that it can output in the right situations. I'm also just a sucker for anything that has Thor in it. So
yeah, dude, you're making me more of a Thor believer. Like I said, I kind of had a pretty bad opinion of Thor, I would say, for quite a while. But you're definitely turning me into a bit of a believer with Thor. Think about trying to add him in some other decks.
This deck does go against some like analytics conventions where we're running Domino and we're running Thor, so we're lowering the chance of drawing certain cards. But I think the cards that you're getting in replacement of those odds, like you're getting a guaranteed turn 2, and you're getting, if you draw the Mjolnir, you're getting a free +6 to a lane. So like I think the payoffs are enough to at least make it at least a little bit worth it, in my opinion.
I mean, I'm still. Oh, we got what? The fuck? I was like, oh, it's Cerebro 2 for sure. Was that a swarm? Did he discard it?
Yeah, it was a swarm. Yeah.
Okay. Howdy, welcome in, welcome in. Are we just contesting this with a Wolfsbane? Does that feel good enough?
Yeah, I mean it's still a 3-power Wolfsbane. It's more power on the board than Ironheart gives you, unless you were to play it like Ironheart on the right to Odin it later. But both swarms are gone. What does he play on 3 or on 4?
It could be anything. We have a wave down here. I think we're dooming middle.
We're doing. Do we want to doom middle, or do we just want to doom a side lane, and then White Tiger and then Odin? We just
doom White Tiger Odin. So we'll get 1/1. White Tiger could fill, but I guess getting the Doctor Doom down first helps us guarantee as many Doom bots as possible.
Yeah.
Is this
And
enough to contest? I mean, they play. This has to be a bot, right? Why would they? Why would he play both of his 0-cost swarms?
Yeah, I have no idea.
Doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me, unless they're doing something crazy that I'm not expecting. Because then I'm thinking, like, what if they like Odin this lane? I mean, that's fine.
Yeah, we can win the other lanes.
I think what we're doing is we're Gamoring and then we're Odining middle. Odin middle gives us 14 power.
I don't think they fill up this lane on 5.
If they don't fight left, then we just have 12 power there and it's almost impossible for them to beat us. But if they do fight left, then we almost certainly beat it. Okay, this is scary. We still have outs.
Ironheart possibility?
Ironheart.
All 3 hit the middle.
Ironheart, all 3 hit the middle and they have no other thing to play. I mean, I think we have to... Dude, that is a psycho play by them to play that Green Goblin. Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe the Swarm was really smart with that wave. I called them a bot, and I'm really sorry, Austinacious. That was you outplayed the shit out of us, and I'm damn impressed.
I would play both Swarms plus Professor X just on the same turn.
Like, they couldn't with wave.
Oh, with wave, yeah. Well,
those are set a turn. They would have had to wait till turn 5, but
this is a crazy deck. Like, you see Yellow Jacket in the Colleen Wing into discarding 2 Swarms on the second turn. Like, what? What can you even expect?
I'm gonna give him extra cubes. Yeah, okay, there you go. What?
And it's a destroyer deck.
Wait, all 3 hit middle? All 3 hit middle, we win? Oh. Dude, that would have been
you would have lost by 2, I think.
No, yeah, you're right. I thought that we would get 9, but we'd only get 6.
Oh man. You know, I was like, there's no way he fills up middle, because nobody's gonna fill up the middle, so we don't play in middle. And he like took that psychology and reversed it, and knew that we weren't gonna play in the middle, so he can play in middle for free.
It is hard. Like on turn 5, you can sometimes make that call with Green Goblin, and then he probably could have just escaped for one cube, right?
Yeah. God, that was
that's a sick Yondu skin. Okay, bye Wong.
Here's Wong.
I love that Yondu skin.
What are the odds?
I'm thinking Domino middle left, or Domino into Storm left.
Yeah. Although
neat.
he's played some 1-drops. He might like that we get rid of Hellfire Club. Ironheart. Yeah. I think it's still fine.
Yeah, I think we still just want this lane, and then we build a hyper strong lane somewhere else.
I mean, and he's
Like a
buffing up.
Wolfsbane Odin things.
Mirror Dimension can turn into Flooded, which it would be kind of good for us. Put Thor in there.
Do we?
I think.
They have too much power. It's gonna get over 10.
Well, we can Killmonger if we draw it. We could also Ironheart, and we have Odin. So if we did draw Mjolnir, we can buff that Thor up quite a bit.
Oh, and we have Doctor Doom.
Yeah. We have a few outs, and we don't have long in the deck, so the deck's thinned a little bit.
I really like our odds here with the Ironheart and Doctor Doom, or Ironheart and Odin. Ironheart into Ironheart into Mjolnir Odin. I'm snapping. It's probably not the cleanest snap, but I think that could scare them away quite often, and I'm okay with playing this for twice as many cubes with our possibilities.
We have a good amount of options right here, so do they now with the long.
Why are they playing Yondu in a long deck?
Oh, there's the Killmonger, so nothing matters, right?
Yeah, Killmonger will clear, like, murder this lane. Well, no, I mean, several things matter, right? Like, they could be doing Doctor Doom things too. Doctor Doom, White Tiger things, which would be crazy, but
I think I don't know if Ironheart or Killmonger are to play here.
I think we need to play Ironheart. I think Ironheart's so good. Because the Mjolnir draws insane. We can Mjolnir Odin, and then no matter what power they get, it should 6 plus, we get like 18 extra power. And I don't think we want to Killmonger yet, or we can think of Killmonger Wolfsbaning, and then we can maybe even win this lane.
Yeah, we can play both of them next turn. That's true. Oh, there's a plan.
That's fine. It's a little annoying. There's a weird play by our opponent. I think it's Doctor Doom then, right? Or is Killmonger Wolfsbane still just cleaner? I think the problem with Killmonger Wolfsbane is that it never wins us the right lane, right?
It doesn't win the right lane.
But
I feel like you just need to play Killmonger.
Yeah, Doctor Doom loses the pass. Yeah, because Doctor Doom loses the pass, I think you're right. I think, like...
Yeah, but I don't know that he ever passes, because he only has 7 power on the right. I think he still plays something, but...
We lose to White Tiger, but I can't... I mean, looking at this deck, what the hell is this Wong doing in their deck?
I think he has Doctor Doom in this deck. Juggernaut probably has a Storm in that deck somewhere, if he's running Juggernaut. So I think Doom is probably in this list. The Yondu and Sunspot and Daredevil throw me off, but...
We'll send it. We'll see what we can do. Yeah.
That's
unfortunate.
I mean, if we just draw Mjolnir, oh no, we still lose life.
Well, if we draw Mjolnir, we could have done... We could have figured out... Yeah, we could have done, like, Doom Mjolnir. Doom Mjolnir would have won.
We would have lost middle.
No. Mjolnir gives us to 12. Actually, it would have gotten us to 17 middle.
Well, we wouldn't have played Killmonger then. We wouldn't have had Killmonger down.
Wait. Oh, 17 to 18. Oof. Man, that's really, really tough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this Doom skin as well. It's really nice.
Dude, all of Doom's variants are good.
Oh yeah, 100%. I really like the hyper realistic variants. I think in general are some of my favorite. Yeah, we probably should have gotten out of that game.
Yeah, it is what it is. Sometimes it's better to just play it out and see what's going to happen. Even though I guess we did know what was going to happen, we just wanted to stay in.
Domino middle seems
Always
pretty easy here, right?
For sure.
Opponent not playing turns 1 and 2. Sinister London to Thor, and I'm honestly snapping on a Sinister London Thor. We have really good Sinister London cards in this deck.
Yep.
You can do Odin things with Sinister London. Ooh. Electro's a little bit scary against Sinister London.
Yeah, he can start playing some big things. It's when you wish that Killmonger was a Shang-Chi instead.
I still think that we Ironheart here, and then I think that for sure we're Gamoraing to get double 12s.
Yeah.
And then
for sure, Gamora.
We're kind of okay. What we can do is we can do like a Mjolnir somewhere else, and then Odin on the Sinister London to pull us back. Ooh, opponent did the Gamora thing to us. With the Mjolnir, we're in such a commanding spot. I definitely think the play here is just to keep bashing on the Sinister London. Opponent could do like pass into like Infinite here, but we beat that for sure.
Yeah, he would have
make sure we
passed
play the Mjolnir first, and we can even play 2 Mjolnirs if we draw it.
Oh yeah, we do have 2 in the deck. Huh?
Aid my hand.
We're not too sad about this.
No,
This is
it's totally fine.
All systems go.
He definitely plays something into this.
Yeah, we just Odin on it. Odin on it, and then play 2 fucking Mjolnirs over here.
Yeah.
Easy peasy. GG's.
Yeah, that's so much power on that
Storm in an Electro deck.
And playing Storm on turn 5.
True.
Like,
well, it was to get rid of the Sinister London, which I mean, clearly it helped them to an extent, but I mean, if you're running an Electro deck, you can't play 2 power in a turn, right?
There has to be a better play for you on a Sinister London that gives you more than 2 power.
It's pretty cool. Electro skin as well.
Yeah, that one's sick. I don't think I've ever seen that one.
Was they waiting for us to maybe retreat? we're not retreating, dude. We're feeling pretty confident. Wait, do we lose the Shang-Chi? We lose the... No. The Odin Ironheart. Wait, we go first. Like, the Odin will actually Ironheart and turn these... We'll
lose 1 lane to Shang-Chi, but we win the other lane. He can't play 2 of them.
Yeah, but then they win left and right. We actually did lose the Shang-Chi there.
Oh, yeah. Why did I think?
What an impressive board indeed. Yeah, the double Mjolnir hitting both. Oh, and wait, I actually forgot the Mjolnirs were hitting this Thor too. Like, this lane is going to be so crazy. Oh, man. Well, I think that's a really good one to end on. I think we've been, co-streaming for about 3.5 hours here, even though we said like 1 or 2.
Yeah, I mean, it's really hard to stop when we're just like going back and forth so much.
Yeah, man, that was a ton of fun, dude. Yeah, I would be down to do this maybe in like a week or so. If you're ever down to collab again, we could do it on your stream too if you'd prefer. Yep. I can show you a deck to do. Yeah, for sure. Yeah, you want to shout out to my chat where they can find you, and I'll do the same to yours.
Yeah, so you can find me on Twitch at twitch.tv/paper with 2 R's. I've been streaming really often now. I kind of had a lull because my internet's been crappy, but yeah, I stream Marvel Snap exclusively. And yeah, that's about it for shoutouts for me. I have my Twitter and stuff on my YouTube channel or on my Twitch channel, so.
Awesome. Yeah, definitely go check them out. Give them a follow, everything like that. People in Paper Chat, you can catch me on YouTube, Twitch, and Twitter. All 3 are the same. Binks, BYNX _plays. Do a lot of YouTube stuff. I have a bunch of videos that just dropped, and you'll see this in a YouTube video a little bit later. I'm doing a review of all the different cards. I'm probably gonna, after this, do all the 3-drop cards over here on this channel. But yeah, hey dude, thanks so much for coming and hanging out, man. I like I said, man, I would love to do this again.
Yeah, for sure. I had a lot of fun with this. Got to find some more like unique decks that we can gel on too.
Oh, hell yeah, dude. Well, you have a great rest of your night and rest of your stream if you're gonna keep streaming. And yeah, I'll catch you later.
Yeah, you too, man. I'll talk to you later.
Peace. Oh boy, chat, that was fun. That was a ton of fun. I really, really have enjoyed doing these collabs. I hope you guys enjoy them too. There's just something about like kind of sitting down and being able to bounce ideas off of someone that means a lot. And I feel like we mesh really well, which I really like. I love being able to play with people where we both have a little bit different ideas off the game, and we can kind of like pass them back and forth. What's my opinion on Domino now? The first thing I'm doing if I ever play this deck again is taking Domino out. No offense to Paper, dude. I mean, the first thing I'm doing is changing Domino for Invisible Woman. I think adding Invisible Woman to this deck makes it much better. But I could be wrong. I have very strong snap opinions, but I've also never hit infinite. I'm really not good at this game. For as much as I play it, I definitely think that I'm just kind of very mid at this game. So, I mean, I don't know. Actually, no matter what my opinions are, there's a pretty good chance that they're wrong, right? What I think we're gonna do to Alex Ross Invisible. That's Alex Ross. I don't know what that means, but I'm into it. I love this Invisible. Actually, I need to play with this card so I can. Let's run a game with Invisible Woman. How about at infinite? There's two reasons I don't think I've ever hit infinite. One, I didn't really play the game enough, like on a monthly basis. I would mostly play it when I'd stream it, and I used to not stream nearly as much as I had the last week. So I'd say that's one reason. The other reason, well, there's probably three. Secondly, I'm just not that good at the game, and I do a lot of things for content. And I also don't like play a deck to infinite. Like a lot of other people who will make their way all the way up to infinite, what they'll do is they'll like play the same deck the whole way through, right? I never do that. So, like, I don't really have a way to, you know, make it happen. Okay, so how do we do this Invisible Woman thing, right? So we kind of want to do a Wong something. I want to play an Invisible Woman. So they could have Enchantress. They could also have Cosmo. Seeing Nova, a lot of times we are going to think that Cosmo could be showing up here. But we kind of want to like Wong and then do like a White Tiger in here, or we could Wong Ironheart and do it. If we're going to do the Wong Ironheart thing, we might as well just play Ironheart first. We could also, if they're going to slam a Cosmo here, slam an Electro. Very interesting. We can slam down this Wong. And then next turn... Well, that's incredibly rude of our opponent. It's a good chance we've been had, but there's another chance that we haven't been had. Oh, get dumpstered.
All systems go.
So opponent tried to soul read us and we soul read them. It'd be really nice if New York had landed literally anywhere else, but it didn't, and that's just kind of how things go. The most power I could possibly get would probably be just slamming down the Wong or the Odin, and then this can get as much as 10 power. They're gonna have to beat us middle too, where we're gonna have at least like 6 power. Yeah, opponent retreats. Bye bye.
Victory.
He gave you a gift to beat a bad one. It's still a gift. I mean, yeah, the Electro is. That's why I don't think Viper Electro is that good. Like, so you're taking up your turn 3 and your turn 4 to give me something where I'm also doing stuff. They got it like exactly perfect, exactly how they wanted to do it, and it still didn't do anything for them, right? I need more. I just want boosters. I want to see this. When this is 3D, it's so much better than when it's 2D. I think what we're gonna do. Oh my gosh, where'd everyone go? I think what we are going to do to finish out the stream. Binks, question for you. Can I get the 7 power tiger from White Tiger? No, nothing can happen in the Professor X location. The only thing that can happen is the power can change. So you can Iron Heart onto it, but you can't do anything else. I think what we're gonna do is set up and do our 3-cost card. Set up our 3-cost card review. So we did this quite a bit yesterday and I had a lot of fun with it. Essentially, I'm just going to be going through and kind of giving my thoughts on every 3-cost card in the game. I'll make sure I change everything over on the right side of it. Yeah, I'm just going to do everything. Okay. Just going to change everything to reviewing all the 3-cost cards. And then we'll probably call for the night. I'm probably going to make a video with the rest of my night. And I'll just... I streamed until like 5 in the morning yesterday, like a crazy person. But we've already been up for about 3 hours here. Yes, all of my reviews will be on YouTube. So I'll go I'll have 6 videos, 1 cost through 6 cost. So all of that will be available on YouTube if that's something you want to eventually watch. But while I'm doing it here on Twitch, what I'll do is I'll essentially like do what's going to be in the YouTube video. And then I shoot the shit with chat. It's been it was a lot of fun last time we did it, so definitely stick around if you want to voice your opinion on how you think certain cards are. I would love to hear your thoughts on them. Also, that whole stream that I did, I'll be chopping that up into a YouTube video for sure with Paper. That was so much fun. Paper's really, really cool. He's quite soft-spoken, but really, really good mindset about the game. That was really fun to bounce ideas back and forth. Okay. Everything's look good. You have to stick around for yeah, it'll be fun. It'll be fun. We'll have a great time. I'm gonna take a quick, just couple second break. I just gotta refill my drink, but I'll be back in like 1 minute. Alright, thanks for sticking through. This is gonna be a lot of fun. So what we're gonna do is essentially we'll go through pool 1s first, and then we'll kind of go one at a time. We'll do pool 1 and starters, pool 2, pool 3. Morph, huh? Morph's a pool 1 card. It's kind of interesting. Do you guys remember when Double Dinosaur cost 3 energy? What a world! What are the other starter ones? It's like Captain America. Captain America. Database cards. I think it's just Captain America and you know, we'll just go through. Wait, I wonder, can you do it like no, it doesn't work. I think Ironheart is technically like a starter card, right? Or it's in the recruit season. Ironheart's definitely not like Pool 2. Yeah, I think Ironheart's one of the early ones. Mr. Fantastic. That's in like the starting deck kind of card. Def lost some games this season thinking Magneto would move him. Oh yeah, yeah. A lot of people would also think about that. Can you briefly explain pools? Yeah, absolutely, Zudlo. So pools, you start the game in like starter cards, so you get 12 starter cards, and then there's the recruit season pass, and like the first few levels are like the pre-pool 1 cards. And then you get into pool 1 and you'll randomly pull cards from pool 1 as you get every single one of those caches. Once you get all the way through pool 1, then you'll unlock pool 2, you'll go all the way through pool 2, and then you'll get to pool 3 and you'll go all the way through pool 3. Also made a yeah, you made the right call. Yeah, hell yeah. Did mention say opinions on cards? Yo, Mele Waluigi. So I posted I was playing with Talkwin when we played you after that like cozy stream, and you're the first one in that video because you wrecked us with like a Sinister London Arrow play. I just wanted to give you props for that Sinister London Arrow play. It was really, really impressive. And we were thinking, because we had a deck that gets wrecked by Enchantress, and you were talking about how Enchantress is S tier, we were saying that you were going to wreck us with Enchantress, but you didn't even need it. Very impressive. Yo, D-Brom, what's up? Welcome in. Plus, this is one of the first times you guys get to hear YouTube voice. Rip PogChamp. Thanks so much for the follow. Unlocking the best follow notification all at twitch.tv. Everyone in chat says thank you. Thanks for coming in, hanging out. Dude, isn't it so weird that like some of these things like have these like weird, like the Cerebro stuff comes out on the side and like over the top? It's really interesting. Yeah, what's up? Welcome in, man. Thanks so much for coming and catching me live over on YouTube. Getting freaked out because usually you can't see the top of my mic, so I don't want you to be able to see the top of my mic. Not that there's any reason why you can't see the connector parts of my mic, but just because it's usually not the case. Freaks me out if it is. So first up in the pool 1 and the starter cards, we have Ironheart. Ironheart is a 3 energy, 0 power with on reveal. Give 3 other friendly cards plus 2 power. Ironheart is a great 3-drop early on. You can see if you get all 3 of those to trigger on one of your own cards, you're going to end up getting a 6 power for the 3 energy cost, which is really good. I think Ironheart fits into all of the early on reveal decks with things like Odin. Once you get into pool 3, there's even some kind of like Wong decks that Ironheart will still fit into, and it's the linchpin of my Exodia deck to give cards plus 6 power multiple times over and over again. So Ironheart in any deck where you're running Odin, definitely think about it. In any kind of swarm style deck, it can still be good in pools 1 and pool 2. The other cool thing about Ironheart is that if there are any tokens that come from locations, you can usually play it out early. So depending on certain different like feature locations that can come where they're adding cards on your side, Ironheart can be a good play because you can play it proactively on 3 where you usually have to wait a little bit. Ironheart's very pog. Very pog. I always think Mojo is bugged due to his huge picture spillover. Yeah, a lot of them are like that. It's very interesting. I did not know that Morph was a pool 1 card. For whatever reason, I thought that Morph was a pool 3 card. It seems like a pool 3 type of card, right? I don't think I've ever played Morph. I don't think I've ever run it in a deck. I must have, right? Because it has 6. I think when I was like doing an all commons deck early on, I did it. I've also never gotten any extra boosters for him. Ooh, I didn't start my recording yet. I might have to do Ironheart again. I'm gonna do Ironheart again. Sorry, you guys are gonna have to deal with that one more time. Well, let's see how it's changed. Tell me how it changed. Tell me if the first one or the second one was better. Because I like doing local recordings for these. It's a little bit easier to chop it all up than having to download like a 10 gigabyte file from Twitch. Do you know how long it'd take a free-to-play player to get all the cards if you play actively? Like probably about 4 or 5 months to get all the way through Pool 3. It depends. If you're completing all of your missions, every single day, you could probably get in like 4 months, 5 months. But they're always going to keep adding cards. But what's cool is that as you grow your collection level, you're facing people at the same level as you, always. So even if you're a free-to-play player, it's not like you're going to go up against people with like full collections like crazy. 3-ish months if you spend your... Oh, interesting. 3-ish, 4 months. Yeah, it's 5. Yeah, 4, 3, 4, 5. It's kind of hard. I don't think there's like a set exact number now. That sounds about right. Somewhere between 3 and 5 months. I think is pretty fair. 4 months? I mean, you're playing a game for free, my dude. You know? They gotta make money somehow. See you on the ladder in 4 months? Yeah, it will take a while to catch up to beta players. I'll probably do a free-to-play account though. So if you see Binks F2P on ladder, you'll know who it is. Oh, wait, we have to say we're starting with the pool one. Starting with Pool 1 and our starter cards, we have Ironheart, a 3 energy, 0 power card with on reveal, give 3 other friendly cards plus 2 power. Ironheart finds a place in just about any on reveal focused deck or any deck that's going to run Odin. Getting that trigger multiple times is going to be super valuable, especially with Odin. Getting it later in the game when you have more cards out is really great. You can also play it in some Flood and super aggro style decks where you're playing a lot of 1 and 2 drops, because it's going to be really often that you can get that Ironheart out on like turn 4 or sometimes even turn 3 if you do play 3 1-drops out really quickly. Ironheart is also a great inclusion if the featured or new location gives you cards on your side, because you can play it proactively as opposed to waiting a little bit. Overall, just a really solid card that's going to see play early on, right when you unlock it, all the way into Pool 3 when you do things like Wong to double this on reveal ability. Ironheart's goated, dude. Oh, I didn't mention Exodia, that's fine. I buy the battle pass and have spent money and don't have the collection after 4 months. Wait, really? Have you completed missions every single day though? PogChamp. This game has been out for 2 days. Or 3 days. It came out on the 18th. But it's been in beta, closed beta since May, and I've been playing since the first day of closed beta, so I have a full collection. Collector's token will help getting cards faster too. Yeah, 100%. Well, hopefully it depends on how they set it up, right? They could have just monetization in multiple different ways. Drop less than 10 missions and it's taking you 4 months. Well, let me ask you this, Hamskillet. Did you ever get to 96 credit level hell? Like, did you get to the point where it was taking you 96 credit level to get your Pool 3 cards? Because if that's the case, then you kind of get in a little bit of trouble, because it jammed you up a little bit. I was in 96 credit level hell. It took me to like 3,300 to get to full collection, which no one else is gonna have to deal with. What's next? Morph number 2. Wow, I actually also used the wrong Ironheart, but that's okay. That Ironheart looks enough. They've had some droughts, but yeah, not as bad as others. Well, so it used to be guaranteed. There was a point where it would guarantee before like collector's caches and collector's reserves. It used to be like there was a guarantee you'd get a card at a certain level, And once you hit like over 1,000 credit level, you got to what a lot of us call 96 credit level hell, where it takes you 96 levels to get each new card. So if you were stuck in that, they have that at one point when Nexus events came out, actually, hilariously enough. Morph is a 3 energy, 0 power card with on reveal, become a copy of a random card in your opponent's hand. I would definitely say that Morph is much more of a meme type card. You know, you're just getting a random card that's out there. You have no idea if it's going to be effective, no idea where to play it properly because you can't see anything about your opponent's hand. Maybe in a meta where there are tons and tons of 6-drops being played, you can see Morph as a way to cheat one of those out from your opponent, but I would definitely say Morph is much more a fun card than one that you're going to fit in to be competitive. Probably didn't run into that, had beta 2 months before Nexus. Yeah, probably didn't run into it then, because I spent heaps of money. I spent heaps of money early on, to be honest. But I've been really bad with my missions. I've went like multiple days without. I'm not someone who can play a game like this and just be like super on top of it. Let's see what we have here. Okay, Bishop. Dude, how good is this chest Bishop variant? A lot of people talk about some of the best variants in the game, and I feel like this Bishop just has to be up there. A Rescue Panda, howdy, welcome in. Hope you're enjoying your night, enjoying the game of Marvel Snap. Dude, it's just so good. It's one of the only animations that has like a cool kind of motion to it too, because he's like moving the chess piece. Bishop is a 3 energy, 1 power card that says when you play a card, this gains +1 power. So play a card anywhere, ends up buffing up this Bishop. Bishop is a cornerstone card that's played in a ton of different decks. The reason that Bishop is so good is that you can play it out on 3, and then every card that you're playing is not only going to just give you the power that it has there, but also growing your Bishop. So it's really easy to get Bishop up to a 3-6 or a 3-7 as long as you're playing it on curve. This was brought down a little bit in one of the most recent nerfs to bring its power level down, but I still think that any aggressive style decks, any kind of like Zoo style decks, are absolutely going to be running Bishop as one of the higher cards. You know, there's a very common Khazar Zoo style deck that's going to run Angela, Bishop, Khazar, and then a flood of different 1-drops. So definitely run Bishop in a lot of your decks unless you're really planning on only playing 1 card a turn after turn 3. Bishop's crack, dude. Bishop's personal fave character from 90s X-Men cartoon. Yeah, you know what? Even I think after the stream, I'm gonna throw on the 90s X-Men cartoon because we were talking about it yesterday, and I was kind of getting nostalgic of it. I was like unlocking like little bits of like things that I remember from a really long time. Hawaiian Megatron. That's an awesome name. I'm doing well. I hope you're doing well too. 2 months in at 1600 credit level, no missions drop, but I didn't spend any gold until yesterday. Yeah, I mean, what's cool about this game is that it gives you a nice progression. Pool 3, I do, one of my biggest criticisms is that I think Pool 3 should be split in half. So Pool 3 should be two pools, maybe even 3 pools. The collector's token will change this, but like, there's a chance if like you go into Pool 3 and there's 1 card that you want, you're not gonna get it for months. And that hurts, dude. That one does not feel good. Oh, the theme. Yeah, we were talking about there's a movie where Professor X appears. I won't say which one it is. No spoilers, but there's a movie where Professor X appears that has come out in the last 5 years that has the theme play, and that was the first time it cracked and unlocked my memories of that show, and it was so awesome. But I think I'm gonna watch it literally after the stream. I've been kind of excited to. Okay, Gambit's tier 3. Naki's pool 2. And Naki's pool 2. Patriots pool 3. Rogue is pool 3. Venom's pool 3. Wolfsbane is either recruit pass or pool 1 for sure. It's played in that first unrevealed deck. You just got this game and trying to figure it out. There's lots of good resources out there. I personally don't have too many great beginner resources. I'm hoping that this series on talking about all the cards is a way that I can kind of bolster the early resources that I have in. But I would use things like Marvel Snap Zone to get some information. Just look up, a lot of content creators have good decks with like early tips and stuff like that. You can check out my YouTube channel. I have tons and tons of old content and stuff of just like early builds. So if like you look like to my like really early videos, you'll see some more Pool 1 and Pool 2 decks. Out of Pool 3, I'm missing Zero, Wave, Destroyer, Venom, Black Widow, Debris. Missing Wave freaking sucks, dude. Wave is so good. Wave makes so many decks possible. Do you recommend trying to push into Pool 2 fast, or try to grind up in rank before grabbing Pool 2 cards? I mean, it depends on your goal, right? If you're just trying to like rank up and be the best and like grind ladder, like do whatever you want to do. For me, playing card games, I want the cards. I want to build new decks and I want to enjoy the cards. So if it was me, I would just be getting the Pool 2 cards as soon as I possibly can. Which rank do you start to see Pool 2 cards? So it's not rank, it's collection level. And actually I have it pulled up right here, I can tell you. You start at collection level 222 is your first Pool 2 card. So like the ranks that you get on the ladder don't matter, but the collection level does. Post magic nerf, she needed the change, but it broke my only ringer of a climb deck. Kind of this one's missing those staples. Yeah, no, I feel that. Yeah, you probably had like a magic Sarah type deck or like a Mr. Negative Sarah type deck. Yeah, definitely could. Dude, you look perfect to become a Cyclops in a Marvel movie. Yo, that sounds nice. I love that. I do wear glasses too. I have shit eyesight even though I don't wear them. But I'll take that as a very nice compliment. Should I buy the season pass or not worth it? I think that the season pass is the best way that you can spend money in the game. Much better than spending money on gold. So plus you get access to cards early. I would super recommend it. Spicy Spy, thanks so much for the follow. Knocking the best follower notification all twitch.tv. Everyone in chat says thank you. Yeah, if you're gonna play all month, season pass is so worth it. Plus, yo, Finn! With the big raid! Thank you so much. Vin, one of the best like deck builders and kind of like analytical minds behind the best ways to play the game. I think that like if you're looking to play the game at the best level, Vin and Kanye Best are probably two of the best people to look at for like really strong infinite play. Yo, thanks so much for the raid. Really appreciate it. Another streamer did the math. The season pass is 40% of the value of a 99 gold pack. That's pretty good, right? Pretty good, I would say. Should have linked SnapFan Discord before rating. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, go check it out. The Vin cord. That's what they call it, right? The Vin cord. Vin cord is really OP. Mainly just want to get infinite, but also want to try new decks, so I don't know what to do. I mean, dude, if you're, like I said, if you're asking me, I think that if your only goal is to get to infinite, like I get it, and that's what you want. That's never been my goal in this game. I've just always wanted to build new decks, have fun, have cool interactions, see cool things happening in the game. Snap Fan Discord now, I partner with it. Yeah, but it's still the Vin cord, right? It's a snap.fan Vin cord. Just started this game and finished the trailer. Pog. But yeah, so Vin Raiders, I will be really straightforward. If you are looking for gameplay, I'm not going to provide you gameplay. You can always check out my YouTube channel that I'll link if you want to see me doing a bunch of gameplay. Right now, I'm going through all of the 3-cost cards and just kind of giving my general thoughts on them, general ideas of what kind of decks to build them in. So I just always like to be super honest with anyone who's coming through. Yo, hey, thanks so much, Vin. Have a good rest of your night. Every month I get the infinite, then I can just play all the decks I can without stress. Don't care about cubes beyond 100. Yeah. I hope that their plan, it seems, is to make a leaderboard type system that might be like Hearthstone Legend, like kind of style. So then it might matter a little bit more, and I think that that'll keep a lot more people engaged afterwards. What's up, Tel? Welcome in. Infinite tip: don't upgrade when a patch comes out. You'll hit mainly bots. How I survived beginning Pool 3. Infinite tip: don't upgrade when a patch comes out. You'll hit mainly bots. Oh, that's really interesting. Yeah, but like, I mean, if that's, yeah, again, if that's like your only goal, then that's a good tip. If it's for me, like I want to play players, dude. I want to outsmart people. I want to showcase this massive brain, you know? Feel me? Yeah, everyone has their own goals in different card games, so whatever kind of floats your boat or whatever you want to do. Yeah, unranked mode would be cool too, to be able to just test stuff out. Because right now it's really hard if you like have a new card and you want to test it out and you don't know how it works. You have to go on rank where someone could be just sweating, murder you. All right, sorry, I'm gonna try and knock out a few of these. I really appreciate you, chat. I'll still be here. I'll keep answering between, but I got to keep pushing through. I did this yesterday and it took me 5 hours to get through like so few cards. Wolfsbane is a 3 energy, 1 power card with on reveal plus 2 power for each other card you have here. Wolfsbane is going to be a key part of the early on reveal deck that you get with Odin. You can sneak Wolfbane down for maybe 1 or 2 triggers and then Odin to refresh the triggers a little bit later. Wolfsbane is also just a really solid card in any flood type deck. If you're putting it down on like turn 6 to finish out a lane, it's going to be a 3 energy, 7 power card, which is at a huge premium. So Wolfsbane is definitely sees a ton of play early on in pool 1 and pool 2. Can try and fit it into any of those aggressive style decks, and then later on, again, it can pair really well with Odin or Wong style decks to work and get its trigger multiple times. So definitely a card you're going to want to look out for and try. A lift, thanks so much for the follow. Lock the best follower notification all at twitch.tv. Everyone in chat says thank you. Wolfsbane is definitely a card that you're going to want to try out in a lot of your early decks to see if it's going to work, especially aggressive decks or anything that with an on-reveal theme. Let's see. I'm wondering why Cyclops is forgotten in Marvel after all these years. Yeah, I mean, they just don't have any, like, the X-Men stuff has kind of gotten garbage. Like, they've put out a lot of really garbage X-Men stuff. So, like, I feel like there's been like they haven't wanted to invest in it because the Avengers side of things is just probably makes so much more money. Also, I think X-Men has like one of the weird things where it's like not necessarily part of like Marvel's domain, right? It's the similar thing like Spider-Man, like weird stuff. How close to a full set are you? I have a full set. I've had a full set for months. I'm at credit level almost. I could be at credit level 4,000. I just have all these collector's reserves ready to crack. I hit really late. I hit collection level like 3,200 or something. Yeah, 3310 is where I got my last card. Well, Fox had the rights. Yeah, it's like weird stuff, right? What's next? Brutus tier 3, Electro's tier 3, Lockdraw, pool 3, Mr. Fantastic. Mr. Fantastic's so good early on, dude. Marvel just got them back. We'll see Cyclops. Yeah, because they're doing the Deadpool thing, right? They're doing Deadpool. They're doing Deadpool as like kind of like an X-Men type thing. Plus, like, isn't in like the comics like Secret War, like X-Men is pretty involved. Plus, in they recently like said the word mutant a couple of times recently. Lots of little X-Men teasery things coming out soon, so hopefully we get to see it. Mr. Fantastic is a 3 energy, 2 power card with ongoing adjacent locations have +2 power. Mr. Fantastic can see play in any type of ongoing deck that might use Spectrum, and early on it's just really solid. Playing this down in the middle lane is going to give you a spread of power to just get you a little bit ahead of your opponents. I think that Mr. Fantastic in like pool 1 and even into pool 2 is going to be a staple card in that 3-drop slot to pretty much guarantee you that 6 power for 3 energy as long as you get into the middle. So definitely try it out in a lot of your decks and don't overlook it just because it only has 2 power on the body itself. Mr. Fantastic's so good. Can't wait to see Dark Phoenix for a 3rd time. I heard Dark Phoenix was so bad. I was really hyped for Dark Phoenix because I love Sansa. I really love that actress. But then I heard that it was dog shit. They should do the story arc with Spider-Man turning into a mutant spider beast and Charles has to help me. That would be so good. I don't know what that is, but I'm kind of down. Yeah, Spy, thanks for coming in. Good night. Pretty sure they have X-Men right now. Pog. Yeah, I would love to see them expand out X-Men. They need to recast like so many characters, right? I guess they can keep doing Hugh Jackman as Logan is their plan, but we'll see. Where's Cosmo? Is Cosmo pool 2? And Cosmo's pool 1. Captain America's pool. I thought Captain America was a starter card. I thought Captain America is like in your initial deck. The more you know. The more you know, chat. We're learning here today. Spider is technically a mutant? I thought you were born a mutant. Spider-Man wasn't born a mutant, right? Cosmo may be the strongest pool 1 card. I have a friend who has something to say to you. Her name is Angela. I don't know if you've ever seen this card. This card's pretty good. This card's pretty good. I actually think Cosmo's like an interesting. It's interesting to do the power level because Cosmo is like such a core important card. It's kind of hard to like, I guess, like gauge how you would rank Cosmo as far as how good it is, because it's just like it's the only card that can like really stop cards like that. But I definitely think that Angela's better. I think that Bishop's probably better. Oh, dude, that was my first variant I ever bought with gold. I love that Angela variant. I'm a cheap. I don't know who in chat doesn't know this yet because I talk about it a lot, but I'm a Chibi stan, dude. I will buy Chibi variants over any other variants. I'm so addicted to Chibi variants, dude. I think Chibi variants are just objectively the best ones. Pretty much if there's like any character that has a Chibi variant that I like and that's not like weird looking, I will wait to spend any money until I find that. Look how many pixel variants are in my shop right now. A whole dang shop of pixel variants. Yo, this is a fire Adam Warlock skin though. I bet this looks really cool 3D. Biased as a Wong player? I'm a Wong player. It's a really funny looking pixel variant. The same for Dan Hip. I really like a lot of the Dan Hip ones. This Lockjaw one I'm pretty sure is a Dan Hip one. I love this Lockjaw variant. This Lockjaw variant's so fire. It's Jake the Dog Lockjaw. It's so good, dude. This one's not a Dan Hip, right? No, that's not a Dan Hip. I have the Wave Dan Hip. I have a couple of them. We need Hishi variants. I don't know what that means. Also, if you're not John, who are you? Bet you didn't expect to get asked that coming into the stream, did you? Oh, Punisher. Punisher's got to be pool 1, right? Where's Punisher? What the hell is Punisher, dude? There's no way Punisher's pool 2. No shot. Oh, Punisher's a straight up starter card, dude. Punisher's a starter card. This is in your starting deck. Especially the Wong one. I need heat. I don't know what that means. I just got Wave and now I need her hip one. Yeah, the hip one's pretty good. Heat Haishi? I don't know how it should have ended. I don't know what that means. Is that like a story arc or something? I'm really bad with lore. I'm not a big lore guy. The Punisher is a 3 energy, 2 power with ongoing +1 power for each opposing card at this location. It's a conditional card that can get up to a 3/6 if your opponent fills the other side of the board. Oh man, I hate burping, dude. Oh, it's a YouTube channel. Interesting. I don't know if do they make like animations or like pictures or something. I feel like every time I start talking, I get like burp buildup. It's not fun. The Punisher is a 3 energy, 2 power with ongoing +1 power for each opposing card at this location. So it's a conditional 3/6 if your opponent fills up the other side. I think that this card is somewhat decent. It's kind of similar to Captain America as an ongoing card that gets additional power for filling up a location. However, with Captain America, you have a bit more control over the whole situation, so I tend to lean more towards him. Either way, after you get outside of pool 1, it's very rare to see either of those cards unless you're doing any kind of like really crazy onslaught type decks, or if you're trying to do a spectrum type deck. So early on, definitely okay to use in pool 1. Any kind of spectrum deck is really going to like the Punisher, but when you get into pool 3, really doesn't see too much play. I've never been a huge Punisher stan. Punisher's kind of mid. I also think Captain America's kind of mid. Because like Captain America, I just call Captain America why aren't you playing Ant-Man, right? I guess Ant-Man is bad when you can't fully fill up the location, whereas Captain America you get a little bit of extra power. But like Captain America, when it's in a full location, it's a 3 energy 6 power, and Ant-Man's a 1 energy 4 power. It's like the math just doesn't add up for me. Some people run Captain America in decks, and it really surprises me. I guess in my most recent YouTube video, I did have Captain America in the deck, so I don't know what I'm talking about. But afterwards, I kind of like don't think that Captain America belonged in that deck at all. I realized we never played it the entire time. We streamed for like 2.5 hours together. We never played Captain America like effectively. Captain America is a 3 energy, 3 power card with ongoing. Your other cards at this location have +1 power. It is a okay ongoing card for any swarm style deck. You do have more control over it, so you can get up to 6 power if you do have a full location. But unless you're going really, really hard into that swarm style, you already have Ant-Man in your deck. I kind of look at this as like a weak and very expensive Ant-Man style card. So definitely some smaller cards that are a little bit more mana efficient that you can be utilizing. This can find some ways to get played in like a spectrum style deck or any like the Wongdin style deck where you're getting multiple spectrum triggers. But I definitely think that once you get out of pool 1 and pool 2, Captain America really falls off for other stronger cards. I don't think I've ever put Captain America in a deck, except for the Avenger. I think I did do an Avengers deck, which I ran Captain America, and that deck was trash. Captain America was also one of the worst cards in a trash deck, so. I'm just gonna make sure I didn't skip any. I'm really bad with skipping cards. There's just like a single one that doesn't have any, but I think we're on Cosmo. Cosmo is a 3 energy, 3 power card with ongoing. On reveal abilities won't happen at this location. Cosmo is one of those cards you're going to see everywhere. On reveal is a really common strategy and a really powerful strategy, and having a card like Cosmo in your deck is going to be really awesome if you're not really relying on those on reveal abilities and you want the chance to shut off your opponents. When you get up to like pool 3, it's seen in destroyer style decks to turn off that destroyer. It's seen in any ongoing or spectrum style deck, and it's just a great tech card that you can fit in if, let's say, the featured location is something like a Camertage that's going to really incentivize people to play on reveals, or just any deck that's missing like one piece, doesn't have too many on reveals. Cosmo's just an incredible inclusion. Definitely don't sleep on this good boy. One of the best 3-cost cards in the entire game and one of the best pool 1 cards. Cosmo, more like Pogsmo. All right, +2, +2, -2. I need to do another Tech W style deck. I've been thinking about all these different Agatha decks that I can do. I think like a Tech W Agatha deck would be a lot of fun. Just like a really annoying disruptive deck that's run by Agatha. Or I've been thinking of a deck that I was gonna call Agrotha. Agrotha. An aggro Agatha deck. Where you just run hella 1-drops. You just run a ton of 1-drops in Agatha. And then you just use Agatha kind of like how you'd use America Chavez, but you just let it ride. Let the cards fall where they fall, you know? Look at, dude, this Doctor Strange. Actually, let me upgrade this Doctor Strange here, and I want to see what this looks like. I want to see what this looks like in 3D. This one is so silly looking. He looks like a 1600s like Giga Chad dude. Like look at him. I think this is one of my favorite variants too. I feel like this variant gets overlooked. I'm also probably never going to change this from an Ultra. This looks so clean in Ultra. Audio Taku, thanks so much for the follow. Unlocking the best follower notification, all twitch.tv. Everyone in chat says thank you. You missed beating me to and I have a lot of groove variants. Dude, this groove variant kind of sucks. I think this was one of the Nexus event variants. This variant is just like not that unique. I guess like the Rocket Raccoon next to him is kind of cool. It's kind of mid though. I do like this pixel groove variant. It looks so weird. A lot of groove variants. Our card I never run is all over the place. I could go back and play a Guardians deck though. Guardians of the Galaxy deck was really fun. Especially now that Gamora is buffed. That deck's probably a lot better now that Gamora is buffed. Great, amazing name, yeah, that was good. I love the good names that come through. Doctor Strange is a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal, move your highest power cards with an S to this location. Doctor Strange is one of the very few move cards that can actually move to the right. So many move cards will push to the left. Think Heimdall moves everything to the left. Iron Fist will move to the left. The only cards that can move to the right are actually Doctor Strange and Cloak. So Doctor Strange is going to be really key in just about any kind of move style deck. It's also going to target your largest cards. So let's say you get a multiple man down. You get a, you have the buff on it with the Hulkbuster. Maybe you already move it one time. Doctor Strange can pull both of those 7 power multiple men to the same location and get a double copy off of it. So Doctor Strange is a really, really good card, and it's going to fit into just about any move deck with its ability to move over to the right. But I think that Doctor Strange gets a little bit overlooked as a interesting, like, unique card to play in other situations. It's a great way to juke your opponents. Let's say you get a really big drop down on turn 5 at a certain location, and your opponent's going to try and contest you there. You can use Doctor Strange to pull it to a different location and do a really cool juke. So definitely test out Doctor Strange in some non-move style decks. And obviously, if you're playing any move style deck, Doctor Strange is going to find a great home there. I want to do some more Frankenstein style decks too. I've had some really, like, I think Frankenstein style decks where you just like have a bunch of crazy stuff. Like the deck we were playing earlier with Paper kind of fits that mold, I would say. Everyone is playing Doctor Strange. I'm at nearly collection level 100. I haven't pulled him yet. Are random cards really random? Yeah, they're random through pool 1. You go all the way through pool 1 until you get to from level 18 to 214, it's random which pool 1 cards you pull. Yeah, it's all about the pools. Pools are important. Everyone's playing Doctor Strange early on. I guess it did get buffed. Went back. The Binksy? Ak Rasner 19. Thanks for the sub on YouTube. Appreciate it. It's always funny because the YouTube subs come through, but I don't necessarily know if it's someone who's watching the stream or just found one of my YouTube videos and clicked it. Next up, we have Groot, a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal, if your opponent played a card here this turn, plus 3 power. Groot is one of those Guardians of the Galaxy that doesn't really see much play. It's really low on the power curve for 3 power for 3 energy, and it can go up to 6 power, but it's a really conditional, you know, kind of 6 power that you're going to get from it. You really have to call your opponent out. If you're running just like a theme deck with Guardians of the Galaxy, definitely throw it in. I've run Guardians of the Galaxy decks before, and it's a lot of fun. But I would say that Groot really doesn't have too many ways that it can fit into a deck. Maybe if you really need some kind of 3-drop and you have some kind of Odin deck where Groot kind of makes sense, you can try it out. But I would definitely say that there are much better options at the 3-drop slot, and Groot will see some fringe play, maybe in like arena style, or again, if you are doing a Guardian themed deck, which I recommend doing once you have a lot of them unlocked, you can find a home there as well. Groot's rough, dude. Groot's just Sag, dude. It's just like, Drax, you can fit into a deck that has Storm sometimes, but like outside of Rocket Raccoon and Gamora, all the Guardians cards kind of suck. Mantis is like okay early on, but I will say though, damn does it feel good to call people out with the Guardians. Ain't that the damn truth? Checking out a pool 3 card. It's kind of rough. We have left Hulkbuster, Swordmaster, Cyclops, Lady Sif. Sabretooth is pool 2, I think. Sabretooth pool 3? No, Sabretooth is pool 2. And we have Lady Sif as well. Lady Sif, Swordmaster, Black Hat Maximus, pool 3, pool 3. Oh, and no, Deathlock's. Oh, Deathlock as well. No Juggernaut. Juggernaut's pool 3. Killmonger's pool 2. Moon Knight's pool 3. Rhino's pool 2? What the hell's Rhino? Vulture's pool 2? I think Rhino and Vulture are pool 2 cards. Yeah, Rhino, Vulture, Sabretooth, Nakia, Storm. Killmonger. There's definitely some. The most surprising pool 1 card I've run into so far is Morph. I thought Morph was a pool 3 card. Yeah, so the reason that I recommend stuff like that is like playing a Guardians deck. I think that this game, getting dopamine hits in this, like, there's multiple ways to play any game, right? There's the ideal optimal way if you're trying to play, and then there's playing for fun. I try and do a good mix of it. I'll try and do some like kind of more sweaty competitive style decks and try and learn the game, but I'll also play decks that are just crazy. Like I did a themed Avenger deck that was dog shit, where all the cards just didn't do anything, but it was like pretty fun to try and make work. I did a full Guardians themed deck, which was, again, it was just like pretty damn fun to just call people out. If you just go like turn after turn calling out where your opponent's going to play, it feels awesome. But it's like not super competitive. You're going to lose a bunch. I think that unranked modes are going to allow people to do that more. And it does suck that there's only one ladder right now, which I think was something they probably should have tried to initiate as soon as they could. But I don't know. I'm not a developer. Cyclops. Cyclops is a 3 energy, 4 power card that is vanilla. It doesn't have any abilities. It does have one of the absolute best animations in the game. So when you first start playing, make sure you're just enjoying that animation and holding him out and shooting his laser as much as you can, because later on in the game, once you get pretty much any other 3-drop, it's going to be better than Cyclops. Until you get Patriot, it definitely fits into a Patriot deck, and it can also fit in if Washington, D.C. is ever the hot location. I did that right too. Washington D.C. would be a hot location. And feature locations are the new locations. Man, I'm good at this, dude. Hulkbuster is a 3 energy 4 power card with on reveal, merge this card with a random friendly card at this location. So Hulkbuster is a very unique card. It's like a buff card if you've played other card games, like you know, it's like a buff spell from Hearthstone or like an enchantment from Magic the Gathering, where you're actually going to add power to one of your units. Hulkbuster sees plays in many different decks. In like the early pool 1 and pool 2, you'll see it in move decks to buff up your multiple man to get it to trigger. You can also see it when you get to pool 3 for cards like Human Torch in that move deck, or something like Deadpool to actually get a higher starting level. It's one of the very few buff cards this and Forge are. Hulkbuster also has some really unique strategies to it. Recently we had Sinister London as a hot location where if you play a card there, it plays a copy somewhere else. If you Hulkbuster a card that's on Sinister London, it will play another copy. And there's just a few other ways that you can utilize Hulkbuster. Make sure that you don't play Hulkbuster on something that's already in like a dust domain, because it'll actually destroy it. But play around with this card. I think that the fact that you get 4 extra power without taking up board space is a little bit overlooked early in pool 1. But later on, you're only going to see it when you're trying to buff up those cards that are going to multiply and really snowball for you. I think Hulkbuster is a cool card. I wish there were more cards like that like didn't take up a board space. I feel like that's a pretty unique thing. Wop, 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 wop. Bum, 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 bum. Lady Sif is a 3 energy 4 power card with on reveal, discard the highest cost card from your hand. So targeted discard in general in just about any card game is much better than random discard. So Lady Sif definitely gets a lot of points for that. This used to be an overstated 2-drop with the same amount of power. Moving up to a 3-drop, it's definitely seen a big drop in the amount of play that it has, but definitely a really good discard card. Any deck that's going to run Apocalypse is almost always going to run Sif in it, because you can target that Apocalypse and go after it. So in any discard style deck, Lady Sif's going to find a home. And that's pretty much it. Now that it has vanilla stats and it's not overstated, pretty much only if you're trying to discard the highest cost card in your hand, you can see it used in like Hella style discard decks or any Apocalypse style discard deck. Lady Sif's so scary, dude. You should fight me. Do you think about variant of Hulkbuster where you play it first and the next minion you play on the location merges and gets the stats? So like, yeah, you could even do it as like an ongoing. That'd be pretty cool. Like a card, there's a card or a there is a card that's going to come eventually that's called Absorbing Man. So there's like a thing called Absorbing Man, and his thing is he absorbs things. That would be really cool if it was like his power was every card you play here. Instead, this absorbs it and takes its power. I think that would be really cool. I would love to see a card like that. There was also in Willow, he's Willow Snapping, I think, on Twitch, but on Twitter, and he also does some YouTube stuff. Willow designed a full set of like custom cards. One of them was the Infinity Gauntlet that you play with Thanos. And what the Infinity Gauntlet would do is that whenever you play a Infinity Stone on that location, it gets added to the Gauntlet as opposed to like taking up board space. I thought that was a really unique way of looking at how to build a Thanos deck, or some like support that you can get to Thanos decks. If he ever comes out. We never know. You never know. Deathlock is a 3 energy, 5 power card with on reveal, destroy your other cards at this location. So Deathlock is just a very important card in any of your early destruction style decks. It's the best way to destroy things like Nova or Bucky Barnes once you get up to pool 2. It's also overstated, so you know, if it's on turn 3, you have an empty location, you can still slam down Deathlock and feel really good about getting 5 power for 3 energy. Deathlock is going to be used in, like I said, any destruction deck. So when you get into pool 3, cards like the Hood, cards like Deadpool are really going to like to see Deathlock in that deck with them as well. Just a really overall solid card. I usually don't use it nearly as much as I use Venom, which is the pool 3 destruction card, or Carnage, but Deathlock can still find a home, especially if you need as many destruction effects as possible in your deck. Are you Deathlock believers in chat? I've never been much of a Deathlock believer. I tend to not run Deathlock unless I absolutely have to in certain decks. It's pretty tough. Pretty tough. Let's look at, oh no, Swordmaster. I think Swordmaster is it for pool 1. And we're cruising through these. Swordmaster is a 3 energy, 6 power card with on reveal, discard a card from your hand. So you see this cost the exact same as Lady Sif, but you're getting 2 more power at the cost of it being a random discord card. Man, 2-take Jake. Man, I've been crushing these with the 1-take Jake. Swordmaster is a 3 energy, 6 power card with on reveal, discard a card from your hand. As you can see, Lady Sif, it has the same amount of energy, but plus 2 power at the expense of not being a targeted discard, but being a completely random discard. Swordmaster still sees tons of play in just about any discard deck, anything that's looking to discard things like Swarm or Apocalypse, or you know, early on sometimes even Wolverine. I definitely think that it's a well-statted card. It can even see play when you get towards pool 3 in like Miracle style decks, just because it's really good stats for the cost, where you're trying to play out a bunch of cards on turn 6, because if you're playing this on turn 6 or turn 7, if you're running Magic in that deck, the discard isn't really going to matter for you because you're not going to be playing the next turn. So Swordmaster, definitely something to think about, and a really good discard card in pool 1. Oh, I'm sorry, I should have muted that chat. That was a gross burp. That is it for pool 1. Love to see it, man. Polaris is so good. I need to go to the bathroom though. I'll be back in like 2 seconds. Just want to double check to make sure I didn't miss any cards. Like the 4th time. Yeah, pool 3, pool 3, pool 3, pool 2. Like almost certain we're good. Storms pool 2, debris pool 3. Look how many waves I have. Like a whole 2 rows of wave. Play Wave in a ton of decks. I think I have a bunch of boosters first. I must not have that many. Oh no, I still still 244 boosters. I play Wave in so many decks. Okay, so for Pool 3, we have Killmonger. That used to be a Pool 3 card. Killmonger, Nakia, Sabretooth, Rhino, Storm, and Vulture. Tell me what you think, chat. What of those cards, what are the Pool 2 cards you think is the best? I think Killmonger's really... I think it's either between Killmonger or Storm, but I would love to hear your opinion. I think both of those are really insanely good cards. I fell in love with Storm a lot more than I had after today playing that Dr. Doom deck with the Doom Wong deck. It seemed really, really good. Moving on to Pool 2 cards, we have Nakia, a 3 energy, 1 power card with on reveal, give the leftmost 2 cards in your hand +2 power. So Nakia used to give your whole hand +2 power. It was really, really strong, and they kind of have brought down the power level significantly. So now if you do get that +2 power on a couple of minions, you're going to be looking at a 3 energy, 5 power card in total. Realistically, you're going to want to get more than just that 2 power getting onto those cards. So things like Mr. Sinister or cards like Brood that can take advantage of it, or targeting different cards like the Human Torch or Deadpool that can actually multiply, are going to be one of the only reasons that you're going to run Nakia currently. Early on when you unlock her in Pool 2, she can fit into some like Swarm style decks, but definitely you know, look for some other options in the 3-drop slot, unless that additional power that you're going to get from Nakia is going to do more than just boost that card's overall power. You're going to have some way to multiply it as well. Dude, Nakia was so busted for a while. There's like there was a time when like a Koye cost 1. Koye was a 1 energy 1 power that gave all cards in your deck +1. And Nakia had the whole hand, and like it was, you were kind of just throwing if you weren't putting Nakia and a Koye in like pretty much every single deck. It was really wild. Taskmaster. Lockjaw's not Pool 2, right? Yeah, Lockjaw's Pool 3. Lockjaw's so fun. Next will be Storm. Trying to be better about posture. I think I'm like decent as far as like most streamers go with posture, but I'm always trying to be better. Storm is a 3 energy 2 power card with on reveal, flood this location. Next turn is the last turn cards can be played here. So Storm is one of the most unique abilities in the game. So when you first played on Storm, it's going to change the location into flooding. So flooding reads, this is the last turn cards can be played here. So once you play down Storm, both you and your opponent know that you have to get cards down there that turn. Otherwise, you're not going to have the option to later, because it's going to turn into flooded. Cards can't be played here. Actually kind of the exact same location as Sanctum Sanctorum with the exact same effect. So cards can still move over here, and cards can also appear over there through cards like White Tiger that will spawn different tokens and things like that, but you can't actually play cards down into that location. Storm is potentially the best 3-cost card in the entire game. the way that you can manipulate a board and keep your opponent from having as many board spaces as they want. And you can also fit Storm into a way where, you know, maybe you're running a Guardians deck that has, you know, things like Gamora or Drax. And if you play this on turn 3 or turn 4, you can follow that up with a Guardian. And then your opponent's going to play there. You kind of know that you can get that on reveal trigger. Sometimes you want to storm a location if you have a, you know, type of deck that can create tokens like White Tiger or maybe Doctor Doom to put tokens in there after you've flooded it, and maybe have ways to just get other power onto that location with things like Ironheart, things like Claw, or Mr. Fantastic. Storm is just a absolutely incredible card. And the last thing that it can also do is that it can change a location that maybe you don't want. Maybe there's a location that is like Camartage and you don't really have many on reveal cards. Hot Hostin Sean 1. Thanks so much for the follow. Lock the best follower notification on twitch.tv. Everyone in chat says thank you. Storm is also one of the few ways that you can change a location. So you're changing a location that might be beneficial to your opponent and not great for you to this flooded location. So it has so many different ways to affect the game. I think that you should definitely utilize Storm in a lot of your decks, especially when you unlock the card Juggernaut when you get into pool 3, because it can keep them from even playing on that next turn. So Storm, absolutely fantastic card. I think even though a lot of people think it's great, it's still underrated. So definitely try it out in your decks. Storm is cracked. Absolutely cracked. And another fun fact, I think it's the only card that has 3 different panels. So instead of like just having flooding, there's 3 different panels that you can go through with Storm. I don't think there's any other card that does that. I can't imagine any other card would do it. Juggernaut is pool 3. Almost certain. I'll like double check just because I'm like second guessing myself like crazy. Yeah, Juggernaut's pool 3. Sucks that Juggernaut should be pool 2, I think. I really don't like the animated frame. So you're saying, so you don't like when they have like movement around the edge? Yeah, I mean that's fair. Luckily, I mean you can kind of like upgrade cards however you'd like. So as long as you don't upgrade them to either infinite or ultra, you won't get it. I actually really like the upgraded frame. Like if you look at like this Doctor Strange variant, like I think that the animated frame works super well with it. I think it just depends card to card. Red one is weird. I mean, I don't know, man. I disagree, but I can understand where your thought is there. I think the animated frame looks really cool. I guess it can distract from the art sometimes. Ooh, this is a big one. Dude, Killmonger's face is crazy, dude. Killmonger's face is friggin' psycho. Yeah, it's strange. I was saying earlier, I don't think I'm ever gonna upgrade that Strange variant. It's so fire. Next up we have Killmonger, a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal, destroy all 1 cost cards. Killmonger is one of the most meta-defining cards in the entire game. Being able to just completely shut down certain decks. If you have a super 1-drop focused deck that's playing out, 4, 5, 6 1-drops, a single Killmonger can get rid of all of those. And Killmonger, if you're running any deck that doesn't have any 1-drops, you can definitely consider adding this card in because it's going to be able to get rid of those. Or if you're running any Nova style decks, if you're running the Hood when you get later into pool 3, this is just a great way to get rid of those tokens. I think Killmonger is probably one of the top 3 3-drops in the entire game, an unbelievably impactful card, and I definitely think that you should try it out in your decks once you unlock him to fight off a lot of those 1-cost Zoo style decks that you're going to find on the ladder. Killmonger's cracked, dude. You start getting tier 2 cards or pool 2 cards at collection level 222, which I didn't realize, but that's awesome. That at 222 you start pool 2. Now I can remember that, and I don't even have to look next time someone asks me. Look at that, amazing. Rhino is a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal, ruin this location, remove its ability. It's going to change the location into ruins, so it's going to give it no abilities whatsoever. Rhino is an okay card. If you need a ton of disruption, you might want to add Rhino, but I think just overall it's outshined by things like Scarlet Witch, which is a 2 energy, 3 power, which changes it to a random location. Honestly, changing it to a random location versus changing it to the ruins, I'd almost like want the random location better, but at most they're kind of even, so you're just playing a premium to get up to Rhino. I don't think that makes too much sense. I hope that this card gets a buff in the future because it just doesn't make sense with where it's at right now, when you can play things like Storm for 3, you can play things like Magic on turn 5, which is going to, you know, improve your game plan and still get rid of a location. You can play, like I said, Scarlet Witch, which just seems like a much better option almost all the time. Definitely would not recommend running Rhino in just about any deck, except for maybe Cerebro 3 if you're looking for additional location disruption, but it's very, very few and far between. I would avoid this card if I were you. Maybe test it in your deck if you somehow don't have Scarlet Witch or one of those other cards though. This has to be like one of the least played cards in the whole game. It has to be. There's so rare that you're ever going to want to play this card. Look at Vulture's face, dude. Vulture's face is crazy. Why does he look like that? He's so scary. Tell him to chill out, dude. He kind of looks like, have y'all ever seen, there's like that meme of the dude, he's in like Ibiza, and he's like chewing on his own like face because he's like so messed up on drugs, and he's just like freaking out, like chewing on his own face. That's kind of the vibe I'm getting from Vulture, dude. What a funky looking card. Vulture is a 3 energy, 3 power card that reads when this card moves, plus 5 power. This is one of those really big payoff cards you're going to get for the move deck. Even just moving this card a single time, you're going to get it up to a 3/8, which is incredibly high on the power curve as far as like efficiency with your energy. So definitely in any early move deck, you're always going to be running Vulture. Vulture can even see some fringe play if you're just running something like a Iron Fist in your deck, or maybe like Iron Fist Cloak as well as the Vulture. You can just kind of use it as a 3-card package, because if you get 1, even 2 triggers of Vulture, you're going to really surprise your opponents with how big it can get. Vulture's sick, dude. I really thought Vulture was going to be one of the best cards in the game when I saw it initially. Just mood decks are just a little bit scuffed in general. Sabretooth is a 3 energy, 4 power card that reads when this is destroyed, return it to your hand, it costs 0. There's a few different use cases for Sabretooth. It can just fit into just about any destruction style deck, especially a deck that might run something like Venom, where you're going to get the power from it, or Carnage, which is going to get +2 power for destroying Sabretooth. And then you have the 0 cost Sabretooth in your hand where you can play it on a different location. I don't see Sabretooth being played very often. Maybe right when you unlock it in Pool 2, you can fit into some destruction style decks, but having to play it for 3 energy early on in a game that's as tight as Marvel Snap, where you're only going to have 21 energy over the course of the game, it can feel really hard to spend that energy just to destroy it and then have a 0 cost later that you can maybe play along with a 6-drop on turn 6. But you can definitely mess around with it. I feel like there's also some maybe fringe cases of trying to use it in like a collector deck with like a small destruction package as another trigger for that collector. I don't really see that working, but could definitely be interesting. The last case it might be used is in some kind of Moon Girl type deck that has a similar feature where you're getting that 0 cost card in your hand, you're copying it with Moon Girl, and then later in the game you can play a couple versions. This is kind of just like a worse Swarm, which is the kind of discard version of this card. So definitely consider it maybe in your early destruction decks, but I think that once you get to pool 3, this card phases out. I can't even remember the last time I've seen Sabretooth. I think I've faced like one Venom deck that had it, and it seemed just bad in it. It just doesn't seem to like do anything. You know? I guess having like 0 cost later on might be nice, but it just feels like a trash card. Is that all of them? I think that was all of them. Pool 2 is really small. Pool 2 is a tiny boy. That is indeed all the Pool 2 cards. Yo, Lizard King, welcome back. Stream's going really well. I had an awesome co-op with Paper, who's another content creator for Marvel Snap. Had a really fun time having him teach me a deck. Really cool. We played this interesting like Wong, Odin, Doctor Doom, White Tiger type deck that used like Storm and Thor, and like really wild, but we did really well. We climbed probably about, I think we climbed from like 52 to 54 or 6. We probably would have climbed better, but I definitely threw some AQ games just as like a joke. Pool 2 starts at 222. Wait, didn't I already answer that for you? Didn't you ask me that and then I said it and then did you look away? Pool 2 starts at 222. Pool 2 is so small I never know if a card is pool 2 or pool 3. I feel like the pool 2 cards like just don't do that much, so you can kind of tell the difference. Yeah. Well, you'll see the YouTube video. YouTube video will come out soon. It'll be similar to the one that I did with Talkwin that came out today. It might come out in 2 days because I think I want to get the 1 cost card list out tomorrow. So it's probably what I'm going to do when I end the stream tonight is I'm going to go into editing Connor mode. Oh man, I just said my real name. Weird. Editing Binks mode. Yeah, no worries at all. All right, moving into pool 3. We don't even have to really look. We just kind of know what's left, which is nice. All right, now starting in pool 3, the first card we have is a big one, Green Goblin, a 3 energy, -3 power card. With on reveal, your opponent gains control of this. So you're going to play down Green Goblin, and it's going to give you a nice little cackle and jump all the way across your opponent's side of the board, both taking up one of their board slots and giving them negative power in that location. Green Goblin is a staple 3-drop that you can fit into pretty much every single deck. It is just great for denying your opponent cards. You can sometimes call out your opponent that they're going to have a location with 3 cards in it, play that Green Goblin and fill up that location, not give them any other options. So definitely an incredible card. The moment you unlock it, start thinking about ways that you can fit it into certain decks. Works really well with cards like Hazmat that are going to give every card -1 power. If you throw a Green Goblin over on their side, it can work great. Just beware, and always know this, if you play a Green Goblin, lands on your opponent's side, and your opponent Odin's that Green Goblin, you're gonna send it back to your opponent. So always keep an eye out. If a Green Goblin goes over, it looks like your opponent might play Odin. Make sure you get some defense against that. Fill up your lane so that it doesn't come over. And yeah, filling up lanes is a really important thing with Green Goblin, because if your opponent has a full lane, it's gonna stick on your side of the board. Last thing to keep in mind, never play Green Goblin on Camertage, because it's going to jump over, it's going to laugh, and then it's going to laugh right back in your face as it pops on over. But yeah, one of the best cards in Pool 3 and just one of the best 3-drops. Definitely try and fit it into just about any deck as a way to deny your opponent's space. Green Goblin's so cracked. Making like crazy calls with Green Goblin is great too. I think it's better than Hobgoblin by like a pretty significant margin. Hobgoblin is really hard to like consistently use without Daredevil. And it's just like, it's so scary to invest that much resources into something that can get destroyed or something. Good stuff on the recent uploads recently. Yeah, I'm trying to get back into the swing of things. I think I went a little bit too hard and I uploaded like 3 videos in 24 hours. So I think the algorithm's a little bit mad at me. I was really hyped for that Talk One video. I think that Talk One video I just dropped is awesome and we had such good conversation and stuff. But it's really not, it's not popping off how I would have liked it to. But I don't know. We'll just have to kind of deal with it. But yeah, I should have a lot of stuff coming out soon. It's also, I think it's just really weird with the algorithm because I was like one of the only people like consistently putting stuff out on YouTube. Now every one of their mothers started putting out Snap content. Now it's starting to like pop off a little bit. So I think it's just like there's a lot more choices out there. But yeah, I'm glad that you're enjoying it, and I hope everyone else is enjoying the YouTube content. I really enjoy making it. Dude, Cerebro and Green Goblin, the first 2 cards on here, huge cards. Cerebro is a 3 energy, 0 power card with ongoing. Your highest power cards get +2 power. You'll notice cards, not card. Cerebro is a full build around card. So what you're going to want to do with any Cerebro deck is make sure that all of your cards have the same amount of power. There's options for playing a 2-power Cerebro deck, 3-power Cerebro deck, all the way up to some people are even trying 7-power Cerebro decks now. That Onslaught is up to 7 power, so you can utilize it. I think that Cerebro isn't that great until you unlock Mystique that you can use on turn 6 to get a double Cerebro buff going. But Cerebro is one of the most fun cards in the game. It unlocks so many different archetypes just by itself. So when you're getting into Pool 3, this should be a card you get really excited to make. Try out all the different levels and try fitting cards in different ways with Cerebro. Super duper fun card. One of the best designed cards in all of Marvel Snap. I love me a build around card that maybe isn't super competitive, but is a ton of fun to play. Cerebro might be one of the best designed cards in the whole game. I think at 3 energy, 0 power was like the perfect sweet spot for it too. Mystique is a 3 energy, 0 power card with on reveal. If the last card you played has an ongoing ability, this card gains it. Mystique is one of the most played Pool 3 3-drop cards, and it's because it can fit and mesh and glue together so many different archetypes. Any Cerebro deck is going to be running Mystique. Any Patriot deck is going to be running Mystique to copy that ongoing ability. Basically, any big, powerful, impressive ongoing ability is going to be wanting to run Mystique as well. Mystique also has a really unique combination with Onslaught. If you copy Onslaught's ability, they'll actually combine together to give you 8 triggers of every ongoing ability at that location. This is one of the reasons my Exodia deck works, that is looking to just put a bunch of on reveal triggers out there. It works in just about any Wong deck. Mystique is an awesome card. You should be really excited whenever you unlock it because it opens up so many possibilities and improves all of the power of all of your different ongoing cards. So definitely Ricky, thanks so much for the follow. Unlocking the best follow notification on all of twitch.tv. Everyone in chat says thank you. Mystique is one of those cards that you're going to see a lot. It never feels too bad to see, and it's a lot of fun as it's going to multiply and improve the power of your really strong ongoing cards. Definitely a fun card, and I hope that you look forward to unlocking it in Pool 3. I think Mystique is Mystique is also one of the best designed cards in the game. It's so important. People have been talking about nerfing Mystique, and it gets me so mad. Because the only way I think that you could really nerf Mystique, I think if you make it like 4 power, you just like, you turn off so many different decks in the game and archetypes. It would just be so sad. I think Mystique's perfect. There's so many Exodia pieces in this at this power level. Next up, we have Gambit, a 3 energy, 1 power with on reveal, discard a card from your hand, destroy a random enemy card. Gambit is one of the coolest abilities you can have. Gambit throws cards, and just like Gambit, you're going to throw one of your cards in your hand to destroy one of your opponent's minions. Gambit is super fun. I use it in my Exodia combo to do the true Exodia, where you trigger this 16 or 256 times if you'd like to completely obliterate your opponent's board. Outside of those like big flashy combos, you're probably not going to use Gambit unless you're in some kind of invisible woman style deck or some way that you can actually hide Gambit, because discarding random cards early on is going to be pretty tough. Also note that it is a completely random enemy card. It's not at the specific location you're dropping Gambit, so you have very little agency over where this actually goes. Gambit's ability is most used when it's multiplied multiple times, so definitely try it out in some big fun combo style decks, or in your like discard Hela style decks. It can also fit in to be a kind of off meta choice to destroy one of their cards while getting a discard. Gambit's so cool, dude. Just look how neat he is with his sweet little like card holding hand. There are a lot of pool 3 3-drops. We're only at like 1 power and we've already done like 5. Patriot is a 3 energy, 1 power card with ongoing. Your cards with no abilities have +2 power. Now you might have heard me every time we talk about things like Misty Knight or Shocker or Cyclops. You have to wait to Patriot to really use those cards outside of the starter deck, and this card is really fun. There's so many different decks that get work through with Patriot. You can use it in just a vanilla style deck where you're using those vanilla minions and getting them +2 power. You can use it in a token style deck, so things like the squirrels that come from Squirrel Girl, the tigers that come from White Tiger, think Dr. Doom's Doombots, or things like the Sinister Clone or what comes off of Brood can all get affected by Patriot as well. And what's becoming really popular is an Ultron decks. Ultron is going to put one power cards on all of your empty locations, and Patriot's going to give all of those +2 power. You're definitely going to try and pair Patriot with things like Mystique and Onslaught to get a multiple amounts of this power going. But Patriot was my most look forward to pool 3 card. I've had so much fun playing it, and I think that you will too. Definitely a great build around card that opens a bunch of different archetypes. Patriot 100%. From the very first time I started playing this game, this is the first pool 3 card I wanted. It took me a while. It took me like at least 2/3 of the way through the collection level to get to Patriot, but man, Patriot decks are so much fun. So fun to be able to play out Patriot. Man, dude, so many bangers early on, like Patriot, Mystique, Cerebro, Green Goblin, Rogue. All these cards, like, I want to put in every single deck. They're so good. I love Rogue, dude. And Venom has archetypes about him. Dude, the 3-drop slot for pool 3 is pretty cracked for like build around cards and cards that like get played a lot. Rogue is a 3 energy, 1 power with on reveal, steal an ongoing ability from a random enemy card at this location. Now, Rogue is one of those cards that initially I thought was just okay. You know, you look at cards like Enchantress that can get rid of all the ongoing abilities of your opponent. Lots of different ways that you can use it, but Rogue has kind of found its way as one of my favorite cards in the entire game. Being able to rogue your opponent's Wong. There's a big joke that I always say, I'm going to rogue the Wong, chat. Being able to rogue Iron Man, being able to rogue Onslaught, Patriot, Cerebro, all these really important build around cards that you're going to see a lot. Having a rogue in your deck is a very sneaky way to steal wins away from your opponent as you steal those abilities away. I think that this works best with Iron Man. If you're stealing your opponent's Iron Man, you're going from them doubling their location to you doubling it and turning their 5 energy card into just a 0 power card. So Rogue is an absolute all-star. The moment that you unlock it, I would try fitting it into any of your decks that seem like they need a 12th card. I consider Rogue to be maybe the best 12th card addition that you can add to any deck. So especially if you're seeing Patriot decks, a lot of Iron Man, Cerebro decks, or any big ongoing effects that are happening a lot, definitely try and slot Rogue into those. That was weird. I hated how I ended that. I'm gonna try it again. So anytime on the ladder you're running into Patriot, Cerebro, Wong decks, even Invisible Woman, it can do a great job of stealing that away. I would super recommend fitting this into your deck and seeing how well it works for you. I love me some Rogue. I feel like all my favorite cards are because I talk to Kanye Best and then I just, he tells me a card's really good and then I start playing it and then it is really good. It's happened so many times recently. It happened with Storm. It's happened with Rogue. It happened with Angela and Bishop. I feel like he's someone that you just kind of listen to and he just tells you the right thing a lot of the time. Venom is a 3 energy 1 power card, which reads on reveal, destroy your other cards at this location, add their power to this card. So Venom is a really cool way to give yourself more board space by eating an entire location full of cards without sacrificing the power of those cards. Kind of similar to Carnage. Carnage is much better destroying small stuff like rocks or 1 power cards. Venom's really good at destroying big stuff. The way that Venom is most used currently is in a deck that is trying to use overstated cards with downside, like Red Skull that gives your opponent's cards extra power at that location, or Typhoid Mary that's super overstated but lowers the power of all of your other cards. You then use Venom to eat those cards, and you can even use things like a Taskmaster to copy that large amount of power that ends up on Venom. So Venom is less used in like traditional style destruction decks that are just looking to destroy small things, and more used in these kind of build around type decks where we're destroying these big, bad, ongoing abilities that your own cards have. Definitely a fun card to play around with, is one that has a really high skill cap, but a super fun card nonetheless. I was playing a Venom deck like right before global launch, and I kept playing 0 Venom. I did it so many times. I'm like, oh, I can get 3 extra power in my Venom by playing 0 out of it. Rip. Oh, Brood. Dude, Brood was pretty good when I feel like Brood was pretty darn good when Nakia was around. Now it's just kind of like iffy. I don't know. I feel like it's so hard to fit Brood into any deck. It just takes up so much board space. Cerebro 2 is the only place you might see it. Brood is a 3 energy 2 power card. With on reveal, add 2 Broodlings to this location with the same power. So it creates 2... Shit. I'm trying to click my OBS screen instead of the actual card. Brood is a 3 energy 2 power card. With on reveal, add 2 Broodlings to this location with the same power. So Broodling is a token card, and it will copy the power of Brood. So if you can buff it up with things like a Forge, or if you can hand buff it with Nakia, maybe buff it in your deck with something like a Koye, or a location like Wakandan Embassy buffs it in your hand, Brood can get a lot of advantage out of that. The other ways that Brood sees plays would be in like a token style deck. So It does create 2 tokens, so Patriot will buff them. And you can also, find this deck in a Cerebro 2 power kind of deck, because you're going to fill a whole location with 2 power cards. Cerebro can buff all of them up. I think that now that Naki and Okoye have been nerfed a little bit, Brood won't really see too much play, but definitely toy around. If you have a type of deck where you can, be okay with filling a location with 3 cards, definitely give it a try, but I don't think that it's going to see too much competitive play once you dive deep into pool 3. I have a sweet Brood, this is so scary looking, dude. Actually, I'm gonna upgrade. I want to see what this looks like in 3D. The realistic looking cards scare the hell out of me. I'm like, this Brood haunts my dreams. All the little, like, scraggly little arms. Ugh. Also, isn't it weird that Brood is pretty much just like isn't Brood just like the Zerg? Like, I shouldn't have opened that. Shit. I didn't mean to open that collector's cache, but I guess this is a pretty cool pixel rogue variant. Can't complain. I will though. Just to let everyone know, if you do get to the end of the collection road, which if you're newer, you don't. A lot of people are just saving all of their collector's caches because there's no new cards to get. So I shouldn't have done that. That's okay. Let's see what it looks like in 3D. 134 rogue boosters. I've been playing the shit out of rogue.
3D.
Whoopsie. Wait, where'd that? There was like a question mark. Yo, there was like a cool little like question mark thing in the background that's gone now. Wait, am I crazy? Where was that? Just like it must have been like a visual thing that happens. What happens if Rogue touches Leech, like in the comics, or what? Leech doesn't have an ongoing ability, so Rogue wouldn't do anything to Leech. It would just say no target. Rogue needs to go after a card with an ongoing ability. So Leech is an on-reveal ability. Scammed. Yeah, no, I don't think it's on there. I think maybe it was just like a weird visual thing that I saw earlier. Electro. I love Electro. Electro is a 3 energy, 2 power card with on reveal +1 max energy. Ongoing, you can only play 1 card a turn. Electro is absolutely a build around card where you're looking to play really, really big cards one at a time in the later stages of the game. Electro doesn't see too much competitive play. However, it's one of my favorite cards. I like to create a deck that has a lot of very powerful 5 and 6 drop cards, as well as Electro and Wave. If you play Electro down on turn 3, you can play a 5 drop on turn 4, and then a 6 drop on both turns 5 and 6. So usually if you can get your good 6 drops out, you'll find a way to overpower your opponent. The downside of this and the ongoing ability can be really rough. There's recently been some new locations like Oscorp where you can play it in that lane. You get the positives of the on reveal and then it will send it over. There's also sometimes people will play Viper with Electro. So you play down Electro and then you play Viper to send it over to your opponent's side. And then you give them that restriction that they can only play 1 card a turn. Depending on the deck your opponent's playing, could completely ruin what they're trying to do, or maybe they, don't really care, and on turns 5 and 6 they can just play 1 card and feel all right. I think that Electro is one of the very few ramp cards, along with Wave and Psylocke, so I think that it's always going to find some ways to see play, and I really, really love Electro, so I would super recommend giving it a try. Try some of those big, giant decks and play huge monsters every single turn and see if you enjoy that style of play. I play so much Electro. Every time I've been playing this Electro deck like crazy. It just feels so cool to like run a bunch of 6 and 5 drops. I run Leech in this deck. God, it feels so good to Leech your opponent. No one expects Leech. No one expects Leech. You play Electro on 3, Leech on 4, Snap. Get wrecked, dude. None of your cards do anything. Electro opens up a really cool line of play. If you can play Electro on 3, skip turn 4, the Infinite on 5, and then play Taskmaster on 6 and copy the Infinite's power. Super good. I kind of want to grind with this deck. And just like make some adjustments to it and then sweat it out and try and get to like infinite with this deck. It'd be fun. I think I could too. The deck seems really good. I always gain cubes with it. I think mostly it's just my own skill level that holds me back. Lockjaw is a 3 energy, 2 power card that reads when you play. It's rare. That's 2 times. 2 times I've messed up. It's not too bad though. Going through like 12 cards. Lockjaw is a 3 energy, 2 power that reads when you play a card here, swap it with a card in your deck. So Lockjaw is absolutely a build around card. It's going to be played in a similar deck to like what Jubilee is, where you're trying to have really, really big, scary cards in your deck. You play a smaller card into Lockjaw and it's going to flip through and pull out one of those bigger cards in exchange. Lockjaw sees some competitive play and a lot of people really, really like this card. The problem is that when you play a small card into Lockjaw, it will go in and then the next card can pull out that smaller card. Lockjaw does see some play in like Thor and Jane Foster style decks where you're looking to play like things like Mjolnir or very small cards into it, pull them back out with Jane Foster and have more things that you can play into Lockjaw. I think that Lockjaw decks are a ton of fun. So once you unlock Lockjaw, super recommend giving it a try, maybe looking up some decks or thinking about some of your own ideas of how you can play small, cool little on reveal abilities on the Lockjaw to pull out a really high statted monster. An incredibly fun card, and I hope that you enjoyed playing it. Plus, you can have the Dan Hip version that's Jake the dog. He has a bunch of little saliva on his tongue. What a good boy. Punisher, we did Storm, Captain America, Cosmo, down to Debris. Debris is also a very well-designed card in the game. Incredibly well-designed card. Debris is a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal, add a rock to each other location for both players. So wherever you play Debris, the other 2 locations, both players are going to get a rock on their side. Debris is a very well-designed card in my opinion and can see play in a multitude of different decks. I really like it in a Patriot type deck, so you're giving your opponent rocks to disrupt their locations and you're getting rocks that you can then buff up with Patriot, so you're getting an advantage out of it, whereas your opponent is taking some damage and having things be a little bit more annoying. Debris can also be seen in like some destruction type decks because you can use things like Carnage to actually destroy those rocks, or Deathlock to destroy those rocks that you create while still disrupting your opponent. And I definitely think that Debris... Oh, Ridiculous Hat finally gives me a follow. Jesus. Been waiting for so long for Ridiculous Hat to follow me. What the heck, man? I had to go on a freaking podcast with him, talk to him for like an hour before he gives me a follow. What the heck, man? How I had to do it before I forget. Yeah, much love, man. Thanks so much for coming over and hanging out. What pool 2 deck should I go for first? I mean, I don't know. I haven't really looked into pool 2. I think in pool 2, like Moon Girl, Devil Dinosaur stuff is really, really good. It's like Collector, Agent 13, Devil Dinosaur, stuff like that. I can just look up like pool 2 decks. What I generally recommend is going to Marvel Snap Zone if you're looking for like a ton of advice, because a lot of content reclears. Sorry I didn't follow yet. I couldn't stop snapping. TM. You're funny, Ridiculous Hat. If anyone looks up I Can't Stop Snapping, it's a podcast that me and Ridiculous Hat did recently. Really, really fun. But Swarm discard is good in pool 2. Yeah, I can see that being really good. It's kind of tough though. I feel like you kind of want Wong in that deck, so you need to go to pool 3 a lot of times. But you can do like zoo type stuff, like dinosaur type stuff. I feel like double dinosaur is really good. Yeah, swarm discard aggro, it seems like is quite good. You don't even run the collector in that. That's kind of interesting. You just want to get swarm discounted a couple of times and knock you at. It's pretty cool. And then you play like Apocalypse in that deck. But yeah, I would recommend that. Collector, yeah, dude, collector was so cracked. It needed to be, maybe it could be like a 2/2, but as a 2/1 it feels really bad. What other decks is Debris used in? It's used in, oh yeah, have some crab style decks. That's right. Debris is a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal add a rock to each other location for both players. So Debris is going to go down to one location, and then at both other locations, both players are going to get a rock. The best way to utilize Debris is to take advantage of that rock while still having that disruption sent over to your opponent. So I like to use this in Patriot decks because the rocks are going to be tokens and will get the Patriot buff, and your opponent is still going to get disrupted. You can find some fringe play in like destruction style decks by using Carnage to eat that rock. And then lastly, you can really get an advantage of this in any deck that's using like Viper or Hazmat. So you can play out Debris, use a Viper to send the rock over to your opponent's side, and then you can Hazmat those rocks to give them negative power. Debris is a very well designed card in my opinion. You're going to see it quite a bit on the ladder because people like to disrupt. So definitely expect it. Think about what might happen when Debris comes down, and if you're going to run it in your deck, make sure you can take advantage of those rocks. They can give them a little more base power, yeah. I think, I mean, I think that they'll probably get back to like changing cards pretty frequently once they get through all of the craziness that comes from this this launch week, right? So I'm expecting a lot more things to come from the team. Maybe Collector gets a little buff, little baby buff, up to 2 would be pretty nice. Collector was so oppressive at +2. You just get like 12 power collectors every single game. Juggernaut is a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal, if your opponent played cards here this turn, move them randomly. So Juggernaut has a lot of uses, and I really feel like it's underutilized. Juggernaut can be paired with Storm in a really great way. If you storm a location and then Juggernaut at the next turn, any cards your opponent play there are going to get moved, so you can kind of get them out of the way. Juggernaut can be played with Kingpin, so you can try and move cards on turn 6 into a Kingpin location to destroy them. And just moving cards in general on turn 6 is really good. If you have a lane that's really close, you know your opponent's going to compete with you on it, you can Juggernaut and move those cards into different places. The last place that Juggernaut can really help is when utilizing Miles Morales, one of the new Season Pass cards. Miles Morales goes down to 1 energy if you move a card, and that's either one of your own cards or your opponent's. So there's a way to disrupt your opponent, move their cards around, and make sure that they're playing non-optimally so that you have the best chance to secure those other locations. I love Juggernaut. Thor becoming 3 cost changed my life. Yeah, I was playing hella Thor deck, a really good Thor deck earlier with Paper. We were co-oping. Thor for 3 is so much better than Thor was. If you played Thor on 4, you have a 33% chance of drawing the card. If you play him on 3, it goes up to like a 42% chance of drawing the card, almost 43% chance. So it's so much more impactful. Super good design choice to move this down to 3. Oh, nice. Talking signal boosted our thing from earlier. If you haven't checked it out, if anyone over on Twitch hasn't checked out my YouTube, I would super recommend it. You'll see all these card reviews, and tomorrow I'm probably posting my 1 cost card review. But I just did a collaboration with Talkwin that's on there now. I have a Destroyer deck that I did recently that's on there, as well as a location tier list. So definitely go and check out my YouTube. I'm really excited for putting out more content there as much as I can. What are your guys' thoughts on Moon Knight? I feel like Moon Knight is a very divisive card. Like, Moon Knight versus like Swordmaster is tough, right? You're spending 3 power to discard a card from your opponent's hand. I feel like Moon Knight probably is a little bit underrated. I really, a while ago, back when Devil Dinosaur was still 3 energy, I ran a deck that had Wong, Moon Knight, and Black Bolt. And it would aim to like discard your opponent's hand at the end of the game. Because everyone would just like play like one or like Moon Girl a Devil Dinosaur and have multiple Devil Dinosaurs out. So what you would do is you'd like play out like Moon Knight and then you'd play out Black Bolt, and then on the last turn you'd Odin them and you'd basically drain out their hands so that their cards are dead. It's really cool. Yeah, non-targeted discard, you're always going to play a huge premium for it, right? Like Lady Sif versus Swordmaster, they're both 3 cost. One's 4 power, one's 6 power. Yeah, random discard is always going to be tough. Like Colleen Wing and Lady Sif tend to see a lot of play because of that. Their hand can high roll, but sometimes it's too early to know for sure what you're hitting. Yeah. Decent, but also sometimes screws me over. Opponent has a discard deck or apocalypse. Yeah, dude, discarding your opponent's like Apocalypse or Swarm must feel really bad. I don't know if that ever happened to me, but that would feel so bad to just discard your opponent's Apocalypse. That would feel really bad. I'm gonna try out some more Moon Knight decks. Next time we do a discard deck, I'll make sure to fit in Moon Knight because it's pretty fun. Next up, we have Moon Knight, a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal, discard a card from each player's hand. So most discard cards, you're discarding your own cards. This one is going to discard one of your own cards, but also have the chance to hit one of the opponent's cards. Moon Knight is tough to assess. It sees very little competitive play, is sometimes found in some discard decks as you can high roll and remove a card from your opponent's hand, but non-targeted discard is always going to be less effective than that targeted discard because you're going to lose all that consistency. You might hit another key card that's in your hand. I definitely think that you should try Moon Knight out in your discard decks. It's a lot of fun. You're going to feel really, really good if you play down a Moon Knight and you discard one of your opponent's key cards or key 6-drops that you know that they're going to need to hit. Just really hope you don't hit your opponent's Apocalypse and actually help them out. Moon Knight's cool. I do wish, like, maybe now that Double Dinosaur is starting to see a little bit of a comeback, I can run a deck like that. Where are my Black Bolt enjoyers at? We got any Black Bolt enjoyers in chat? Who doesn't love a good Black Bolt? Am I right? Wave is a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal, next turn, cards in both players' hands cost 4. Wave is probably one of my top 5 favorite cards in the entire game. After the initial release of beta cards, this was the first new card that came out with the season pass, and Wave just opens up a huge world of possibilities. Wave can be played offensively, so if you have a lot of 6-drops in your deck, you can play Wave and then play a 6-drop on turn 4. If your opponent doesn't have many 6-drop cards, they might not be able to take advantage of it as much, and can also be played defensively. If you play this on turn 5, you're keeping your opponent to only playing 1 card because they're going to have 6 energy, their cards are going to cost 4, it's going to be really hard for them to play more than 1 card unless they got a Sarah out or they have some other way to discount their cards. Wave is just a beautiful and elegant card. It helps out with ramp. It makes like crazy decks like my Exodia deck work. And it's just a awesome card that was added to the game to add a different level of complexity than most other cards have. Once you get Wave in Pool 3, I would recommend trying to play some of those big decks and get 6-cost cards out really early. You can play Wave on 3, Odin your Wave, and then you can play 3 6-cost cards total. So Wave's a absolute monster in this game. I recommend putting her in any big deck, and definitely try out anything that you can to fit her into those larger style cards. Ah, man, I messed that up. Also some really cool variants out there for it. Yeah, I have the dank Black Bolt variant, which I'm gonna guess this is the one that you're talking about, because this is the variant that everyone loves from Black Bolt. I love Black Bolt in comics, but the card, yeah, card's trash. Card's one of the lowest used cards in the whole game. Raven for Raven. Yeah, I'm gonna guess you're talking about this Black Bolt variant. Everyone loves this Black Bolt variant. It's so fire. Yeah, absolute beauty. I never used Black Bolt, but I had to buy it when it was in the shop. It's so clean. And now I'm gonna have to use Black Bolt so I can get boosters for it and I can actually make it look cool. Shop has the best Black Bolt variant in the game for me right now. It's so hard not to want to waste gold on it. Yeah. It's tough. It's hard out there. I think I'm gonna retry that whole wave one. I think wave is very important to me. I want to make sure I get this one right. It's a 1.2k variant now. Yeah, you're wrecked. What are you gonna do, eh? Can't use Black Bolt, man. Never really worked for me, but it could just be the deck I was. No, it's just bad. It's just a trash card. No one really runs Black Bolt. The only time you'd be running Black Bolt is if there's like some key, like there's a deck that's running some low cost card that they always are going to play on turn 6. It's like the only time that you would use it, because then you could use it to discard it, or if I don't know, man, it's just not that good. They even buffed it recently and it's still trash. Wave is a 3 energy, 3 power card with on reveal next turn cards in both players' hands cost 4. Wave was after the kind of initial push of cards that came out with the closed beta. Wave was the first new card they released, and it is so dear to my heart. I think it's one of the top 5 favorite cards in the whole game. Wave unlocks so many possibilities. It is a way to ramp out your own cards, so you can wave on 3 and then ramp out a 6-drop on turn 4, where your opponent maybe can't take as much advantage of it. Wave can also be used defensively to play it on turn 5 and stop your opponent from, playing their whole hand out. Only allow them to play one of those cards, as all their cards are going to cost 4. As long as they don't have any kind of discount mechanics going, they can only play 1 card then on turn 6. Wave makes possible one of the coolest decks in the game, which is called Death Wave, where you are trying to destroy a couple of cards to discount your death, which is a 12 power card. And then you play Wave on turn 5 so that you can play a death on another card, because that discount is going to carry over after it costs 4. If you unlock Wave, I would definitely recommend trying to play it in big decks similar to Electro. You can actually play Electro and Wave in a lot of decks together to try and play out multiple 6-cost cards in a game. I have so much fun playing Wave. I think that you're going to love playing her as well. Definitely try and fit her into any of those really giant decks, and you're going to have a great time. I don't know how else to talk about Wave. It's so weird. How could they make it playable? Would you play Black Bolt at cost 4? I think if Black Bolt was a 4/6, I think you can make it work. 5-cost cards are incredibly inflexible. And Black Bolt, to get advantage of it, you kind of need to play it on turn 5. So you're kind of like making yourself play that card on turn 5. It just feels kind of bad. Maybe having it discard 2 cards. If you discarded your opponent's highest and lowest cost card, that'd be really cool. Discard your 2 lowest cost cards. That could make the card work. I just think like one card and the lowest cost card on turn 5 just isn't very impactful. Kingpin is a 3 energy, 4 power card that reads, when a card moves here on turn 6, destroy it. Note that this is a mirrored effect, so if any cards move on your side of the board, it will also get destroyed landing on that location on turn 6. I think that Kingpin isn't that great. It can be paired with cards like Arrow. If you play Arrow on turn 6 and your opponent is trying to play somewhere else, it'll pull it over and move it there. You can play cards like Magneto or Polaris to grab one of those cards and move it into position. But overall, Kingpin just feels like it's too... when you're playing Kingpin, you're kind of showing your opponent what's going to happen there. The best use case for Kingpin that I've been seeing recently is either playing Kingpin and Polaris at the same time on turn 6, or after on turn 5 playing as Sarah, playing Kingpin and Arrow together. Whenever you're kind of showing your opponent that you're going to be doing this on turn 6, they can play around it, but if you're playing it on turn 6 with either mana discount or with another 3-cost card, you can definitely take some advantage of it. I would mess around with it. I think that pairing it with Arrow and Sarah is great, or Polaris, but I wouldn't count on this being like a incredibly good card most of the time. Yeah, I have such a bad vibe on Kingpin because I played a Kingpin deck and I built the entire deck around Kingpin, and Kingpin was the worst card in the deck. The only time I destroyed a card with Kingpin is when my own cards got pulled with Magneto from my opponent and destroyed because I played Kingpin. It's crazy. The thing that you can do with Kingpin though is like go that extra level and that extra like layer of strategy by saying like, hey, I'm gonna fake my opponent out by playing Kingpin, and it's like kind of fairly statted, and get them to play non-optimally because they're trying to play around Kingpin, and then just do something else. But I think Kingpin's kind of trash. Whoa. Next up, we have a previous season pass card, Thor, a 3 energy 4 power with on reveal shuffle Mjolnir into your deck. And Mjolnir is a 0 energy 0 power with on reveal give Thor +6 power. So this is a really cool combination. If you are able to draw the Mjolnir, you are going to get a 3 energy 10 power card. So super impactful, one of the strongest 3 power cards for that reason. I used to not be a huge believer in Thor even after it was buffed down to a 3 energy card. It used to be 4, but if you're playing Thor down on 3, you're getting about a 42 to 43% chance of drawing that Mjolnir and being able to give it +6 power. Whereas if you play it on 4, you're only looking at about a 33% chance to draw it. So it definitely helped out being able to play this card earlier and giving you the chance to get that Mjolnir later. You can also use Mjolnir with things like Odin or Wong. On turn 6, you can play Mjolnir and Odin on the same location and get double triggers of it. So definitely something to play around with. I definitely underrated Thor a lot, but after playing it a bunch today, I think it's a really good card. Definitely experiment with it and see if you have a deck that doesn't rely on drawing too many key cards. Thor can be a great way to fill out the power curve. Our past season pass cards attainable through the caches. Yes, they after about a month they move into pool 3. So Thor is now a pool 3 card. Miles Morales, you can't get it currently. Eventually you'll be able to get it in pool 3. Oh man, dude, we're almost done. That's crazy. I thought we had so much left to do. I just have Maximus, Black Cat, and Polaris. Polaris is a 3 energy 5 power card with on reveal move an opposing 1 or 2 cost card to this location. So when you play this down, you're going to move a random 1 or 2 cost card that your opponent has over to this location. I think that Polaris is incredibly underrated. I've been playing around with her a little bit more, and just her ability to change up what your opponent's doing and how they're trying to build their board can be really impactful. If they're trying to build up a Wong lane, you can use Polaris to move one of their 1 or 2 cost cards into it and kind of jam them up. If your opponent has 3 cards in a lane, you can Polaris it and move a card over there. And it also works really great with Kingpin. You can play Kingpin and then Polaris at the same time on turn 6 and get a kill on one of your opponent's 1 or 2 cost cards. Maybe it's one that kind of like snowballs and you can get a really good destruction off on it. But anyway, when you unlock Polaris in pool 3, because it's overstated and because it has a ability that has a lot of thought behind it and ways to manipulate your opponent's board, definitely try and throw it into just about every single deck. See how you like it and see where it's going to fit in, because I think that this card is going to gain a lot more popularity as people really find out how great it is. This card's cracked. I'm going to start running this in so many decks. This card's absolutely cracked. What's up with the Booba with this card? They really went hard with the Booba, dude. It's right in your face. Black Cat is a 3 energy, 6 power card that says if this is in your hand at the end of your turn, discard it. So there's some plus and minus that can come with this card. If you're drawing it before turn 3, it's just going to discard out of your hand almost immediately, and you have to play it the turn that you draw it. So there's really big restrictions to get a pretty solid card. 6 power for 3 energy is, kind of the a good amount that you're going to want to get from any card. A lot of people use Black Cat in Hella style decks where you're just going to discard it and be okay with it discarding and then play Hella later to replay it out of your hand. But I think that outside of that deck, Black Cat is really, really hard to find use out of. So maybe try it out if you're okay with discarding it early, and maybe you want to use something like a Ghost Rider to pull it back, but I wouldn't say that Black Cat is super competitive, and I wouldn't recommend it outside of maybe testing it in a Hella focused deck. Maximus, I think, is underrated too. And a lot of people are using Maximus in like Sarah Miracle decks now. But I've been running Maximus for a really long time. I think Maximus is pretty cracked. And the final pool 3 card we have is going to be Maximus, a 3 energy, 7 power card with on reveal, your opponent draws 2 cards. So a super big downside of giving your opponent more resources, but a very, very powerful card. You get in 7 power for 3 energy. How can you utilize Maximus? I think that Maximus can go into a lot more decks than you'd expect. Giving your opponent draws, especially, it's really common that people are like passing turn 1 and turn 2, playing this on turn 3. Sometimes you're not even giving them 2 full draws because you're filling up their hand. But I definitely think that Maximus belongs in any Ronin deck. So if you're having a deck that's focused on getting Ronin as strong as possible, you're certainly going to want to use Maximus. And Maximus is also great in like a Miracle style deck. If you're playing Sarah on turn 5 and you're ending up playing Maximus on turn 6, the extra 2 cards that your opponent's going to draw is not going to help them out unless they're running Devil Dinosaur, which isn't seeing too much competitive play once you get to pool 3. So Maximus is a fantastic card. Definitely recommend trying him out. And if you play him on turn 6, just remember you're getting a ton of additional power with very little downside. And that is it for my pool 3 cards. Let me know down below what is your favorite. That's wrong. And that is it for our 3 cost cards. Let me know down below what your favorite is, which cards you're really excited to play, and which 3 cost cards you're most excited to unlock once you get to them. As always, I'm Binks, and I hope you enjoyed this review. All right, look at that. We just made a whole ass second YouTube video today. Oh, 2 hours, dude. It takes so long to review these cards. I'm like kind of shocked. When I first thought that I was gonna go through and review all these cards, I really thought it would take maybe like an hour per cost, but it's taking about twice as long. But that's fine. I really like talking about the cards, and it also is like, this is kind of like getting me excited to play different decks, and like play around with different cards more than I am currently. It's fun stuff. But that is gonna end it for tonight. Oh my gosh, Unwanted has 170 people watching him. Oh, Crip is streaming the game. Look at Crip. Let's see here. Is there someone I know who's a little bit smaller? I mean, I'll definitely send you all over to Unwanted. If no one else is that I know is playing. Is Paper still streaming? Paper's not still streaming. Doesn't look like anyone else that I know, so I will send you over to Unwanted stream. I'm gonna guess Mr. Metal maybe sent his viewers over there, but Unwanted is a great streamer. Always love sending my people over to him. If you're watching over on YouTube, thanks so much. Definitely check out the rest of my YouTube content. Anyone who is still here, I'm going to do one last self-promotion. I'm gonna post my YouTube channel on there, as well as my Twitter channel. Make sure if you're watching over on Twitch to go and follow me on YouTube. I post a lot of videos there, and I'm back in kind of the grind set mode of putting a lot of videos out. So if you're looking for some more content from Binks, I have a huge back catalog and a bunch of stuff that's coming out. And definitely follow me on Twitter as well. But I always appreciate everyone coming out and watching me talk about Marvel Snap, my favorite game right now. Have fun over with Unwanted. People over on Twitch and YouTubers, thanks so much for just being here and being you.
The Binksy!
The Binksy! Thanks so much, Edward, for subscribing over on YouTube. I really appreciate it. Alright, Twitch people, goodbye. Goodbye, have fun. Have fun over in Unwanted's chat. Actually, let me make sure I can hear what he says if he talks trash. Alright, goodbye, have fun. I'll miss you. Have fun with Unwanted. He's really cool. Okay, awesome. Bye, YouTube people. Thanks so much. Oh, he's playing Family Feud. He lied. How dare he?